All right, everyone.
Yeah, welcome to Rules of Villainy here in St. Louis, Missouri for the Grapes games for the Shimmering Skies Set Championship. I'm Villain Vince, here with my co-host, Andy. How's it going?
Good. How are you, Vince?
I'm doing well. So I think we're pretty excited for what we're about to see here. We have quite a few players here. I think we have almost 36 people in the pipeline.
We'll have to get that actual final count for you at some point here, but I know that we are going to see everyone's favorite, the mayor, Brad, up first in the stream. We're just waiting on everyone to get paired up here and get them started, and we will be able to get that first game over to you.
Yeah, and as always, we've got this is live on YouTube, so please be sure to drop a comment in the comments there. If you've got questions, we'll try to look at them in between matches and answer them. But we're always looking for your feedback. Obviously, if there are any technical issues, please let us flag that for us so we know. Hopefully, you can hear us just fine. If not, let us know.
Absolutely. So how have you been doing, Vince? I know we both played in set championships yesterday.
We
did
did.
you do?
I was fortunate enough to place fifth in a 15-round tournament. Some folks might not agree, but I did ID my last round into fifth place, even though I could have played it out to potentially make top cut. And the reason I didn't is because I knew Hunter, who was playing against, he was playing Emerald Steel, and I was playing Ruby Amethyst. And as you well know, that's not a favorable matchup.
Absolutely. Boo Hunter. Everyone in the chat, spam Boo Hunter.
So I just decided that it was probably best to not try to have my 30-40% chance, probably more like 30% chance to make it into top cut and just take the win at in top 8.
Yeah, I unfortunately did not have that luxury. I played Hunter, I believe, the round before you, and as a result, I went 2-1, or I went 1-2. He whooped my butt.
Yeah. It is nice when you're in a situation to be able to, ID into those last rounds to get the prizing. This happens in a lot of such, and I imagine we'll see that today as folks get close to the top table. We will be cutting to top 8 here because we have enough folks. And so folks are really hoping to get that Mirabel. The top 8 will get that nice Mirabel, and the top 2 will be fighting it out for battling it out, I should say, or challenging it out maybe, for the playmat, which, I was hoping to get yesterday, but we're still early. This is only the first weekend of set championships.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I only have 2 more weekends to go because I will be in Seattle.
Yeah, well, both of us will. We'll both be in Seattle.
Yeah, but you already got your card, Vince. No worries, all right?
Listen. I am consistently reminded by you about how many cards you do.
You guys good? I want to check. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. It looks like we've got some people at the table.
So we're gonna go. We'll be right back.
You're muted there. Sorry if you guys didn't hear us.
Oh no.
Big sad. All right.
All right. Well,
Tinkerbell comes down. We see one going to everyone. No one banished from that Tinkerbell, but it is going to allow Justin to start coming back here and clearing that board. That board that the mayor.
and he has a Pete. It looks like a strength in hand.
That's a storm. Yeah, strength,
Storm.
Pete, Diablo. As another Prince John maybe in the last slot. Is
Yeah, thanks for bearing with us as we do get all of the technical difficulties hopefully out of round one, and it's smooth sailing here on out.
we're gonna see the Prince John challenge the
Just
Mickey. You don't see that every day.
Yeah,
do you?
no. But I mean, when you think about it, there's not a ton of value for that Prince John right now, given the fact that the mayor doesn't have any cards in hand.
That is true.
Plays that strength to get rid of one of the Elsas.
As you said, though, Amethyst can come back with some cards. He's got that Mickey Broom on board, so any character he draws can get him one. Yeah, it looks like a Tipo off the top. Not the best, but he knows he needs it for that.
And so he's
broom
going to
draw.
quest.
Yep.
And then he's going to play this Tipo, almost certainly going to banish that Magic Broom to get him another draw. Yep.
Absolutely.
There goes the Magic Broom for the draw.
No reason to keep that
Yeah.
on board with 1 damage.
Right.
Just the perfect target for that Tinkerbell to come after. He does have the ability to turn that Elsa.
Yeah, takes out the Prince John.
Good call.
Quests with the Elsa, goes to 12.
It's unfortunate he can't get another damage. He can't get any damage on that beast, so that we could see that.
Justin activates the trigger on the beast, which, as I recall, that's a must. You have to draw.
Yes, absolutely. Well, depending on the judge and the DLC that you're playing in.
Well, I mean, in some DLCs, maybe just asking questions can get you DQ'd, apparently.
That is the story.
There comes down the Pete. And the
DOA.
Ursula, deceiver of all.
And the really rough part here, one of my reasons for not being the biggest fan of Blurple is that a board wipe is simply not an option for the mayor here. He's looking at Let It Goes and Hades to try and deal with some of these bigger threats.
He's gonna sing Let the Storm Rage On, gets to draw a card, takes out that Tipo.
Man.
Uses Tinkerbell to play We Don't Talk About Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno, no. And looks like, he had drawn an Elsa.
And it hit the Elsa.
And it hit the Elsa. That's, so we got a
That was
library.
the Elsa that went back. He bounced the Elsa.
Oh, he
back.
did bounce the Elsa. Yeah.
He's got the library now, and
Can't quite tell what else is in his hand.
I want to say it was a rabbit. The art looked like rabbit, but it actually looked like Storm, in my opinion. But
It did look like Storm.
oh, it's a Hades. It's a
Hades.
Hades.
The Beast.
Beast. Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Tinkerbell does seem almost like a bigger threat, but you really have to stop the card draw for that green steel.
Uses Ursula to sing.
Double sing strength, was that?
Yeah, double string strength. And then a Let the Storm with Pete.
It was double sing storm.
Oh, yeah, it was because he did get the draw.
Otherwise,
Puts down the Diablo. Oh, double Diablo.
That
is
his
not what
first
you want to
two lore
see.
there.
Yeah.
He's on the board, but man, 12 is not the number you need to be at to close this game out. Unfortunately for Brad, he's kind of wishing he was a little bit higher.
Blurple just losing steam.
Oh, the Donald. Yeah, we had a discussion about this, Donald. This is somewhat vanilla. It's I believe a 4 cost 4/3 with ward, or is it a 5 cost 4/3 with ward?
Yes.
Um,
So
I actually landed on. I like the Ludwig von Drake.
So it looks like we're basically questing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to go to 8. It looks like. Man, you're right about those board wipes though.
There's I don't know that there's an out left in Brad's deck. He's got the bounce, so he can take out like the deceiver.
Goes to 14.
Oh, and then he can bounce and play it again. That'll get him to 17, but I think he is still too far away, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll put him at 17. Yeah, he doesn't have enough turns.
Actually, I think Justin might only be at 7. I think I miscounted there.
Okay. But we do see a lot of tools in Justin's hand. I want to say either I missed it or Justin missed both Diablo triggers last turn. So he would be at 16 now?
He would be at 16, you're right, yes.
I think that's where we're sitting at. Brad, unfortunately, he has friends. And that's it. It
Looks like they're
Brad
gonna
can't do
scoop
anything.
and go on, and Justin takes
Looks like he'll take game 1 there.
takes game 1.
No, this one. Oh, yeah. We got our victory fireworks. Although I guess it's only game 1, so maybe we should have saved that for game 3. He's got 1 win there. We will increment the little counter. All right. Well, we definitely want to thank everyone for tuning in and watching with us here. We're going to be here all day. We got 6 rounds. Is it 6 rounds?
I believe 6 rounds
We
plus.
promised them we'd get the count of players. We
Yes.
didn't do that. So
Well, I will look in between rounds. I'll take a look at the melee. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right here, right? Obviously, I think we expected green steel to be the predominant deck here, and that has been true in pretty much most of the set championships in the area. Although where we played yesterday, it was not.
Yeah, there were still a few.
There were a few.
But, there was a lot of ruby amethyst coping players out there. Thought they could do something with it. Myself being one of them.
Listen, it did me well.
Yeah, I mean when there's only 15 people and enough of them are ruby amethyst, then one of them's got to make it in, right? Be curious to see how much ruby amethyst there is here today, because that is one of Blurple's better matchups. I feel like Brawl and Medusa and a lot of the ruby cards get a lot less value out of them against a Blurple deck. We've got a lot of, the Yzma, the Bell Mystic, Accomplished Mystic, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think
Awesome.
one of the things about, I think the only real way to make Blurple super successful is to go more heavy aggro. Just because I think you're right, it doesn't have that late removal. So the longer the game goes on in some of these matchups.
Yeah, it's an interesting deck because you kind of have to balance the gaining that early lore and progressing your game with the ramp, but you really need to address almost every threat or potential future threat that your opponent puts on the board very quickly, because
yeah, if they stack up, then you sort of get behind on the game. And
Yeah, so plays the Ursula to see the hand. There's nothing you can take out. I think maybe you'd hope you'd see a friends, but you're not too.
yeah,
you're
hand
not too
knowledge
worried
is
about
nice
that.
though.
Yeah, hand knowledge is
So,
always nice.
I think we should see a Tipo come down here. Looks like Brad's going to try and grab an extra card off of that broom, which is nice. So Brad will quest for one, and I would expect, yeah, the snake inked, Tipo played. What else are we throwing in the inkwell? The Mickey, or does he want to double ramp again? He does throw the Mickey in, it looks like. Oh, he didn't throw away the broom to gain an extra card to try and help stave off the discard, given that he had to Tipo. Was that a no ink and pass
It was.
from Justin?
It was a no ink and pass.
What is in the hand? I know I saw Storm, but like,
Just looks like a
one, two, and two Is it 2 Storms and 2 Diablos?
quests with magic broom.
Wow,
Yeah, that's
that is a
2 storms, 2 Diablos, and it also looks like a strength.
Anna? Maybe an Anna? No, he would have inked the strength, right? For sure.
Yeah. Well, you would think he would ink the strength. You never know.
So we see Brad quest with both, ink the snake,
Bounces the Tipo.
or inks the fox, bounces with the snake. We're going to use the broom now. We get an extra card. That's not bad.
Yep.
Looks like the Donald Duck off the top. The Tipo again.
And he's
Oh,
going to
that's the
ink
big
again.
Elsa. I think that's the big Elsa going in.
Looks like a peak came off the top. I couldn't quite 100%. Nope, it's the storm. No,
Or
that's sudden chill.
Yeah. So he has 3 ink now. He can start to sort of fight back, but it looks like he wants the card draw. We're gonna get the storm.
You're right.
on
That
the
is an
Tipo.
Anna. That is definitely an Anna in hand. Gets a hypnotize off that draw.
At this point, I think Justin is just happy to be getting an inkable card.
Yeah.
And for long-time viewers of the podcast, or I guess it was only 2 weeks ago, but we did have our friend of the podcast, Justin Ward, on. He is playing today. We might get to see him on a stream later, but this is a different Justin. This is, I was told, other Justin.
Other Justin, yeah.
Also a friend of the podcast, though, so we're friends with everyone. There's no one too villainous for the villains. Maybe there is. I shouldn't say that. All right. Ink. We're not getting the most riveting gameplay from Green Steel here, as he is stuck with 2 Diablos, and that Elsa on the board means Diablo is essentially worthless. We have the Hypnotize, but with 3 cards in hand. I think it is a rabbit. What are you thinking about, Brad? You don't need a rabbit. I mean, why? You don't need to think about playing the rabbit. You just play it. It's the best card in the game.
According to you. But I agree.
Do you concur?
I do. And I was just pulling up the matches. We were dead right on. 36 players.
All right. Nice.
18 matches currently going on right now. Is he questing with the Elsa? I can't keep track of where he's at on lore.
I think he did quest there.
I also think he quested with the snake too. But I'll just say he's at 4 lore for now.
Yeah, if we get a little too lost, I can head out there for a lore check. Oh, you dropped the big Elsa. Come on, buddy. No. That's your draw.
Yeah.
No.
Goat
Oh, he
shifts
also
it.
with no targets and quests. He is off to the races. Oh, he's updating it for us. Let's go 8. So we were right. +4. He's at 8. Yeah. Wow. There are so many cards in Justin's hand. Like clearly, Brad is realizing that Justin has a very bricked hand here, but still the amount of cards in hand that haven't been played from the beginning, you gotta be scared that there's
Plays a Let the Storm to draw because he,
is still bricked.
yeah,
He gets the
Diablo.
and he has 3 Diablos I think in hand, and all 3 of them are now online because we took the evasive away from Big Elsa there. So we see a goat and a library in Brad's hand. I think it's too early for the goat. I think we library, we throw him in the library,
Yep.
we quest, and we say you've got an Elsa, a fox, a library, a hope, and a prayer, and
Goes to 12.
we run with it.
So this is where we were last game here. 12-0
Absolutely.
before Justin took the lead.
Although the boards looked incredibly different last
Way
game,
different.
That is absolutely
And then we got
for sure.
Anna.
So we see all the damaged character.
Counters, yeah.
But we get the card off the library.
Yep.
We see Diablo. He's contemplating that strength in his hand, singing that. It looks like he quests for 1 instead. Inks the Pete, Stinky Pete, in the inkwell. I don't think he has anything to do for 2. We get the simul draw.
And
Brad's
he gets
got
that
another round.
auto lore from
Yep.
the library.
And there, other than Tinkerbell, there are not too many characters that swing for a lot when it comes to green steel here. So
Yeah.
it is gonna be
Or the beast if it has damage.
true, but it will be a couple turns here, I think, before we see
Goat goes to 14.
that library dealt with. Actually, is that a dice on the library?
He's
I think
got 1.
it's got 2 on it. I think Diablo actually ran into the library, so I'm gonna take
Oh,
that
yeah.
lore away from Justin there. Brad with the purple on purple dice on card it made it hard to see.
He's just going to quest 16.
Yeah. I think this is looking
Mighty
this one's looking
good.
over for Justin.
We got a goat
Oh,
and a...
and Justin, I mean, he knew the goat was in hand for sure.
But didn't know that rabbit existed.
Yeah, it almost doesn't matter though, because he has to take out the fox, but he still gets 2 from the other on board, and then 1 for the goat to take him to 19, which without a Lyle or some other way to lose lore, just
Is Justin running Lyle in his deck?
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
that's generally an emerald amethyst.
Right.
He is running a Bibbidi.
So plays a Storm on Mim, triggers library to draw a card. Inks Pete, just an Inks Pete here.
Yeah, it looks like 2 Diablos in hand. There's nothing to do with play Diablo. He's deciding on whether he wants to send people. He can only put 4 on the library. He needs to send Diablo and Anna into that Vox, unfortunately. Yep. And even then, he's on borrowed time.
Yeah. And
Gets some replacement Diablo, who we know he has those for days
Yeah,
in his
yeah.
hand.
and it goes to Brad. Brad goes up to 17.
Goat, rabbit. Does he have another Elsa? If he has a 9 ink here, he plays the Elsa to take care of the Diablo, the goat to go to 18, and then probably calls it a day. Oh, and this is a best of 2 event here. So this will actually be our final game between the mayor and Justin.
Yeah. And it'd be a good showing to 1-1 here. Yeah,
absolutely. But once we get to top cut, we will see some best of 3 action, because I know some people like.
Yeah, and I mean that. I think that's. I don't think. We'll see what Justin pulls off here on his top deck, but I think
Grab swords, which may or may not be in his deck. That.
I don't think there's.
potentially
Yep,
help.
and that's
Yeah,
it.
There we go. The scoop
That's it.
and the 1/1. So I guess I feel like we got to give Brad that there. I feel like we got to give Brad the victory
we
screen.
do. We
too.
do have to give him the victory screen.
Even though I'm realizing we're gonna get a lot less use out of this victory screen now that it's the 2-game format.
Well, no, we're gonna get a lot of use out of
Oh,
it
you're
because we're
right.
gonna use
Everyone
it.
wins.
Everyone who wins will get one.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's send us back to the casters here.
Yeah. So here we are, live in our closet here at Grape's
Hey,
Games.
it's an upgrade from the hallway we were
It
in
is,
last
which was like
time.
incredibly hot.
This
So
one's
hot.
only slightly hot.
Yeah. So I mean, what are your thoughts there? You still, I mean, Blurple having a good showing against Emerald Steel.
Yeah, it was not bad. I mean, it is hard to blame Emerald Steel there and not the just the variance of drawing like 2 Diablos and 3 Storms and the Annas as well. It is really really rough. It was a rough hand for him, it looked like.
Yeah, it is a rough, and we've still got a bunch of matches going on here in round 1 at the set championship here.
Want to catch up on some of those? I was working on a method to try and show these on stream, but Melee was not cooperating. So maybe we'll just run through some of these here. Hunter, everyone boo Hunter. You won 2-0,
2-0.
but we'll still boo Hunter in the chat.
Jimmy, a fellow teammate
Absolutely.
of Rules of Villainy, 2-0.
Izzy, fan of definitely one the villains are a fan of. She went 2-0 as well. I have to check out what deck she is playing.
Yeah.
I have sweat pounds off playing against her before. It is a rough matchup. Anything else of interest there?
Yeah, I think right now, no. I think, there's still quite a few matches going on. We finished this match kind of early. It was a fairly quick match. But, we knew our fans would be clamoring for the mayor. I won't take it personally that more folks are rooting for him in our villain showdown. That's not true. I will take it personally. I will have a list of names.
I think not enough people are rooting for anyone in this villain showdown. We need to see more support for both villains here.
That's right. We do. We absolutely do need to see more support for the villains. And I'm excited to get that done. Hopefully we'll start that after set championships because I know we're busy with that.
Seattle and stuff coming up.
Seattle. So based on your performance the other day, you sticking with Ruby Amethyst? Or are you thinking about changing it up? I mean, you don't have to tell us what you're gonna play. We can leave some of that in the team chat. But I'm just.
I do know that my wife has forsaken Ruby Amethyst for the foreseeable future. She was not at all pleased with the outcome, so she is on something new today, doing the classic Rules of Villainy don't of changing your deck the night before a tournament, but.
But it's not her first time playing this deck, right?
Right.
Yeah, like you do a lot of play testing.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, I'm probably not taking Ruby Amethyst to Seattle. I don't know what I'm going to do, and I probably won't play Ruby Amethyst for the rest of set championships, just because there's not really a reason to. Like, I definitely want to get a playmat. That would be likely hope, but
Ruby Amethyst is not looking good these days. So.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, here's the thing. What you're gonna, I think, really get on me here is that I ran 63 cards in my deck yesterday.
Yeah.
and you're gonna say
3 of them were bad.
3 of them were bad.
Yeah, it's it happens. I mean, Tremaine could have left. You might have had a B King in there. That
I
probably goes.
did not have a B King. I don't think B King is good. I do
Spellbook.
think one Tremaine is good. I didn't have Spellbook.
I think honestly the B King might be better than the Tremaine. You can sing that with your goat or your fox, or not fox, the rabbit. But both of them are kind of just a 1-for-1 at best.
Which I'm fine with. I would. The thing is I would much rather, I think, have a Tremaine on board than the B King. I agree there's some value trade-off in singing, but if you have a body on board, it's all like basically a must answer for them. Especially if you're like lore advantage, it's always just pressing the advantage.
Right.
In my case, and do I think the Tremaine is a great card? No. Obviously, I think Medusa is a superior card, but I think a 1 of Tremaine makes a lot of sense, especially when you're playing. It, really came in clutch, I think, in the mirror, and it does come in clutch, I think, against the Ruby Sapphire. It gives you an out. If they're when I play Big Sisu or they play their Tamatoa down, and I'm not saying that it is the best play in the world, but it gives you an answer to have in the deck.
Yeah, I was experimenting with Yzma to deal with that target removal, but I think we've touched on this before, but Brendan from Podcana says it best that sometimes you just don't need an answer for every card. Like the Tamatoa in red-blue. If anything, I would think the matchups that Tremaine's ability are good in, its body is bad in. So in Ruby Sapphire, yes, that's great because you get rid of that Tamatoa, but there's a Medusa coming right after.
Absolutely. But here's the thing: is I would much rather have Medusa come down on board in a Ruby Sapphire matchup than have me facing the Tamatoa. Like, yes, I agree, but like they're now having to answer your board, and yes, they may have that answer, but at least you're kind of like pushing that advantage. And I will say, I think another card that I really like in the Ruby Amethyst matchup, which really came in clutch, is that Goofy.
Yeah, that helps you close it out. Part of the problem with Tremaine, though, too, is like in the matches where her body's good, her ability's not, right? So in anything that doesn't have that target removal, Steel Song, Green Steel, I mean, Green Steel is going to have a harder time removing a Tremaine, but it's also going to have like 10 characters on the board, and it's just going to throw away a small Ursula.
Right. I would never make the argument that you should run 4 of them. I think it's a 1 of card. You've got folks out there that build decks, and they're always trying to figure out, how do you build decks, and how do I put together the amounts and stuff. And I think you start off with 4 ofs of a lot of things, and then you decide, okay, well, what are the empty slots I have? And then you tech in. And in my mind, Medusa's the Tremaine is just a 1 of tech card. If you're running more than 1 of, I think you're probably running 2.
You already had 3 too many tech cards in your deck, though. So there was that. I mean, we're trying to solve that problem first.
Well, here's the thing. I tend to agree, though. Like, I was on your side when it came to the having only 60 cards. And I know you take Brendan's side from Podcana, and you want to argue, that the argument there is for it. Oh, it looks like they're going to do a little pack.
Knock on the door
Yeah.
because we're recording in here. But then I don't know what they expect me to do, right? Like, I can't knock back.
Yeah.
Right? We yell, come in while we're live on stream here. But yeah, it looks like we might get a 2-pack battle.
Looks like we're going to get a 2-pack battle. But what I was going to say is I think Justin Ward said it best. And I think is that Lorcana is very forgiving in its altar system. And so I think there's some flexibility to run more than 60 cards. Like, yes, in most card games, I think it makes sense. That rule is pretty steadfast. Run only the minimum amount of cards that you need. I think in Lorcana, I'm not sold on that as much as I was a few weeks ago. I know you disagree.
I'm still pretty sold on it. I think running more than 60 cards is fine in something like practice, but I really, really think you should get in a strong habit of trying to run those minimum cards, because just the way it could become. It could change. Lorcana could change in the way that 60 cards is not, more than 60 cards can be valuable, right? We've talked about the obvious ones like mill and things like that, but at the same time, it could also become more and more important to have only 60 cards. And I think we told the 20 for Brad to go first.
Yeah. Well, should we cut to this?
Oh, yeah, sorry. You guys aren't watching that. You're just watching us. We're going to get over to this. We've got the 2-pack battle going on.
2-pack battle.
Between not the mayor and... Is it the mayor?
It is the mayor. Mayor's on the left on the bell
we
mat,
got,
and I think it's Jimmy over here on the right.
Yeah, we got ROV Jimmy over here. Let's adjust his name real quick.
Listen, we're a 2-man show here. Production and everything.
Call him James. We'll call him Jimmy.
Jimmy.
His name in Melee is James. I gave him crap about it yesterday.
Well, that's because you know the story behind that, right? So he had some issues at Gen Con.
Because of Jimmy and James?
Well, because of like his legal name, so they had to create like a separate Melee account. It was kind of a nightmare. It was really a mess. But yeah. So
Jimothy is his actual legal name. So
let's see what we got.
I'm not gonna know what any of these cards are. Man. It doesn't matter. We got Clarabelle, Simba, Candy Lady, and Eradigan. It looks like
Candy Lady.
It's one of them. There's a couple Candy Ladies, and they all have crazy names.
Racer.
Their names are like Jelly Bean McSweettooth, and it's like
you're not a fan of Wreck-It Ralph? Is that not your?
This is not my favorite. Not my favorite Disney movie for sure. It's not a bad movie at all.
But just to be clear, that's a Vanellope von Schweetz. She's a 1 inkable 2 for 2 quest for 1.
I just want the viewers at home to know Vince had to look that up. It made it sound like that he knew it and I didn't, but he looked it up actually. So.
Listen.
Candy
you have to tell folks behind the magic over here. Exactly. Thanks, man. Just diming me out like I know.
You made it look like I didn't know what I was talking about with Candy Lady, okay? All right? Just because I'm not Googling it every time.
Listen.
See, is that Coda or Kenai from another Disney movie I'm not a fan of?
What is Brother Bear? That's what that's from, right?
It's from The Bears Are Us. It's either the like.
No, it's Kenai. It's Kenai.
So it's the 2-1 that like
one
helps
for
out with
the Coda. Right.
Yeah. The Coda's the better one. It's got like 2 lore, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but I do love the flavor text on this. You have to look at after your little brother, no matter how big a pain he is.
Yeah, I mean that is good advice. Although, I was a brother. And my sister might disagree. She might say that sometimes they're too big of a pain. And just, it's just too difficult to love. So.
But yeah, so it does look like though the mayor has the Ruby Chromacon on board, which that is actually a fairly decent card. We do see that in.
Is that what is it? That red card? It's 2 lore, 2 3s, and like a Nutsy. I think that was last set actually.
I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to see what these cards are.
It's a 2 lore, 2 3, I think. I can run out there and just shout it to you if you want. How long is this microphone cable? Maybe we can.
I mean, fairly long, but probably not that long. We see. Is that Finders Keepers? Is that or no?
That's not the hypnotic.
Hypnotic
strength.
Yeah.
There's hypnotic deduction and there's hypnotic strength.
The reason why I was going to bring this up is because, people think the next big bad is going to be Jafar. What's your take on that?
Well, I thought it was going to be Hades at first, but clearly they're making it seem like it's going to be Jafar.
Do you think that's a fake out for us?
It's possible. I mean, it's possible that the Hades big bad teased like a set or 2 ago. He becomes the next big bad, and then this Jafar big bad tease is actually for like 2 sets in advance, 2 or 3 sets ahead. I think you've said it before on the podcast that you're predicting like a good bad kind of back and forth between the set champs and the focus of the lore and things like that. You know, we had the Ursula, it was all terrible, and then terrible. It was all evil, and now we've got the big party that they're all at, and clearly something's about to happen after the party, and then hopefully we get another party after that.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like though Jimmy has this match.
He is. Oh, is that the turbo? He's got the turbo down too with the rush, and it counts as King Candy.
Oof.
I mean, Jimmy is doing the classic 2-pack battle. Play every card you can and just turn them all sideways.
What are we at here? 13?
Looks like it, yeah. I think we only go to 15 in these 2-pack battles.
That's right, only 15. And you get to use the two...
ink tokens, yeah.
Yes, I want to say, though, the advertising card slot.
Marketing card.
Marketing cards, yeah, that's right.
We got the Hey. The Hey is really good, but I think it came down a little bit too late, unfortunately.
Just going to quest and go to 9.
I think he just wanted some dignity there to make it seem like he had some more lore on the board. All right, we're going to see the cards flipped over. We get anything good?
Yeah, let's see the cards.
What are you doing, Brad? What are you doing? Oh, maybe they're playing another game.
Are they going on into another?
Okay, maybe they're doing another round here. I was going to say, I swear, if you don't show us those cards, Brad, we need to know what's in there. We need to see the enchanteds that everyone got. We can clear this lore out here as well. How are we doing on the rest of the round for Melee there?
Yeah, let's take a look. It looks like we have one round still not reported. A lot of draws, which, pretty much to be expected. But we do have Ron, which I want to...
Ron, let's go.
Bill and Ron is 2-0. And Justin Ward is also 1-2-0 in his matchup as well.
All right. So maybe we can get either Jimmy or Justin or Ron on the stream here next. We'll get Hunter on maybe in the future, but I want to make sure we have a large enough chat to boo him as.
Man, you're really laying on the Hunter.
Yeah, the Hunter hate. The hater.
Why? What's the?
Plays Green Steel. He deserves it.
Gotcha. I don't think he's playing Green Steel today, though.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think he's playing it today.
Well, unfortunately, the sins of his past are not absolved. So, boo Hunter in the chat. For the record, I do like Hunter. He's a friend of the podcast and a friend of ours. Brad and Hunter and I traveled to, and my wife, we all traveled to Atlanta to do the first DLC together. Which was a lot of fun. Except the part where we lost, but it was still a lot of fun.
But you did better in Chicago than you did in Atlanta.
Yes.
And hopefully you're going to do better in Seattle than you did in Chicago.
Sure. I'm going to have more fun in Seattle. That'll be for sure. I'll be looking snazzy at the very least.
Oh, well, yeah, that's right. That's right. Do you want to tell them why?
I was just gonna let them wonder.
Let them wonder. Well, we can let them wonder.
Does Jimmy have in his hand? What is he doing?
I'm not.
Is he searching his deck for a card?
Is that something you can do with Mini? I guess.
I don't know. Look up this Mini. It's a band leader Mini. Oh, maybe it goes on the top.
When you. Thank you. When you play this character, if you use Shift to play her, you may search your deck for a character card and reveal that card to all players, shuffle your deck, and put that card on top of it.
Interesting. So we see the Monstro go on top. So he got to look at every card in his deck. That was kind of a decent advantage, I would say, for something like these pack battles. Even in game 2, where he's already seen a couple of them.
Yeah. Well, and especially when you get start off with those 2 marketing cards. It's a great way to leverage your advantage.
So Monstro's coming down right here. Turn after the mini.
Yep.
And that's a 5/6 on the board. It is.
Quests for 1 gets on the board.
So I think that is that Merryweather, which is a 2/4, gets 2 when challenged. It could also be, I don't know. We should look into getting a like a Disney caster. You know how like the DLCs they have one person that does like color and stuff, and then sometimes they'll have a caster on there that like actually knows their Disney stuff. Maybe we should get one of those for one of these rounds.
Well, honestly, Brad's fiance might be maybe a good way to get her involved, because I mean she doesn't like
soon to be fiance.
Soon to be.
I think it's a secret. You might have just ruined it.
Did I ruin it?
You might have ruined it. No. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I think like
girlfriend.
In this day and age, you're spending that much money on a ring, you gotta go shopping together, right? So it's hard to keep it a secret. Brad is certainly taking the lead here, although he's got Jimmy's got the Monstro on the other side, so we see the whole board just get cleared, and a quest for 1 from Jimmy. We missed one earlier. He's at 3. Oh no! And he also had the Clarabelle to take out the item, and then he top decks another Chromacon. Wow, this the tables kind of turned there for Brad for the worse. Oh, and Candy Lady's back.
Vanellope von Schweetz, thank you. Man, this went from Brad's game to right back to Jimmy.
Yes. We got Mufasa on board, which I'm sure Brad will just throw into the Monstro to watch it banish. He's a Scar fan, so we see the Huey, Dewey, and St. Louis card being played. I don't know what it does, but I don't think it matters.
Yep, and that's a victory for Jimmy.
Oh, we got a Camilo. Let's see what we got. Foil Visions.
Oh, there was the Finders Keepers. I saw it in there.
Is that 2? No, that Namari's not a legendary. That's a rare. Foil rare Namari and the legendary Camilo.
Yeah. Well, we're going to cut to a quick break as we get set up for round.
Justin versus Hunter. So this is, if you guys are viewers, this is Justin Ward, top 16 from DLC. You guys can come in. Sorry, you don't have to knock. You can just open the door.
Okay. They're going. Are you guys good?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we're fine.
we're good.
Oh,
You guys know what to do?
Back soon, that's why I was like, okay.
Yep. We're a little delayed.
Huh?
We're just a little delayed on the stream than we are in real life. Yeah, like by a few seconds. All right, so we're getting started.
Well, we're here interrupting there.
Yeah, getting all a little set up. Well, I mean, production team of 2. We're doing our best here. But yeah, so we've got Hunter here playing hyper aggro, puts down a daisy.
Popsicle.
Justin, Popsicle, Tipo, trying to figure out what else he's going to ink. Was that a be prepared?
I don't know, but whatever it is that goes down, I think Justin is trying to see if he can last for a few more than 2 or 3 turns. This
That's
hyper
right,
aggro
yeah.
is scary. I know I said booed Hunter before because he played green steel, but
Now you're going to boo him for playing hyper aggro?
Vince over here trying to defend him. Well, I think he's playing something different today. Yeah, something worse. All right, double boo Hunter in the chat, everyone.
Quest for 2.
Did we see the daisy trigger? Did I just miss that?
No, he did. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was a how far I'll go. Went to the bottom of the deck.
Unfortunate. I think they're criticizing the fact that they have to do it twice. I'm sorry.
Listen,
We're working on it.
you
We
know what?
appreciate your help. Except for you, Hunter.
The Hunter hate is real. See, Ron is my arch nemesis. I think Hunter is your arch nemesis over here.
Oh, I moved the cable and we killed the feed. My bad.
We'll get that right back up. But I think in this match here, just given the nature of how
Sorry.
favored, when you're looking at hyper aggro here, it's just, this is a hard matchup. We do see Fishbone coming down. So Justin's goal, I mean, like a lot of Ruby Sapphire decks here, is to try to ramp as quickly as possible to get to that board wipe that is in his hand.
It does look like it. Is that a Hiram that went down?
Popsicle draws a card. And it looks like he's thinking about what to do with the Tipo. Is he going to quest?
Yeah, if
He
he
just
does anything
sits
with
on
the
the board.
Tipo, then the Tipo could be taken out and the Lilo gets an extra turn. This is scary for the red blue player.
Inks a Piglet. Brings out the duck.
7 lore.
Yeah,
swing
for a
here.
7 lore swing goes to 9. Misses on the first trigger, but does pick up the Grammatala. Justin's just trying to think here. How does he get to
7 ink in time.
7 ink in time?
6, 7. He's going to 16 next turn with what's on.
Got a dime in hand.
He has a knowledge and wisdom in hand too. So he goes to 18 next turn.
Yeah.
This
Oof.
is scary. He needs a Medusa here. Oh, he only has the Grammatala.
Hiram and Fishbone, it looked like.
He just needs to double ink here and get to B prep.
Yep, that's right. Be prep next turn. Hopefully reset that board, but you're right. All he'll need is another knowledge and wisdom.
A goat or any of a number of things.
Yeah. So we now have 6 ink.
Take out the lead. Oh, the bodyguard.
Yep, the bodyguard.
Oh, and he quests for 1. Okay.
Quests for 1.
We'll see if that 1 comes in handy in the future here.
Oh, blue.
That's game.
Yeah,
That's
that's
GG's. Because he'll go 6-7 here to go to 16. 17-18 when he wipes the blue. And then 2 for the knowledge and wisdom. Well, join us for game 2. Coming soon.
that's such a rough.
Yeah, that is. It doesn't get much better than that for the hyper aggro.
Right.
They got the die roll. They got the Shimmering line, as Spessy would call it, and with the 1 drop on turn 1, the 2 1-drops on turn 2, the bodyguard perfectly behind. Had enough cards to ink. And
Tamatoa.
it's
Board
speed
wipe.
prep. Hunter doesn't care. He knows. When will he show his friend across the board? What is his fate? There it is. There it is.
Goes to 19.
No, 20. Because he got 2 for the blue.
Oh, yep, you're right. Did
Yeah,
go.
that's 20.
Yep, so that is a victory.
Wow. Maybe we shouldn't have picked the hyper aggro for the feature match. We're gonna be vamping until tomorrow, Vince.
We're gonna be vamping it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Who won this one? Hunter did.
Hunter did.
There we go. So we said it before, this is best of 2 tournament here. So both players here won their previous matches 2-0. So they both have 7 points. They got 3 for each win and 1 for a bonus point to piss Vince off. And now they are both at the top table, it looks like. It says we're on round 3. Yeah, we should be able to fix that, I think. There we go. 2.
Cool.
Sounds good. Nope, now we're on 1. Go back to 2. Perfect. The round timer. Can we get that going? Will that start? Just says it's over. Nah. Looks like round timer's not cooperating with us today, so I think that's fine. We're never really good at syncing it anyway, so just gonna like disappear. That way no one's like, your round timer's not working. We know. Alright. Cool. So we're on to game 2 here. Why is Hunter didn't go first last time. He was on the draw. We
Yep,
missed
that's
that.
right.
And so now Hunter is first this time. We see the daisy come down again. I don't see the Shimmering line in his hand.
What is the Shimmering line? Where does Spessy get these names?
It's one of his friends, I believe, from a previous trading card game called Gwent.
Gwent.
It's got a couple of silent letters in there, so it's like probably a European thing. But yeah, it apparently this player was notorious for going very aggro early on. So play 1 drop with 2 lore, followed by 2 1-drops with 2 lore, and that is I think officially known as the Shimmering line.
Shimmering line. So just quickly looking at chat here, Jesus, who was in top 2 at Wizards yesterday, so he got the playmat and the Mirabel. Comments here that one of the top 4 decks from Birmingham was Ruby Amethyst, and I think it's a good list. It had 2 Tremaine, 2 Medusa, 1 Big Sisu.
All right, ban him from the chat. Next question.
No, we're definitely not going to do that.
Are there 2 Justins? Yes, there are definitely 2 Justins. I didn't know the other Justin's last name, and I don't think I have room for last names. So
It's Justin Allen.
Okay.
Justin Allen.
We don't need to. I figured we would just ditch last names. So we tried to.
I'd just get better at graphic design, Andy.
I could.
No, I think this looks great. Yeah, so looking here at the board, We got Hunter with the Daisy on board, and I think we're a little bit behind on lore, so we'll update that real quick.
No, he's at 0. I think he.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We
He
don't
is
have
at 0.
20-sided dies only have 20.
You mean it doesn't have a 0 on it?
Should have got a 21-sided die.
21-sided die.
Oh my goodness, this is like the
Goes tough.
quadruple Shimmering line here. We see Daisy, Piglet, and 2 more 1-drop 2 lures come out here. Oh man, and we missed the Tipo on turn 2. It looks like for Justin, he looks like he visioned instead. So definitely should have some good answers here, given that he was able to filter through his deck to find them. The question is, will he get to them? That is.
Yeah, I mean, it is always the question, right? Can you find your outs? We talk about this a lot on the podcast. Play to your outs. Unfortunately, I think these hyper aggro decks just run really fast, and it is one of the weakest matchups for Ruby Sapphire.
It is. I think it's one of the weakest matchups for any deck, really.
That's true.
Everyone was really, really afraid of it at the beginning of this set. We actually saw it take top 4 in our second chance event, which was run on this set meta.
Early, though. That was very early on in the meta.
And everyone was trying to tech against this, and I think since then a lot of people have slowly taken away their tech cards for this because it just didn't really popularize as people thought it would. Even Daisy, I thought for sure Daisy was going to be like a staple in Steel Song decks and really any Amber deck. Even if you weren't an aggro deck, Daisy is such a good turn 1 play.
Brawl's the Piglet, which is probably the only answer you have there, because you got to take that off because that just gains extra lore.
Yeah, but he's going to 13 next turn. He wins in 2 turns here now. He's showing.
And the blue comes down.
And there's no ramp either.
I think we're headed to
some more pack battles.
I think it might be us at that table. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's just I agree. I think hyper aggro is tough against any deck, particularly tough though against this deck because there aren't a lot of cards you're putting on the table until much later. You're not putting those onto the board, and there Justin concedes because he's got no way to go. So this will go to Hunter. That was a quick round 2. Kind of way it goes with hyper aggro though. It's really kind of a shame too. I would have loved to see more of Justin's play on.
I'm actually even more disappointed too. I thought Hunter was going to be playing this green steel. I really wanted to see what a player like Justin would do against green steel, because we actually have been having discussion in our chat. I think it was earlier today or yesterday, where one of our teammates who plays red blue is vehemently hates the green steel this meta, and I personally have not tested it very much, but when we had Justin on, he talked about specifically how Zan kind of got a little lucky in that one matchup he had against the Ruby Sapphire, and that Ruby Sapphire is kind of favored. I think Justin was saying that he wasn't particularly fearful of that matchup.
Yeah.
So I did want to kind of see that, but unfortunately this is where we're at. Right. So
I will say, though, I am afraid of the Emerald Steel matchup as a Ruby Amethyst player.
Sure.
Just particularly that Prince John is just hard to remove off the board. If it weren't for Prince John, I don't think that matchup would be as unfavorable as it is, because I think there are ways in which you can empty your hand and just choose not to draw the engine to give them, removal. But that Prince John being a warded character that allows them to draw when they discard, so they're basically getting a 2-for-1 kind of on what they're trying to do. And in a lot of ways, I actually think it's certainly not as I think it's actually a better play line than the Bucky. I think you were talking about this last week, but it's also not. It's the Bucky playing against that Bucky deck was just unfun because they would just empty your hand, and that sucked because you had nothing to do. you don't get in those situations, but you're still jammed out of trying to do what you want to do. So you still it's unlikely that you're not going to have cards in your hand. Like you might have 1, 2. They can empty your hand, but also it's like the thing is like what you want is you want to try to get to that B prep as soon as you can, clear the board, and hope. And in that matchup, your Ruby Amethyst, your top decks are going to be on average better than the top decks of Green Steel.
Yeah, but that's the problem, honestly, is that with that Prince John,
yeah,
they're not top decking.
Right. Right, exactly. But by the time you get there, they've got a whole buttload of cards in their hand, and they have and you have no cards, and they've probably already gotten to like 12, 13 lore.
Yeah.
And it can be hard to recover from that kind of deficit in Ruby Amethyst. But I think that's actually where probably Justin says, the Ruby Sapphire matchup might be a little bit better, is because, yeah, you can get through that deficit, but you can get to that board wipe. You have a better ramp option than you do in Ruby Amethyst. And so you can clear the board, reset, then you can try to put together your draw engine with the Hiram, and you can control the board they're on. And it's really easy to go from like 0 lore to 18 to 20 lore in a Ruby Sapphire deck, where that is just, you're fighting for every lore as a Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, I think I feel like if we had seen a Brawl or a Medusa in Justin's hand in the first game, where he was able to ramp to that Be Prepared, all he needed was one singular removal tool prior to that Be Prepared, I think, for him to be able to hold on and probably take that game much longer into the match.
Yep.
Because like you said, you kind of get to that tipping point where Amethyst Amber is just sort of hoping for that top deck of a Goat or Vision, Knowledge and Wisdom, sorry. But yeah, no Medusa to play on 6 to get rid of that bodyguard so that the T-Bow could take out the Lilo.
Right.
No Brawl to do the same kind of thing. And then just, unfortunate luck that, he had both the knowledge and the Baloo.
Well, I think that's ultimately, though, like where we saw this with Andy's deck at the Second Chance event, is having things like Let It Go, which can put the Baloo into somebody's Inkwell. And so since it's not banished, you don't get that lore advantage. Yeah. And so there's certain play lines that work there, but Justin doesn't play that. He doesn't have some of these like rush characters, whether it be Queen, or even like little Sisu. Yeah.
Human Sisu.
Which I think would have really changed this matchup to be a little bit more favorable.
That's what I was saying, though. That people stopped doing it.
Yep, that's right.
They slept on it, I guess.
Well, I don't think it's so much that they slept on it as so much as what happened is that hyper aggro fell out of the meta. We saw that it didn't do very well, in either Birmingham or Vegas. What?
I think for what it is, it did well in Vegas. It had a positive
conversion rate.
Yeah, it went up a single percent point in conversion rate. It was like
that's like a margin of error type of thing going on, but fair enough.
5% represented, 6% top cut. That's pretty good, Most of the others were less, right?
Yeah. So, but I also think that deck has some weak matchups against things like
the die roll.
But we saw that didn't matter here. But I just think this is an unfavorable match for
very
Ruby Sapphire. Yeah. So I think we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back. But thank you for joining us here, the Rules of Villainy team at Grape's game for the Shimmering Skies Set Championship. Hey, so we're back here at Grape's Games, covering the Shimmering Skies Set Championship here, and Andy is out, but I'm here with some packs that I figured I would open while we wait for round 3 to start. So these are Shimmering Skies booster packs, so let's see what we got. Yeah, that hyper aggro really just goes super fast, and so it makes it somewhat difficult once those rounds go pretty quickly here. But we got Snow on our Rumbo, Ulf. It did, Jake here, I was just looking in chat, did put the volume up just a little bit, so hopefully if that helps, let me know. You got the Noik, 2K, Ever as Before, Sneezy, welcome back, Bill and Andy.
Vince opening packs.
Ed, Maid Marian, Food Fight, Queen Sensor Core. Here, you open this one.
Hi.
Prince Philip, and in the foil slot we got a Flora. So.
All right, we're going straight to the foil.
Enchanted.
Obscurosphere. Merlin Turtle. Not the worst of the Merlins. There is still the squirrel. We got Fix It Felix.
Fix It Felix.
Fix It. Chacha? Chaka? Shaka?
Cha-cha. Cha-cha, right? I think.
Radigan. I think this was actually one of the ones we saw in that 2-pack battle that we didn't know which Radigan it was. Royal Guard, this is a great one. Hey, I've been turned into cow. Can I go home?
Royal Guard.
We got the Tipo, everyone's favorite. Magical Aid.
Magical Aid.
We got Minnie Mouse, Dazzling Dancer. We got Gaston.
You're just throwing cards around over here.
This is the big 10-6 with Rush. We got a Doc. This is a really good card. I hope we see some of these in Amethyst Steel. And then we've got Vince looking to see if he got an Enchanted in his pack. He didn't.
I did not.
Foil
Sad.
Medal of
Sad.
Heroes.
Doc Bold Knight.
Yeah, Doc's a good card, I think.
Yeah, when you play this character, you may discard your hand to draw 2 cards. Smile, everybody! You're getting your photo.
We're just getting some behind the scenes pics here. What's going on?
And as you can see here too, we've got. If you haven't yet picked it up, pick up Villainous, Disney Lord. Yeah, it's also made by Ravensburger. Yeah, it is with the exclusive promo card.
I ordered that online, and I should have supported my local game store because it didn't show up. Yeah. So I then went and did the right thing, and I got it from Grape's Games.
Make sure you go support your local game store. Pick it up. I didn't, but I did pick it up directly from Ravensburger's booth at Gen Con.
Acceptable alternative.
So I think that's okay. And I think you've actually got another one over there. We
get the Lorcana Gateway.
Do you have that product? I haven't. I didn't pick that product up yet.
I do. I have it because I just want to experience it. I really like how they have like the built-in packs. They're pre-made and predetermined, but they've got like the booster packs that you open. And I also wanted to do like a video for the fans to sort of play through this, give them an idea of what you're in for when you get this. I think it's a great way to try and get like younger kids into Lorcana. Like
absolutely. I will say one thing I really do hope, and I think probably some stores around the country are doing this or around the globe, but I really would like to see a kids league for Lorcana be created. I think it's something we've talked a little bit about doing potentially.
Yeah, we played with one of a pair of brothers that play in our area that are really, really good. Yesterday, champs.
Aiden.
Yeah, Aiden and his brother Blake wasn't there, but they're both very, very, very good at the game. It obviously made us think, man, we need to do like a kids tournament or something.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like that's not necessarily fair though, because some of these kids should be in the adult league for sure. Some of these kids are whooping my butt regularly, so I don't know.
I mean, hey, Reed beat me. That's the son of one of our Rules of Villainy team members, and I was telling Aiden actually yesterday. I'm sorry, I can't go easy on you, because if I do, like, the thing is like, I can't lose this, because I can't be known as the person on our team that always gets beaten by children. Even though he's a great player, he did a really great job.
He's devious too. He's definitely a villain, because he told me he's like, when I play people, I love it when they're like, "Oh, it's a kid. How old are you?" And he's like, and then I really turn it on. It's a good strategy for sure.
I was
Very
like, no,
unassuming.
we're not working. That's not happening today.
Very unassuming.
But yeah,
and they play very skilled decks too.
Absolutely.
He was piloting Ruby Sapphire,
which
yesterday.
is a hard deck to pilot, and he
Vince
piloted
can't
it
play
way better than I do. Ron was just giving me trouble because like I fell off that deck and went back to Ruby Amethyst. And he's like, you really should have given Ruby Sapphire more time. And I agree. I still have that deck built. I still need to give it a little bit more time.
Maybe the time has passed you. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe we're not young enough souls. For
Ruby
Sapphire.
Sapphire. I mean, it's either
sharper
that or
mind.
I go to the real villain side and go hyper aggro, or
Pull
pull
a
out
Hunter.
Emerald Steel.
Pull a Hunter there.
I am going to build an Emerald Steel deck, though, and play it in locals for a little bit, because I want to understand its play lines better. And I think the only way to do that is to actually build it and play it. It's a deck that you can give me all the trouble if I do decide to take it to Seattle, but it's unlikely I will. But I do think it's a deck I want to get my hands on to better understand its play lines.
Absolutely.
So that I can maybe better counter it. And
It's hard.
I agree. I think it's it's really, in my mind, the double whammy of that Diablo and the Prince John. There's just two cards combined, and I mean we saw two.
You got to deal with both of them.
Well, yeah, you do. They're basically must answers, and if they get enough ink, that Ana that comes down is really good. Can remove a damage character. There's a few options. I don't remember them off the top of my head because, I mean, as longtime listeners of the podcast will know, I don't play Emerald. I play against it. And I think that's probably one of my problems with it sometimes, is that I probably do need to get my hands around actually playing that deck a little bit more so I understand it a little bit better. But frankly, I just find Emerald Steel in particular not to be a very fun combo to play. And
See where we're at. We got one game going still, looks like, in this round.
yeah.
Do we give him an update on the
Yeah,
standings here?
I'll pull up the standings here and see where we're at.
We got teammate Ron went 2-0. So looks like we've also got Nicholas went 2-0. So I believe at this point we got Ron, Hunter, and Nicholas are all at 14 points here.
How did
So
Jimmy do? Jimmy
he
looks
went
like
1-1. He won, but his opponent also won. So he will be at 10 points here. Kirsten, my wife, went 1-1 as well.
How'd she do in her first round? Did she go 1-1 first round?
1-1 as well.
That's actually
so
pretty good.
You can tie a few, so that's not
you can
bad.
I mean, with going 6 rounds and then into quarters, I mean, I think that's a decent breakdown. I mean, I will say this is one of the largest tournaments to date so far in the St. Louis area. 36 people here at Grape's Games. Wonderful, beautiful location here. They just opened up within the past month. Maybe a little bit longer. It was like end of August, because unfortunately their old location getting demolished.
Yes.
For a whole downtown new project here.
I think they would have had
Chesterfield,
more people, but some of them showed up at the mall, and unfortunately, they also got demolished.
Yeah, and some key longtime players in our community aren't here for other obligations. I will say, I think, I'm 50-50 about whether or not I love that Ravensburger has expanded the time frame to every weekend. I like that. I like they've given more opportunities for folks to play.
Definitely.
I do wish, and I think I did say this when we had when we first found out they were doing this with our Lizard Current, I do wish they would allow stores some flexibility to do some weeknight play, particularly because like I think it can be hard for folks on weekends, just as it's hard for some folks during the week to play and having more opportunities to play. Like you're pretty lucky. You and your wife, you don't have any kids. You just have dogs that you have to deal with. I'm a single guy. I just have my cat to deal with. Long-time listeners will know and have seen him on stream. And so it's easier for us to make it to some of these. And I think it's harder. I was talking to, which I think he's here today. I think Chance, where he's got like a 3-year-old or something like that. He's got like 2 kids. He was saying, it's hard for him to get out to some of these. And I mean, he's making it out. But we know, that can be somewhat difficult for folks. So, I'm not saying I think, it should be 30 days willy-nilly. Folks should get all the time in the world. But I do think it'd be nice if they said, stores can maybe versus a whole month, maybe 2 weeks, and encourage stores to do it on the weekend. But if stores want to do it during the week, they can.
That's what they did before, right? It was 2 weeks. I think they gave us a two-week period.
Was it two? What was it? Full 2 weeks, or was it like? Was it like a Friday to the next Sunday? So it was like 10 days, right?
Might have been, yeah. It might have been a slightly shorter than 2-week period, but I think part of what they're trying to do here is they're really trying to limit the ability for stores to sort of run these unfairly. Not that I think like stores are running these unfairly, but I mean, we saw it in the first set champs. There were stores that ran theirs on like a Monday at 8 a.m. and then they were done at 9 a.m. and then
but I mean those are stores that are like just doing their employees, and hopefully we can weed out the bad actors. I think a lot of stores, like we've gone to Bodak's, they would do it on a Thursday night. They run a pretty fair setup and stuff, and I think John at Bodak's would probably prefer to run it on a Thursday night than doing it on a weekend. And I think about like scheduling and competing, like last weekend, or actually no, I'm sorry, this weekend. So it was the release.
3 of them.
Yeah, but it was the release of the new Magic the Gathering set, because they come out with 900 of them throughout the year.
But who cares?
No, but I get it. But what I'm saying is the stores have to schedule for they've got other events and stuff. And while I'm a hardcore say, forget the rest of those card games, Lorcana is the supreme card game. I think reality's baked into the fact that there are other key release weekends for folks, and some stores are small. They may not have the space to do both a release weekend of X card game and then also do the Lorcana set championships. And of course, we've got a longer weekends to go, but I don't know. I mean, I think I would like for more people to be able to come, and if that means allowing even just 1 week of the month for folks to schedule some flexibility.
I'd be curious. I'd be curious to see the numbers between set 1 champs and set 2 and now 3. Obviously, the game has grown in popularity and things, but if you have it in that 1 week, so like think about it now. We have it every weekend of the month. I am able to, I can't make 1 weekend this month. Period. That existed before set champions were announced. I'm going to Seattle, right? Granted, it's Lorcana stuff, but you have one thing planned on a weekend, and that knocks out a weekend, and then you could have that same thing happen in a single week, right? If you're busy on that 1 week, now you have 0 opportunities to do it. So I would definitely be curious to see whether they saw more people in that when it's in a more condensed period of time. I personally, since like you said, I got nothing better to do than play Lorcana. I'm going to all of them anyway. I liked it being spread out because, I liked it being compressed, because when it's spread out like that, I now have to schedule all of my weekends for the month to do something. Whereas before, I just had to clear my schedule for 1 week. Granted, it was a lot, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
But I mean, you're thinking about it. You're doing that over 1 week every like 4 months or 3 months or so. So versus like a month every 3 months, it can be a lot.
Every
and stuff.
weekend.
It's like so you and I played yesterday at a store. Today we're here casting at Grapes. I mean, next weekend I think There are two. The
Two more
weekend
we'll go
after
to,
we'll
yeah.
do. One of which I'm, running that particular tournament that I have since the Stitch tournament. So it is. So for me, like, there's just two, right? Even, with this month, we've also got Seattle. So one weekend, like you said, gone.
Then we got
And two, basically, for me, one weekend gone as well, because we're casting here, which I love doing. I would rather do this than play in a lot of respects. But and then also running a league, which I love, and I know Brad has offered a bunch of times to also step in and do.
You're coming to Ron's party, right? So Ron also had our whole team basically is invited to Ron's party that he was having, that again was scheduled before these champs, and I like my friend more than I like the card game, so we're limiting our number of of events that we can do. So I guess currently I'm not like in a walker and like really really old, so I can handle one full week of just like nonstop playing Lorcana, but it is definitely something I would be I'm interested to see how Ravensburger sort of continues this going forward.
And I mean, this isn't so much a critique of Ravensburger.
Certainly.
Like, I think they've done a really great job. I really love the fact that they've expanded pricing down to 8. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten a Mirabel yesterday if it weren't for that. I would have ended up playing out that match with Hunter and honestly probably lost. And not because like I don't think my deck was fine. And I mean, Hunter's a very good player, right? Because you think I had three too many cards in
and
the
one
deck.
too many Tremaine.
Just to be clear, though, I did start the day out with 64 cards, but then I realized
I'm so proud of you.
I realized that there was a card in there that I needed to take out, and so I took it out.
You should have realized there were 4 cards in there you need to take out. We need that.
No.
We need that.
See, villain debate.
We need the what's the Mr. Rogers? We need the Mr. Rogers meme. You know what? I'm really proud of you, Vince. I am. I'm proud of you because you took that card out. That's good.
Looks like round 3 is about to go up here.
Did we get that last match? Oh, it was Maggie. An ROV teammate took it 2-0. That was the final match for Raven.
Yeah, and you know what she's playing too, right?
She might be the only one playing that.
I know.
We won't spoil it.
We're not going to spoil it. Hopefully we'll see it on a featured match and get to the table. She did really well at the Ursula Set Championship at game night.
Someone's probably sitting down already. They're not. Who do we want to see here, Vince? So we could see Hunter again.
No. That match will go by in like 5 minutes.
So I think we're
going
to see the second match here, which is going to be Nicholas versus maybe Trist.
Yeah.
Or whoever this is. I'm going to go get it set up here, and I'll be right back.
All right. Well, while he's doing that, I will talk a little bit more about why I think 63 cards is fine in a deck. No, I give Andy a lot of trouble, and I understand the reasoning, and I understand the logic behind it. But ultimately, Lorcana is a very favorable altar system. The fact that you can see up to 14 cards, the idea here really is just mulligan hard. When you get those your first things, like don't be afraid to put 6, even 7 cards back to look for your key play lines at that beginning. I think there are a few things in Lorcana that are really challenging, and it's hard to get feedback on. One being your altar line. What you're going to alter those 7 cards that you get so you can see up to 14 cards. The second is your ink strategy, understanding how you can, ink well, because you get no feedback on how to ink in Lorcana. So if you ink incorrectly, it can really mess up your play line. And then, I think the third is just really like, deck construction.
I think we'll be okay. I saw the deck colors. That's the main point.
So, who do we have? So it looks like we have Jimmy.
Yes, we've got Jimmy and Tabitha here.
Jimmy and Tabitha.
So,
So Jimmy has 10 points.
Yep, and I believe Tabitha should have the same amount.
Have the same amount. I don't know what her
I don't. That's
her melee username is.
oh, go back. Oh. It is that one, number 10.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Also 10 points.
10 points, yeah. So 10 points. So both of them are. I think so. Yes.
Okay. I apologize if I spell your name wrong, Tabitha.
So yeah, their record coming into this is 3-1-0. So that's 1-2-0 and 1-1-1. Going in there, I say that a few times fast. But we're about to get started here. We have Jimmy on the right, which we'll get this up here in a second. And we'll have Tabitha on the left. And just kind of looking here, we do have Ron, so teammate Ron, in second place. And
At the top table
at
right
the
now.
top table, I think he's playing Hunter in his hyper aggro.
We spared you from watching that matchup again. You're welcome.
But given how that hyper aggro has so far performed, it's likely we'll probably see that at the top tables
No.
in the future. You think that'll not?
Maybe in the top tables, but I do think this may be the end of the line for our friend.
Well, maybe it would have been good
Hunter.
to see it.
It will still go by way too quick.
Just getting everything set up as we get over. Sometimes people knock the cable out on the way over to the top tables. Makes it a little bit hard to get that all set up.
I
All right.
The cable real good. Apparently.
Well, actually, while we get this set up, we'll be right back.
Right. We're back here.
Jumping in mid-match here, so does look like
2-0.
2-0 already here.
See the strength come down, or not the strength,
Strength
the
Zeus.
Zeus.
Yeah, come on. Yeah. Has it been that long since you've seen that card? I mean, the answer to that is yes.
Right.
Remember when Steel Song was a staple in this game?
Yeah.
and we knew it like by heart.
For like 3 sets there. So we have a very interesting deck here from Jimmy. I believe he walked in this morning and said, "You're gonna love my deck."
Hey,
I've actually-
look! You were talking about it. You wanted to see it. Doc on the board.
That's happy.
Oh, is that
Doc?
happy? No,
No,
that's
maybe it's
Doc.
Doc.
That's
Okay.
Doc.
Oh,
A
we got the
whole new world coming down.
All right, so we see a new hand for both of them. But yeah, Jimmy has got the Ruby Steel deck. I believe we saw one of those in Top 64 at Vegas, was it?
Probably because Vegas did have a more diverse
Yeah.
top 64. It seems like they're very orderly over there in Europe.
Yeah. They're just not as big of risk takers, I think is what it is.
I mean, we're very independent over here.
Very, very much. We're not beholden to, it's probably the queen probably forbode it. Ooh, so we see the dock go into the Seven Dwarves Mine Cave Tower, whatever it is. It's some sort of dwarven mine, and when a knight character goes there, which most of these dwarves that Jimmy is playing are, when they go there, I believe they can do 2 damage to chosen target character, and 1 damage if it's not a knight.
Yeah, so during your turn, the first time you move a character here, you may deal 1 damage to chosen character. If the moved character is a knight, deal 2 damage instead.
Okay, so we saw that take out, I guess, a little Robin Hood there. And we see the Naveen come down.
Prince Naveen.
Free song. Looks like we're going to get Storm for free on the dock, which is a 1/3, so it doesn't go away. Did she draw?
Yeah, drew off of it.
Draw
Yeah.
off the...
And it looks like you got a Cinderella, I think, off that, the 1-drop Cindy.
Okay.
Hard to 100% see, but we see the Queen go into the Inkwell. Yep,
Cinderella
and there's
played.
that Cinderella getting played on the board.
I feel like you can tell by Tabitha's motions here, how she's playing, that she clearly I think the spice for this red steel deck is that nobody knows what the heck's going on
Right.
here, right?
Yeah.
You can see her questioning different decisions, I know what to play, but not against this. This is really weird.
Right, yeah,
So-
because this is a very different playline deck.
almost a surprise deck. I think that if anything, that's its advantage here.
And Jimmy gets a lore off of the location. That is a kind of a tough location to remove.
8 willpower,
It's got 6,
6.
but I would say it's kind of difficult for a steel
Yeah, I mean,
deck.
except for the Zeus, right? The Zeus can do to a location.
The Zeus
And
can't.
we also can see here that we've got 6 damage from the Naveen and the Robin Hood, so that's not lasting any longer. But we do see Gustav, I believe, the giant, come down. He's a relatively cheap card. Yeah, 3 cost 6/6, but he comes into play exerted and cannot unexert unless you banish another character from the opponent's side, right?
Yep.
So, and it's only your turn, in a challenge too. So here we'll actually see.
So plays a Naveen, gets to play the grab your swords for free.
Okay, so yeah, if we were to see one of Tabitha's characters maybe get banished here by challenging into that Gustav, the Gustav would not ready. It's only during your turn, I believe.
So she quests with Cinderella, Robin Hood, and Prince Naveen. Goes to 5 with those. Jimmy goes to 4 off the dwarves.
Look at this. Smee can take out Prince Naveen in a trade, which readies Gustav, which then takes out and survives against the Robin Hood. Oh, we see the Pete come down. He puts a dice down to mark no actions. That's good. That's a smart move.
I mean, it's better than blowing a whistle. I didn't bring one, did you? We need a little sound effect. Whistle.
Whistle sound like
And wow, and another location comes down.
I kind of wanted to see a knight come down.
You're right, takes the Gets to ready that Gustav, exactly that play line you were just talking about.
Yeah, that is definitely. And then
You
only
know,
5 on the Gustav. So we do see a card drawn for Tabitha here from the banishment of the Robin Hood. But wow, I think the only thing that could have been even slightly better for Jimmy here would have been a knight coming down and the knight moving to the mine
To be able to take out the Cinderella,
as
yeah.
well. Man, what a board clear that would have been. But Jimmy looks like he's sitting with only 2 cards left in hand, so certainly doesn't fear the whole new world at this point.
I honestly probably wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, he can't get it because of the Pete, but
Right.
We see the Robin Hood come down.
Trades.
Ooh, see, that is a good. See, that's why I think the knight into the castle would have been nice. He would have been forced to trade the Naveen instead.
I think
Tabitha
you're
would have been forced to-
you're right about that. Yeah, 100%.
So we see Tabitha quest for 2 with the Naveen to get to 7. All right.
Friends don't let friends play Ruby Steel. Well, it seems to be working for Jimmy right now. Jimmy actually goes to 6 because of the 2 7 dwarfs. Oh, and he plays the
Jim
Nookins
Hawkins,
with a location.
the RLS. What a good one.
Oh,
And he's got 1 card left in hand.
One
Boy, if
card
that was a
in hand.
dock, that would be the perfect remaining card in hand. He can't play it this turn, but it would be there for
trades out
next
the
turn.
Pete with the Naveen. I think that's a pretty good trade.
Absolutely. Pete's done his duty.
Yep.
There's no bouncing to get him back to play him again. So, and you can't quest with the Pete either because the Robin Hood takes it out and gets the 2 lore for free.
Right,
So,
exactly.
Um,
So might as well remove that 6 Singer.
yeah. Yep. Singer 6. And again, the Naveen plus the Robin Hood is able to take out. I mean, there's 2 mines now. We're just straight, stripping the land of all of its resources here with those mine factories. But yeah, he's keeping all of his.
I mean, those dwarves are busy, okay?
There are 7 of them. So.
Well, there's 14 actually now.
Well, some of them are twinsies, though.
Plays down. Yeah.
2 for Jimmy here.
Actually, he'll go up 4 because
Oh,
he's
yeah.
got the RLS legacy. So it goes up to 10.
Even better. Oh, the Tiana.
Ah.
Is he going to get the last card out of his hand?
He is.
a
Oh,
Flynn!
Flynn Rider!
Ooh,
Wow.
Which actually is triggering from the Jim Hawkins if Tabitha can't do something about it, which it is evasive at this point because it's in the RLS legacy. So, and Tabitha's also looking down. She's staring down, having no actions for the foreseeable future if she passes this turn without taking care of that Tiana. So there are some very looming threats here.
Yeah,
on Jimmy's side.
it looks like in hand here, Tabitha has a whole new world. Looks like a.
I think I think she sings the whole new world here. Unless there's a swords. Is one of those others a swords? If we've got a swords, then
It looks like
we
a
could,
swords in there as well.
Oh, did we? Oh, I thought we froze for a second. It was just some intense thinking here. Oh, so we see the queen come down instead. Interesting move. Swords, okay. Resist 2 does nothing, and then we sing the whole new world. See, I'm not entirely convinced. I wanted to play the queen there if I was Tabitha. Although I do like the value it brings in being able to buff and either swing into the legacy or the Tiana, which, depending on what you drew, may actually be the bigger threat. But we do see a queen come down. A little queen.
Goes 4, goes to 16. And actually, I think that's
that is
game. That's
yeah,
game.
He has game on board.
Because he just quests with those 2, goes to 20.
Does he not realize it?
He may not realize it.
Jimmy, you won! Stop toying with us.
I mean, this just goes to show you sometimes when you're playing a new deck. I mean, I didn't even realize it until like looking at it here
Yeah.
a second ago. We were debating about all the actions that Tabitha could do.
And it didn't matter in the
and
end.
it doesn't matter. It's just like, what are we doing here, Jimmy? Doing 1 damage. We're doing like.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and then, oh my goodness.
Just.
This is something to watch. And that's game.
And that's.
Oh, does he just realize?
And he just realizes that is.
Oh.
That's game. And they scoop.
All right. That was definitely a good game one there, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you just see Jimmy showing off with all those locations at the end. He's like, yeah, I got win. But I'm going to take out your queen anyway.
Yeah.
So what do you think Tabitha's strategy is now? Now that she knows what she's playing, knows the what line of thinking? If you're playing Steel Song.
I mean, one, I don't really know what cards Jimmy has, so it's hard to, even playing it once, it's hard to, well, obviously I can look at the deck list, Vince, but like, they can't, and so it's hard to know exactly what all the best cards are. I think Steel Song still wants to try and do the same thing. It can, which it normally does, which is play those early singers, try and just remove any sort of threats that the opponent has.
I'm mostly curious though whether or not Jimmy has a Be Prepared in his deck. I did not see that at all in his hand.
I'm guessing no. We don't have his deck list here.
Disqualified.
He probably emailed.
No, I'm just kidding.
This one doesn't have a name on it. Oh, the name's at the top.
All right. Well, we're now into they've shuffled. Looks like they're in the process of altering here. And as you were going to fix that, I was telling folks, that I think the alter is one of the more difficult decisions in Lorcana. And I'm a big fan of altering pretty hard.
Yeah, it really depends on what you've got in your hand and what you're looking for in your deck and stuff. But it is definitely a really powerful tool. So I think we see it with Green Steel. They have only 4 1-drops, the 4 Diablos. I think they often will mulligan for that very, very aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter did that yesterday. He was like instantly 6.
Yeah,
it was like
7,
to go.
And then I think we also see that with Ruby Sapphire as well.
Trying to get one of those 1-drops either.
Or the 2-drop ramp is what they really need. That Tipo. Or the 1 jump.
Yeah.
We see the 1 card cut. All right.
Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah, we recommend shuffling your opponent's deck if you're at a DLC and you don't know who they are. But
Which is in the rules. You can absolutely shuffle somebody's deck. Don't let anybody tell you can't.
you should still do it with respect. Make sure you aren't, damaging the sleeves or doing anything
Right.
aggressive. But it is always good.
I think it's polite to ask. Be like, you mind if I shuffle?
I don't ask. I start pile shuffling.
Just grab them and start
I'm
shuffling.
pile shuffling my opponent's deck. Pull a Brandon. Okay, so
we got a.
Is it Doc?
It is a doc.
No effect Doc.
We got.
How valuable is the no effect Doc? I think he's done it twice now. I think in both games we've seen him do the no effect Doc.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
I mean, people, we got 10 people watching and only 2 likes. If you're watching and you haven't smashed that like button, please do.
Well, I don't think that's the no effect doc. It's just he didn't use it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering how no effect Doc, like playing it without the effect, is that really as valuable as it must be worth something. He's
Yeah.
done it twice now.
You do say that, but that's right. Make sure, please, if you're watching this, smash that like button and hit that subscribe and
Yeah.
ring that bell notification to be notified of future episodes and our content.
Yeah, next week on the podcast, we're gonna have to have a talk with our listeners. I found that fancy graph on YouTube where it shows you how many of your viewers are actually subscribed. And you know, when you watch a YouTube video, they always say like 100% of viewers aren't subscribed. They're lying, but I found our graph, and so I'm gonna Photoshop to say 100% of you aren't subscribed, and then guilt you all into pressing that button.
Oh, so Tabitha's playing the Daisy in this deck.
I said that earlier. I think it should be. I think some Amber decks don't run it, and that's a bit sus, in my opinion.
Sus.
It's a bit Among Us. All right. So we see the aerial come down.
All right. So top 4 looking for first gets a song in that first one. Looks like it's the only option. Gonna show.
I don't know what the order of those cards were, and I guess in Steel Song you may not be getting down closer to that, but I think we talked to Justin about this. You always want to try and put a little bit of thought at least into the order of bottoming those cards. All right, so we see the Storm on the dock. Just most certainly just for the draw power. That's what we want to see. The Daisy is in danger if it quests here.
She's in danger.
Oh, we'll see the Daisy take out the opposing dock.
Wow.
That's actually not a bad move, depending on the hand strength of Tabitha at the moment.
So we see Sisu going into the inkwell for Jimmy. The goof! And that's a
Super
2
Bebo.
lore right there.
He's at 3.
So he's at 3 lore.
Super People, let's go.
I love that card. I have that in my Ruby Amethyst deck, and man, did that card come in clutch yesterday.
Yeah, I inked it a bunch. I think it's because I had Super Goof and not the one true Super Peepo, which for our American viewers, that is what they call Goofy in Italy. And actually, I think in other countries too. I believe Goofy is Peepo in Spanish, maybe as well.
Yeah, I don't
Or
know.
Portuguese, one of those. I was looking for a copy of Super Peepo. If you are an Italian viewer or listener, hit me up. I need you to mail me a copy.
Charge him $100
No.
shipping.
That's how much they wanted in shipping. Just my buddy said it the best. Just stick a stamp on the front, and then
Honestly, at this point, it'd just be cheaper to go to Italy
it would be
and
just
get
fly out
the
there.
get, a couple $100.
DLC Italy. We're going. All right.
Yeah, next year.
All right, so we see 2 queens come down, and it looks like the reasoning for that was the strength of the Raging Fire that we see. Aerial.
Quest for 2. Did Jimmy get anything off that top deck? I didn't see.
It's too quick sometimes. Which this is crazy too. I think they talked about it before. The DLC in North America, they record it ahead of time and then they play it back. But in order to line up the finals, which I think is a bit more live, they like play it back at like 1.5 speed.
So you're commenting faster.
So, and I'm just like, I'm having trouble keeping up at real time speed here. And then you got, Zach Bivens shuffling at 50,000 cards per second. And it's like,
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, while I say they also aren't running, like 4 different things in the production cycle here. So
we are a 2-man show.
We are a 2-man show doing everything from setting up to commentary.
I was confused how that queen took out that Gustav, but it's actually the big queen. We shifted big queen, used its ability,
Yep.
traded with the Gustav, which still does actually trade because -4 only makes it have 2 strength, but
we see Tabitha be able to quest up to 7.
although that Daisy Duck is once again in danger.
In danger from the Robin Hood.
And that'll be another free 2 lore with a Lawrence.
The
Good
Lawrence,
card.
such a good card, and Sisu.
Sisu is somewhat of a whole new world proof, if you will. Well, we actually see the queen taken out. That's a good.
Yeah,
play.
I think that's a
the smart
better play. Yeah.
I forgot that queen only has 3 willpower, so it's able to be taken out.
Flute comes down.
That is.
It's a play.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Jimmy today, and I can't remember what he said about the status of Benja in his deck. I don't know if he said he added
Location
it or
goes to the bottom of the deck.
But if we do see this game go on long, that flute could rack up a lot of lore.
It can. And I imagine here Tabitha's probably got a whole new world in hand here.
We get 2 for Jimmy. He does take out the daisy this time. We see the Robin Hood. Yeah, Jimmy is... And he is... Oh, he is going to take the 2. He's going to hope that maybe he can empty the hand even further. We see the Flynn come down, and he does. Wow, the insulation against the whole new world here
wow, and goes
bonkers.
to 11 there. Just
absolutely crazy.
maybe I don't see actually the
Oh,
whole
it's
new
just
world.
a piglet in hand. It looks like. Oh no, an aerial.
Aerial, digging, hoping.
But now we don't have enough to play it, so we need. Oh, the grab swords. The grab swords is huge.
Yeah.
Can't play it this turn, but
No,
that is,
that's the card you got to take. Yep.
that takes out the Robin Hood, the little Robin Hood, the
takes
Flynn,
out the Flynn.
the Doc. Although at this point, I think it's too little, too late. That's 3 from the Flynn to go to 14.
Yep.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 from the. Jeez, you're gonna do it to him again. Come on, Jimmy. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
He's just playing the last card he had. So that's 6 to go to 20, and that's the game.
that is the
Oh.
game.
the failed fist bump at the end. Oh no.
It's 2 games for Jimmy. Rules of Villainy Jimmy here playing Ruby Steel. So, I have to say, for those folks in chat who friends don't let friends play Ruby Steel, Jake, I have to say, looks like
Maybe you should find better friends.
more friends, yeah.
Your friends aren't telling you to play Ruby Steel, and clearly
Because clearly it is the superior deck here in the matchup.
I am happy that we see the Steel Song, though. I think we talked about it on the podcast that we were a little worried it would
We're gonna go
would fall out.
packs and do a pack battle.
Okay, great.
So,
Yeah,
but
so
whatever.
cool. So just whenever you sit down, we can start streaming it.
I was gonna say we should try and interview Jimmy. We should try and ask him about his red steel deck.
I think we have plenty of time to do that probably before round
We probably do.
3. Or if you want, you can go grab him instead. We can do an interview.
He's setting up for the pack battles. I'll let you do that. I'll see if I can't set up to maybe get an interview with Jimmy here.
Listen, I'll say this. Sometimes when you're playing a new deck, you don't know how things are gonna go. Well, I mean, Brad's the mayor. He's friends with everyone. So he's our non-villain villain. So we got Jimmy here sitting down with some packs. Let me just reset these lore counters. So, it always helps that, I get a phone call in the midst of streaming. But yeah, I'll just say sometimes, when you're playing one of these new decks here, when it's a deck you're not super familiar with, sometimes it's hard to see that, hey, I do have win on board, seeing what your win condition is. And also, I mean, sometimes people, when you're on camera too, you play a little bit differently. There's more stress on there. So, I just be kind to folks, knowing that that it's easy to see when you're watching this from home. And that goes true for, the DLCs as well. It's real easy to be like, hey, you should have quested, you should have done this. But, sometimes when you're in those situations, it's a lot harder to see, and we all make mistakes. And so just, kindness, I think, is always the best policy to go through on these types of scenarios here. So we see Jimmy has unwrapped his packs here, taken both the marketing cards out I think he's just explaining the rules here to Tabitha on how this works. And just a reminder here, basically pretty similar rules. You get to use all the cards, as you would in any draft format, or I should say limited format. And then you get those marketing cards that go into your inkwell that you can use as extra ink. So you automatically start off with 2 ink into your inkwell. You draw a standard hand. Is it 5 cards you draw in this?
7.
Or was it 7? But the same rules apply about inkable versus uninkable.
I thought some people said everything's inkable.
Well, I did say that, and I think I'm
You were
wrong.
Okay. Well, Vince is wrong. Wow, I'm surprised. we did our obligatory enchanted checks. There were
No enchanteds.
no enchanteds, unfortunately. Sorry to spoil that for y'all, but I don't think they would be sort of raw shuffling. Oh, it is 5. So they did draw 5.
Yeah, I thought it was 5.
Okay. They did 2-pack battles were being played. Well, first off, when they were first announced, it was single pack battles, I'm pretty sure. And then they switched to 2-pack battles.
They did test this out a little bit in
Yes.
Chicago.
They did it in Europe too, I think, first.
And so they were testing this out, and so it's been I think the rules have changed a little bit as we've gone.
But they officially released rules now for it. So I think there is like a document. That has,
is there? I haven't I need to update my master rules binder.
I should say, I don't know if there's an official document, but I can say that we had the rules displayed on stream during that last Lorecast. So we now have like an official.
We did, and there was an enchanted, and you can't tell me that wasn't planned.
That it seems very unlikely that it wasn't planned.
As you would say, Andy, sus.
Very
little sus.
Very sus. All right. So we see the 2-drop 2 Lore Maleficent come down. That's a good card to start with. Then we see Mufasa. That does something that isn't relevant to today's meta. We see Happy, maybe inked, one of the knights, and
there we've got
Iduna, I believe that is.
The queen.
Is it the queen?
I think so. That looks very queen-like.
It's not Iduna, right? That's
No.
not the one I thought it was. That's the one that goes in your inkwell, right?
No, I think this is the queen that lets you search for something.
Well, he was looking for something, but he didn't get it. That's for sure.
Let's take a look.
We see him pass. We see an Olaf in hand.
Yeah, so that was the Queen of the Council. It has Ward 3/2. When you play this character, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may reveal any number of character cards named the Queen and put them into your hand.
If there was anywhere that this was going to work, it's pack battles, I guess. They need better queens before that becomes a thing.
Your little snort as I read that. I lost it, man.
So we got Stitch down. We see the Mufasa take out the whatchamacallit? The Maleficent, right? And then we see, I guess, is that a hypnotic deduction? Draw 2, discard 2.
Yes.
Draw 2, discard 1. I think.
Which that's a good card for this.
Yeah,
I think in a limited format like this.
Definitely.
these go very, very quick, so you need to have the right cards at the right time. I pressed the wrong button here. We're only on round 3, but
Oh, we're actually on round pack battle.
round 3.5. Yeah. But I just want people who are jumping in to know that we are at the end of round
Jimmy
3.
with these ruby locations, man. Just
Yeah, is he playing pack battles or has he grabbed his deck?
yeah, did he? I think he sneaked that out of his deck.
I think he did. Actually, that's a bad location. It's Radigan's party, I think. So
Yeah, I don't even know what that location does.
I think if you have a damaged character here, it gets +2 lore.
Yeah.
So it's bad unless you're losing and hiding in there, and then it's decent.
I actually think Tabitha might have one. No, I think she used the
She used it to attack.
Yeah.
Yep. I think she should have damage on that Mufasa. I can't tell. There's a dice on it.
We now
Mufasa-
did quest
Yeah, so we're at
2.
2. All right. We see the King Candy come down. Another great option here. We get
So that
Two in
card
one
has
bottom?
made it to some Ruby Sapphire decks. What do you?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that as a card in that deck?
I mean, it's not a bad card. The problem is it's uninkable, right? So you just have such a fight for the uninkable slots in that deck. But I mean, the concept of I thought it was draw 3. It's draw 2, bottom 1. But the fact that it can get any card out of your hand is really, really nice compared to something like Visions or Grammatala, where you are sort of unfortunately stuck picking one and losing the other. This is another really nice way to sort of get a bad card out of your hand, help unbrick your hand. It's a hand fixer, if you will. I think that's what they call a lot of the. We saw them a lot more earlier sets because the power creep hadn't begun quite yet. But the tap to draw 1, discard 1, they call that like a hand fixer basically, because if your hand's not great, you can grab one and then throw away the one that makes it not great. All right. So how are we looking on the end of the round there?
Well, we have only one more game still being played that hasn't been reported. Unfortunately, our friend Ron, friend of the pod, lost to Hunter.
Boo. Boo Hunter.
Boo. Double boo.
Which means we might see Hunter again next round, depending on if we're in ID range yet or not. Would you guys like to see Hyper Aggro versus Green Steel?
Well, I mean, you're the one who said that we weren't going to see him again.
I don't want to see him again, but
So we see Tabitha questing up to 7 here.
I have been told about a couple spicy decks.
Queen and King Candy swinging into Wolf, I think.
We see Mikey go 2-0.
Wow.
Big.
You were threatening to switch me out if I didn't make it here on time.
Well, I'm glad you made it here on time because clearly Mikey is out there doing work, playing the game. Teammate Megan also 2-0, looking good. Also, all of the people who aren't teammates that are playing in here, we do still love you too. Like, we just don't necessarily know who you are. So I apologize that we're not like out here talking you up. We do see Justin 1-2-0.
Yeah. The Sapphire Chromacon comes down. I think that's one of the weaker of the Chromacons.
So far, it is. I think there's been some talk that it might have some value in the future. It's not a terrible card, but yeah. Right now, there's really only one Chromacon getting played, and that's Ruby. I guess
No,
maybe
I think the Amethyst Chromacon gets
and
played.
Emerald, people pretend like they want to play, and they try and play it.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Emerald Chromacon. too much. I've seen some testing of it, but
Burlmeister's list had, I think, 1 in it. Although that was the 61st card, so I could taking that out.
yep. And it looks like Tabitha
Has got
takes
it here.
that for the victory. Well, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with round 4. right, here we are into round 3.
4. Round 4. That was the one thing we forgot. We were like, is everything good? Everything's great, except for the round number. Round 4.
And we have Kirsten, your lovely wife, who is also a guest podcast host.
Absolutely. Check it out. Episode 4, I think.
Yeah, it was early on. It was when I was in Gen Con.
Yeah, when Vince Lee left us for VinceCon.
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 Which, speaking of Gen Con, there's my beautiful 2024 Gen Con mat.
He did bring back the mat for us to use in these streams, so that is very generous.
But we have Maggie here playing Blue Steel,
Absolutely.
or Sapphire Steel, and we have
Zoolander deck.
your wife playing Emerald Steel. She's gone to the dark side. How do you feel about this?
I mean, some people would say that it's the best deck, so, you know. She
Would
was
you
having
say it's the best deck? Are you
no.
some people?
I don't know yet. I'm unconvinced, but it is certainly a very good deck. I think she was a little frustrated with the performance of Ruby Amethyst yesterday at the Set Champs.
I did beat her in the mirror,
Yeah.
which she was unpleased with. Which, hey, if I was in the reverse position, I would have been too.
All right, so we see the Beast go down, and no 1-drop for green steel here. So I see the Popsicle in Maggie's hand. I think that's most likely the best 1-drop here for her. We do have the Fire the Cannons, though. That is potentially dangerous if we see a Diablo get down for the green steel player here.
It's a good answer for that card.
Certainly, but it's a very cheap answer, too. And we know it's not leaving her hand anytime soon.
Popsicle comes down, draws a card.
Fortisphere, okay.
Fortisphere.
So we're going to see Kirsten play a character here. And then it's going to get Fire the Cannons. Yep. And then we're also going to see the Fortisphere come down.
So we see them morph.
Popsicle.
Another Popsicle. I have to say, I do think, I know people talk a lot about the Hiram engine in the Ruby Sapphire deck. I do think the draw engine for Hiram is better in Blue Steel.
Oh, plenty more targets for sure.
Yeah. And I just also think your 1-drops are more valuable because you basically have 4 Popsicles. So, the Fortisphere also replaces itself. The ice block is a little suboptimal.
There we go. Just what I said.
Yeah.
So the Fire the Cannons comes. Argus is inked. Fire the Cannons comes down. Takes out the morph. Steel is not the friend of Emerald, or Emerald Steel in this case, but Emerald in general. So we see the Deceiver of All come down.
Yep. Turn 3 play.
So
another Fire the Cannons.
The one thing to note here, though, is that we haven't seen the ramp yet. I mean, generally they ramp on 3 for Blue Steel here, but if Blue Steel is forced to continually answer these threats, then they may get behind here because they're not able to ramp and get to some of their bigger tools that they want. But we see the Smee come down in ink and the Peat played, so that turns the DOA off for a whole turn here. No songs. All right, so looks like maybe an ink decision here from. Oh, we passed turn already, I guess. Okay, so Kirsten's thinking what to play here. We see the Diablo in hand. It looks like that might have been top decked there. So the Ursula comes down first. So she is going to check the hand knowledge to see another Fire the Cannons. So Let It Go and a Whole New World. So we are going to throw away the Whole New World. Was that the right choice?
I mean, what would you have chosen in its place?
I mean, the Let It Go is the only other option, but I don't mind. I don't know that she minds a whole new hand.
Yeah, folks in stream, if you could just chat. Is it a little laggy for you? I'm also monitoring it on the YouTube channel here, and it looks a little laggy. So if it's laggy for you, please let us know, and we'll see if we can maybe.
You should jump off their Wi-Fi because you're probably contributing to the problem by being on their Wi-Fi and also streaming it.
I
Right.
can just.
But I definitely want to know if it is laggy. I agree.
I don't want to jump off the Wi-Fi though, because I want to be able to see the.
You don't have cellular service on it?
Not on my iPad.
It's not the iPad 5G or whatever?
I don't pay extra for the 5G.
Apple doesn't give you free 5G. Come on. All right, so we see another popsicle and a Fortisphere come down. Maggie just drawing tons of cards.
Yeah, so I am seeing comments that it is very laggy.
We look like we're still getting about the same bit rate here. I'm not sure. I mean, Peter's cooking a little, but not too bad. We're only at 50% resource usage. We're doing a full 30 frames a second. Maybe watching from our phone will give us a better analog. Maybe it'll fix itself in a couple minutes here now that Vince is off the Wi-Fi.
Because you yelled at me since I'm taking apparently all the resources here.
You're clogging the tubes, Vince.
I should probably.
Oh wow, we are only getting a few frames per second here. That's something we're gonna need to investigate here.
Yeah, so give us just 1 second while we investigate that.
We'll try and keep it going for you here, but video is choppy.
Yeah, video is really, really choppy here. So, well, Andy investigates that. We'll go like a baseball style for the radio here, and so I'll do like a whole play-by-play. So it's Maggie's turn here, playing that Sapphire Steel. She's got a Hiram on board and a Pete. We've got 2 popsicles and a Fortisphere. And we're thinking about what ink decisions to make here. Thinking about what to play. We've got 2 T-Pos in hand and a Cogsworth. Looks like we're going to ink a Cogsworth. Pete taking off the Ursula, the Deceiver of All, off of Kirsten's board here. Now we go to Kirsten. Kirsten plays the Diablo, sees what cards are in Maggie's hand. Maggie still has 1 Tipo and 1 Cogsworth in hand. Kirsten on board here with 1 Diablo and the Ursula Deceiver. Played that Ursula Deceiver to see what was in Maggie's hand. And it looks like Kirsten quests for 2. She quests with that Diablo. I'm able to get that draw off the Diablo as Maggie draws as well. Maggie inks one of the T-Pos, plays down the giant Tinkerbell, deals 1 damage to all characters on the board. Has the option here to quest with the Hiram Flaversham to be able to draw 2 cards. Thinking about the options here. Of course, if she does that, she does give Kirsten the option to draw. She could also swing in. Although, fortunately, that Diablo is evasive, and so has no option there. No longer has a fire the cannons in her hand. runs the Pete into the Ursula Deceiver.
Oops. Well, sorry.
And I no longer see the game. Passes turn. Does not activate Hiram. Doesn't want to give that draw to Kirsten. Kirsten plays a Hypnotize down. Takes the Cogsworth out of Maggie's hand. Maggie no longer has any cards in hand. Quests with the Diablo. Passes turn. Kirsten is able to draw off of the card there. Maggie does decide to activate the Hiram, draw 2 cards. Kirsten activates Diablo, draws an additional 2 cards. So it looks like we do see a Let It Go. We've got a Rise of Titans going into the Inkwell. Lucky Dime comes down. Uses the big Tinkerbell to sing Let It Go. And removes that Diablo off the board. So now back to Kirsten here. Just has a Diablo on board. Just that 1-drop Diablo. Can't quite see what's in her hand. Looks like we're cooking the computer here. All right, so Kirsten plays the we don't talk about Bruno on the Hiram. Immediately discards that card because Maggie has no other cards in hand. Ursula Deceiver goes into the Inkwell for Kirsten. 2 ink left. Can potentially discard an action and shift onto the Diablo. Which Maggie wouldn't have an answer for right now. Looks like we're going to quest with the Diablo. Maggie pulls off a Cogsworth. And triggers the Lucky Dime to go to 3. And quests with the Tinkerbell to go to 5. Toasty.
Looks like the issue is only Peter before he gets to the internet. So you weren't clogging the tubes, Vince. I apologize.
Apparently I wasn't clogging the tubes. Ursula Deceiver Vault comes down. We got Pete on the board. And Diablo. Anyone's match at this time, though, here. You know, I mean, I think with that dime out on the board, you've always got to be concerned about what's coming next. Maggie plays down a Mr. Schmee. Gonna trigger the dime, go to 7.
Stream is looking a lot better.
Gonna quest for with Cogsworth and the Big Tink, go to 11.
All right. So
Yeah. Let us know if the stream was there. I was trying to do my whole like baseball pitch play-by-play here.
Hey,
What?
some people, when I was growing up, we used to tune into the radio and mute the TV because we liked the radio commentators, and we'd watch the game but listen to
Well,
the
well,
radio.
you know, if you're old enough in the St. Louis area to listen to Mike Shanahan, when he used to, he would just get progressively more drunk on the air, and he'd be like, "A swing and a miss."
The comparisons to our stream are unreal. Domino comes out. Oh my goodness.
And there goes our chance of ever getting an option. Swings Pete. No, what did Kirsten?
I think she's
swing
on
in?
two.
Two
Pete
to
and
Pete.
something else in to take out that Cogsworth. The dime coming down is not good.
Yeah. Sings. Let the storm rage on twice.
Yeah, moral of the story here is Rules of Villainy needs a new streaming computer. So be sure to subscribe to our Patreon.
Yeah.
Which
For
doesn't exist.
$0 a month because it doesn't exist right now.
It's fine. I'm an IT guy by trade, so I'll make one out of sticks and leaves. At least that's what my grandma thinks I can do.
Dime again for 13.
Ooh, but now we see essentially the inability to turn anything sideways because of that Tinkerbell. Oh, and the Argus comes down, so now we definitely cannot quest with the Tinkerbell or the Smee because we have the opposing Tinkerbell, which could take them out and then swing and take out that.
Yeah,
Argus.
because it's hard to see, but there are actually 2 damage on the Smee and the
And only
Tink.
2 on the Tink as well? I thought it
2
was
on the
only one.
Tink.
Okay.
No, 2 on the Tink.
So we got, where did that come from? We saw 1 come down from the Tinkerbell, right?
Well, also the storm.
So shouldn't there be 3 on there maybe?
It's hard to see. I can't. Those are really white dice, clear dice.
But there's enough on there that Tinkerbell can take out the opposing Tinkerbell, survive, and then finish off either the Argus or the Smee. So.
Well, I think if the Smee quests, the Smee's dead.
Oh, true. So.
But she does have a popsicle, so she could heal something on board.
Yeah. Problem is the Smee still goes away. So if we quest with Smee and Tinkerbell and we popsicle, you got to popsicle the Tinkerbell, honestly.
Yeah.
You have to let that go. Quest for 2.
Yeah. I think that's the right play. I mean, that card's going to die anyway.
She loses the dime targets, though. It's really rough. You can't really turn the Tinkerbell sideways. Yep, there you go. So you
Heal the Tink.
But it is still a bit of a pickle. I mean, 15-4. Maggie definitely has a handle.
Though I'm not 100% sure I tracked the lore correctly here because it looks like
Dice are still at 15
Kirsten has 3,
Yeah.
but
We'll go off what the dice say. So she quests the Smee and lets it go. Okay, it doesn't quest the Tinkerbell. That gives. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the dime next turn. So this is win on board.
and obviously I think that was a good solution there because if you see Kirsten has the Anna in hand and would have been able to play it and banish that Tinkerbell.
Yeah, she almost didn't even need the Anna though, right? Because you just run one Ursula in and then take out the Tinkerbell with your Tinkerbell and then take out the Argus and you're left with an Ursula and Tink left. But what do we see? What is that other card? Unfortunately, that's the only.
The Muses.
That was the other card. Okay,
So Sing a Song, I think, would be able to bounce the Argus, but doesn't have
No,
that.
2 strength or less.
Oh,
Argus
it
is
is
a
right.
4/1.
4/1.
The Anna can make him discard, but I don't think Maggie has any cards in her hand, and I don't think she needs any.
She doesn't. Yeah, Kirsten's looking for a way out, and there isn't a way out here.
So it would seem unfortunate.
Quest for 4.
To go to 7, and I think she knows that that's it. 2, 3, 4, 5 to go to 20.
Yep.
And that's game. Hit the victory button for Maggie.
Victory for Maggie.
All right. Well, we get another game here, right? So
We do.
check out game 2. We were having our technical difficulties at the beginning there, so I think we didn't see who went first in game 1. So we'll be pleasantly surprised when we find out who goes first in this game.
Yeah. And then we'll be able to tell you who went first in game 1.
Exactly. Funny how that works out. Maybe if I hold my microphone up to the door, we can get we can hear Maggie and Kirsten bantering in between rounds.
Yeah.
This might be the only place that people get to see blue steel versus green steel. Green steel, very, very popular deck, going to be prominent in most of your set championships and probably at Seattle as well. But blue steel has definitely taken a back seat to some of these other decks.
Yeah.
And so if you're a blue steel player or a green steel player, this is definitely some great.
Well, why do you think that blue steel has taken such a back seat?
I mean, I don't think blue steel was ever as good as like red blue because of the lack of removal.
Right.
But I do think the whole new world is sort of, that hand refresh, the better draw is kind of what made it would set it apart from red blue. But I feel like there's just not as many. The same way with Steel Song, there's just not. The whole new world isn't as valuable. I think a lot of people are fine getting 7 new cards. Unless you have 20 plus cards in your hand like Zan in the finals.
Well, at a certain point, you just gotta stop drawing.
Right. Right. At a certain point, you stop drawing if you're going against the whole new world or something. But, I mean, the more I think about it, I don't know what deck doesn't want 7 new cards. And it really is only the deck that has way more than 7 already in their hand. But, a lot of times that's just not happening these days. But I would be curious to see. I mean, we'll have to see how Maggie does here in this tournament and how Blue Steel does going forward. Maggie is a lifelong Blue Steel player, though.
Lifelong. So really, really great at this deck. Knows all the ins and outs of it. I'll say one thing here is that the ability of players to know decks matters a lot going into these championships, which is why I went back to Ruby Amethyst. Like, I know that deck backwards and forwards, and so I think it gives you some advantage. It's not necessarily going to work in all decks. Yeah, I mean all matches, but I think sometimes doing that. And just a reminder here too. So we're in round 4. So the maximum amount of points that a person could have is 21.
21, correct. Going into this round.
This round.
So they, I believe, Maggie and Kirsten had the same path here: 1, 2-0, and 2 ties, or 2 1-1s. Not a tie, a double win. Everyone wins. So 13 points, still very, very much in the running. It would be 1, 0, and 2, or was it 2, 2, and 2? What they played? I don't know how many games they played.
They're going into this round. Maggie is 102.
4-2-2. That's
and
what
then
they are.
4-2.
2 for their game record. Okay.
Yeah, so 4-2. So that is basically that's 1-2-0, 2 1-1s, and that's for both of them.
We see the Diablo, the one-drop Diablo missed again. So it looks like Maggie is on the play this game.
Yeah.
We saw a popsicle go down on turn 1.
You know, I didn't pay attention here. I just think one of the problems here is Kirsten isn't altering hard enough.
I think she mulliganed the full 7 last time.
Did she?
Yeah.
I didn't see.
It was a lot. She counted a lot.
Let us know in chat. I did miss that. Smee comes down. Great turn 2 play.
That is the worst. She got the Diablo 1-drop off the top on turn 2. That happened to me all 3 games.
Whole New World comes out of hand.
Yeah, last Thursday I played Green Steel Test, and I played 3 games in a row where I got no 1-drop, and turn 2 I draw a card. There's my Diablo. What do you know? That was my 1-drop.
Yeah.
Turn late.
So Maggie trying to think what her play line here is.
All right, the cannon's rendered no good. We're going to see the Cogsworth inked and the Pete played.
Come down.
That's an interesting move. I'm not really sure exactly what Maggie is worried about with the Pete. She may just be trying to put a body on the board.
Yeah, I think that's really
which is viable, but
really there. It looks like she had another popsicle on board. I might have gone there just to see what I draw. But you are going against discard, so
yeah.
But
I'm with you there. I think maybe the popsicle might have been a slightly nicer line.
so we see the Ursula Deceiver Wall come down on the board.
See, now this is where Pete would be a really nice play, right? Like she did last
Yeah.
game to sort of to deny any double songs, but
So we're inking the Smee, bringing down the Hiram, drawing 2 cards.
we want to thank everyone again for watching. I'm just trying to peer over Vince here and look at the chat. We got 12 people watching and 5 likes.
Yeah, so if you're
Smash the like button.
if you're watching this and you haven't smashed the like button, please smash it. Smash it into oblivion.
I think teammate John said he was going to be listening to us as he's driving somewhere far away, I believe. So John, next time you stop for gas, make sure you smash the like button if you haven't already. He's the only person excused from smashing it right this moment.
Yeah,
because he's
there's
operating
no
vehicle.
excuse. You can play an action right now by smashing that like button
It is,
because
yeah.
Pete is no longer active.
Exactly.
So please be sure to smash it.
All right, so we see the muses come down. So it'll be kind of nice for the Hiram, although it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
There's no items out currently, although I think we do have the popsicle in hand still probably.
Yes.
But, playing the Hiram again really is just sort of denying 4 ink, force them to have to play that again.
I wonder though if Kirsten goes for a discard option
Or-
instead.
Oh, okay. Smee gone.
Smee gone, 2
2 on
damage
the
on the
Pete.
Pete. Draws
Draws
2
2.
cards.
Okay. I was going to say, I thought maybe she might have a strength of Raging Fire. So,
And
we
yeah,
bounce
bounces
Hiram.
with the muses.
You can bounce 2, although the Pete isn't weak enough.
Yeah.
Oh man, the double sing plus the bounce 2. That could be really nice. Oh, and we trade the Pete.
Pete.
And then, what do we see come down here? I think if she has it, she should really be developing. She played the muses this turn. Never mind.
Yeah.
There's nothing to play here. We need to develop a Prince John, though. Is really what we want on the board here.
So we got a Fortisphere draw into an
Popsicle
Argus popsicle draw. Also has, I think,
Another Smee, looks like, maybe?
well, also looks like has a fishbone quill.
Okay. That might be good to get going here. Green steel, I think, can be a little slow to get going with lore. So I don't think Maggie is in any real threat here of losing to lore in the next few turns, but the idea of the discard is probably looming, so that fishbone may not be the best option. So we see the Hiram come down, 2 more drawn, and we pass. Now we have 2 more items, 2 more 1-drops. We got the Popsicle and the Fortis.
I think the problem here, though, is like you still got the Ursula Deceiver Vol double sing, bounces that right back.
Every time.
I mean, Maggie was able to draw off of the Hiram coming down, but I don't.
So yeah, the consolation is that Maggie doesn't get to play. She wastes 2 or 3 more turns here, but if you keep bouncing this Muses and she just keeps playing Hiram again with more items, then the hand's gonna be really full, and your idea of being able to get rid of. So there's no songs.
No songs. We got a dime.
All items.
All
and
items.
Fire the cannons. So yeah, the strength on the Hiram to get rid of him for good, and then you bounce your own card back so you can play it again.
Yep.
Unless she has something better to play. Okay, we'll play the Hypnotize. Yeah, you kind of wanted to play that when you had the Prince John developed, but I can understand not having one in hand. So we drop the Fortisphere, Quest for 1, gets on the board. All right, so that was a pretty good turn, I think. The strength, getting rid of the Hiram as opposed to bouncing it is
a much better
way.
Which again
Especially
is why,
after
like,
seeing
I
that
think, if I was Maggie, it's easy. Like I said, it's easy always to like question these when you're watching the match.
Course.
But I think I would have probably wanted to develop out more ramp to have more options.
Yeah. Although, man, that hand isn't the greatest for Maggie, unfortunately.
That's right. I can see why, though. Having seen that full hand,
just all
why?
popsicles.
Yeah, it's like I like what I want a character. It does look like she drew a character off of this popsicle.
Yeah.
It looks like it's the Cogsworth.
Yeah, but Hiram was ready for like a mukbang there. He was like, "Look at all these items. Let me eat them up." So that was very good getting rid of the Hiram. We see the Cogsworth does come down this turn, and there probably isn't an answer for that Cogsworth in the green steel deck here. If anyone is,
would she actually just?
No,
it's warded. You're right.
Yeah. So, if anyone is curious for the deck list, I helped her build this, and by helped her build this, I sent her the link to Zan's deck, which honestly, the number of people I've seen just running Zan's deck card for card is
Quest for 3 goes to 4.
Tinkerbell, great card here. Puts the 1 on the Cogsworth, threatens to take him out next turn or any turn that he exerts. I don't think we're in any fear of rush characters, so she turns everything sideways. If that Cogsworth wants to swing in and hit one of those people.
I mean, here's the thing, though, is like, we've got, looks like 6 ink for Maggie on the board here and stuff, and it's like, I don't know. I just think
she
inks the Smee
and
plays the dime.
Is she just gonna try and dime all the way there? I don't know that that'll work, but
well, she does have a Tamatoa in hand.
Ooh, okay. Where did she get the Tamatoa from?
Yeah, I'm not really sure actually at this point.
When did that happen?
But Tamatoa is in hand, so probably not going to do anything at this point. I think probably just gonna pass to Kirsten.
However, Kirsten is going to the Tamatoa coming down next turn won't have enough to dime it. Let's see. We get to see the hand. There is a Tamatoa, the Fire the Cannons, and the Popsicle. So we still can't shift that Diablo or play that, which she might do it anyway here. Don't do it. Don't do it, babe. She's got the fire of the cannons. You just saw it. It's like watching a horror movie. No, it's right behind you. What are you doing?
Quests for 5 to go to 9. Knowing here that like you have to quest it out with that Tamatoa in hand.
Yep, it's a race now. For
Yeah.
Sure.
I can't. Did Kirsten ink that? We don't talk about Bruno.
I don't think so. I think it is still in hand. I think she has a Bruno and a Diablo in hand.
Okay.
There's very little reason to ink past 6 here at this point. I think she's probably sitting comfortably on the amount of ink needed.
I think that's right.
All right. So a little bit of thinking here. Don't know whose turn it is.
It's Maggie's turn.
Okay.
Maggie's thinking about what to do here.
So the new card is another Smee? Or does every card look like Smee to me? It's all Smee to me.
It's all Smee from here.
It is.
It is another Smee.
Those would have been better cards to get earlier, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Now it's rough. If she had like all those Smees out and then played the Cogsworth, I mean, that's a much bigger turning point for sure.
So Kirsten can go to 16 next turn.
15.
Oh, 15. Yeah, I
3,
can't.
4,
I
5, 6.
I get math hard, difficult, a challenge.
We're gonna ink the popsicle. No way. Yeah, play it.
Yeah, play it. There we go.
Play it. Get a card.
Oh,
Grab swords.
that's such a great card to have right now.
Actually, it's not. It doesn't take out anything except the Diablo.
Oh, it doesn't take out. Yeah, because the Muses is a 2/4, right?
Yeah, but she does have enough for the grab sword and the fire of the cannon, so we can take out any one threat that isn't Tinkerbell, unless you also want to swing in your Cogsworth into Tinkerbell. You could heal it with the popsicle first, but I mean your Cogsworth dies. I mean you're spending a lot of the cards from your hand at that point. It's rough.
Yeah. But I mean, I think you got to play to your outs.
See, the other thing here though too is that if she follows that up with the fire of the cannons to take out one of her characters, that means the Diablo in Kirsten's hand immediately comes online. And granted, she doesn't have the shift anymore, but it means she can play it from her hand without fear because Kirsten knows that the fire of the cannons.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I mean, but when you're thinking Maggie, you're thinking, what are my
certainly
outs here?
And I'm just wondering if Maggie decides she wants to take out one of these characters, actually. Because she can take out the Tinkerbell. She could put 2 more on it and then swing into it with the Cogsworth and heal the Cogsworth first so the Cogsworth lives. But, it would be Ursula for Cogsworth next turn or something very, very the small Ursula for Cogsworth next turn very easily. And Maggie only has that Tamatoa left after that, essentially. So, man, it's
a tough decision.
Yeah, she's trying to think here. If I get rid of something, is it enough for me to then be able to come back and Tamatoa dying here? And the best target is obviously that Tinkerbell, but wonder what she will choose here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Tinkerbell. I mean, I agree that's a rough choice, but
The DOA, no.
takes out
Maggie,
the
no.
DOA. Thinking about what else now to do.
But what songs? I mean, I guess maybe the discard songs she's worried about, but Strength and Storm and
I mean, I think she is worried about those discard songs.
Just Sudden Chill, right? Because DOA sings Sudden Chill, Storm, and Grab Sword or Strength in this deck, and so 2 of them are already offline for Cogsworth. So That is an interesting decision. Then again, Maggie is a considerably better blue steel player than I am, and she's already won one of these rounds. So
Yeah, but I mean, I think she's
Could be
worried
wrong
about because
here.
like the Tamatoa is her
yeah,
way out,
Right.
and the last thing you want is to lose that
Yeah.
answer, and you don't have.
spoiler alert, she's gonna lose it anyway to the Bruno.
But she doesn't know that.
But I mean, yeah,
You know,
I
she's
mean,
playing to her outs here. I agree. I think, you know, it's easy to say that Tinkerbell is a larger threat, and I agree there.
Yeah.
But
You're absolutely right. Double strength kills the Tamatoa instantly, or banishes the Tamatoa instantly. So with that DOA, because there would be 4 characters on the board, does 8 damage. So, she had
and she had another one.
She top decked it. Oh man, that might be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think that's we're gonna
1,
quest.
2, 3, 4 to go to 13. It's not quite over here because we are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still can't win next turn. And that's what Maggie looks like she's counting here. The question is, can Maggie win in 2 turns? And that's what she kind of needs to do here, essentially, is play this Tamatoa, dime this Tamatoa, and then
She
threaten
doesn't.
lethal for
She
next
doesn't
turn.
have enough ink though to dime the Tamatoa as it comes down, and that's the real problem for her right
And-
here.
And I think so. She has 8 right now. Can she ink to go to 9, or she have 9 and she can? No, she had 7. She played the dime, and then she inked to go to 8, so she can ink to go to 9 here. So you're right. She can't Tamatoa dime, but she definitely can't Tamatoa popsicle and dime, which is what you really want to do. Get the Tamatoa, get that recycled item, play it so that you get that bigger dime. I wonder if she'll just throw out the Tamatoa because it's the only thing she can do. I don't think we've seen what she top decked, right? So
Yeah, I mean, so she can do that. She can play the Tamatoa, ink, and play
the popsicle.
popsicle.
Right, but she can't dime it.
But she can't dime it. And again, I mean, I think this is why I probably earlier on wouldn't have inked that fishbone quill.
Yeah. Need a ramp.
You know, it's that giving that option to be able to, you know, like you said, ramp. And we see another fishbone quill. We do see the Tamatoa come down, and we know that Kirsten has that answer without Bruno.
Take out the muses here. Counting again, trying to see. Keep Cogsworth unexerted. No, okay. Yeah, see, the other really unfortunate part for Maggie here is that she knows that the threat she removed in the DOA before that could double sing strength is right there again. So
Yeah.
if that was the out she was trying to avoid, well, it's an out for Kirsten again, right?
Well, but now Tamatoa's on the board, so less.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Before, when she removed the DOA, it was because she was going because DOA could have double sang strength to kill Tamatoa instantly, and now that's still a threat, I think, which is.
But could have
rough.
also double sang sudden chill.
Yes.
right.
Yep. Yeah. Or the sudden chill. You're right.
Oh, so we see location.
Move them all to the cove. Do we sing Bruno, or do you just play Bruno? Oh, she takes out the Cogsworth.
Well, she can't just play Bruno. She
Right, the
would have
question
to
is
sing it.
with Tinkerbell. Do you sing the Bruno? Because that, so 1, 2, 3 only puts you at 16, and then you threaten lethal. But 1 puts you at 14. You're still threatening lethal. I kind of think you sing here. I kind of think you sing it because
You got to take that Tamatoa off the board. I mean, with dime on the board.
yeah, I don't think there's mathematically a way for her to get to 20 next turn. But
I mean, there isn't, but
not enough ink, unfortunately. If there was more ink, then it would be a bigger threat.
but I think you still. I think you're right though. I think you have to sing it here.
I think it's the safest option. Yep, look, she's making the room to turn it sideways.
Thinking about it hard here.
Do it. Yeah, I mean we're in round 4 of 6. These are Kirsten needs this to be a 1-1 for sure. An 0-2 here would be absolutely devastating, especially with being ahead this far.
Yep, there we go. We
So-
sing it, goes into the hand, and now we're hoping that
pull it,
that Tamatoa gets yanked out of the hand.
Hey, sometimes you get surprised. Maybe she pulls over, like another dime. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So is that one? Popsicle. Ooh,
Oh.
Okay. It's not terrible. I think it bought her plenty enough time though.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we can Tamatoa and dime this turn, but we're only going to go up 5.
Yeah. So quest for 2
Yep.
goes to 15.
And Kirsten's also going to get another card here on the draw. Don't miss it. There you go. Good. So she has a card in hand. It's better than nothing. No Prince John came out this turn or this game, so no Zan amount of cards in hand.
And Kirsten has not been updating the dice here, but she is at 15 more.
She just figured it out. She could hear you.
I don't know why it looks like she's at says 14, but maybe it's off
It's-
camera. It's because it's like on the angle,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
she's at 15. We have been paying attention this time.
Well, this isn't like our hyper aggro game where you couldn't pay attention, it went by too fast. Just whoop, blink, oh, gone.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show you how different the game links can be when you're not playing a hyper aggro deck like that.
When you're not playing a deck that has no decisions to be made and is brain dead. Boo Hunter.
Oh, it looks like we're in turns now.
How do we know that? Who said
Chat.
that?
Chat. We did. Rules of Villainy podcast.
Did you say it?
I didn't.
Who typed that?
Probably the mayor.
He's playing a game.
Is he actively playing? Let It Go comes down off the board here.
Yeah, we did go to turns.
So takes away the Diablo. The Diablo goes into the Inkwell here. Playing down
Question
a
is, what turn is this, though?
Smee.
Can Kirsten even win?
That's right, because
Where's the
just
letting-
just for the rules here, when it goes to turns, you either have to win it outright or it ends up being a tie, like a true tie.
2, 3, 4 to go to 19. There's no way we don't let the she doesn't win this because of turns, right? It doesn't matter though. There's just the Tamatoa left in hand, right?
Right.
All right, and there it is.
And that's it. That is a victory for Kirsten. This is a 1-1 match between Maggie and Kirsten. And we'll be right back fairly shortly here to get into round 5.
here. We wanted to jump right in since they're getting started with round 5 here. We've got Tim versus Alec. Tim on the left is playing Steel Song, and we've got Alec on the right playing Ruby Amethyst.
Fan favorite.
I had Alec actually come up to me earlier in the day and said this is going to be a spicy. He's got a spicy list here, or he said I would like his deck. So maybe he just is saying that because I'm such a Ruby Amethyst enjoyer. If that is the case, I feel bad because Ruby Amethyst is in a tough spot. However, we will see how it does here against Steel Song. A notoriously bad matchup for it, but
It is a very notoriously bad matchup. As you see here, we've got Cinderella and 2 double Robin Hoods come out.
that's as Shimmering as the line can get in this deck.
You and the Shimmering over there. You and
I'm actually not gonna lie. I don't know if that's their real name or if that is I don't know their gender. I don't, or nationality, or I believe I honestly thought didn't know it was a person until Spessy told me. But I'm just trying to get the colloquialism going. So
trying to get the points here, but I'm not exactly sure who.
Oh, who we are playing?
Well, you
here.
need to round 4 standings
Right.
here. So.
It's that person, 20 points, and the other one is that person,
20
also
points.
It
So 20 points
makes
each.
sense. Makes sense.
All right. Well, while you're adjusting that, I'll take a look here at the match here. So we got Tim here. He's got Cinderella, 2 Robin Hoods on board, and the Piglet, and also has a Lantern on board, which I actually think is the better card in Amber Steel versus the Flutes. Flutes have kind of fallen out of favor, I think.
Well, as DeCandia would say, I do like playing my cards for cheaper. I like paying less for my characters.
And as I would also say, definitely 3 flutes. I mean, not 3 flutes, 4
For
for
Naveen.
Naveen's.
I wonder if he's changed his opinion on that. But we see the Brawl come down to get rid of the Piglet. Smart decision there. We are at 2 lore. Why 2? Well, I missed something here. Alec played something on 2 and then lost that something on 2 to another song, I'm guessing. Oh, no cards left in hand for the Steel Song. That is actually brutal.
Yeah, that's rough.
The double lantern. I mean, they can play anything they top deck, but man, at this point, this is brutal. In 3 turns, Alec here is going to
Rabbit.
be preparing the entire board.
Draws a card.
We don't even have to fear the whole new world for another 2 possible turns. And that's assuming we see an ink.
Oh, shift.
That was a good one.
That was
to
definitely
get
a good
on
one.
top. So we see another 4 come down, 5 come down.
Yeah.
Yikes! Are we gonna make it to 7 ink? I'm pretty sure I see the be prepared in hand.
There's a Dusa, it looks like.
There is.
So it takes care of the Robin Hood.
So I think we take care of the other Robin Hood with the rabbit. We play something else, and then we Dusa the next turn, and then we B prep the following turn. And I think you might be home free at that point, but you are looking at them going to 14 next turn.
Yeah.
And then 16 the turn after that, depending on situation. Yeah, he also leaves his rabbit.
He does have the Be Prepared in hand.
Yep. But not the ink. See, a Maui here would be pretty clutch.
Thinking about his outs here. You know, I mean, I think the play line here is, man, yeah, that's...
Yeah, I think he doesn't have the Maui clearly. So he takes out the other Robin Hood.
Yep.
He's going to lose that to the other Robin Hood. Oh, he
He's gonna bounce it
Ooh,
with the
that's
fox. Yeah, that's a good.
That's really good. And take out the Ursula.
And it looks like he actually drew a Maui, which I'm sure he wish he had.
A turn ago.
He
needs to
early
ink
at the
here.
Oh no, it's a brawl.
Brawl, yeah. He needs to ink here. Honestly, the brawls might be your best ink.
I'd ink the brawl 100%. Not even a
Because
question.
you have the Dusa coming next turn. So he does opt to take. Yeah. See, you're getting.
So there we ink the brawl. I would have understood that maybe if he had snake in hand.
And then bounce
the back, but
another
Robin Hood.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's fine because
it takes out.
He's got the Medusa and then the B prep, but wow, that's rough. 13.
Yeah, goes to 13.
Why did it take 2 to kill the?
No, he just it didn't. He was just like
do it otherwise.
he was just Alec just misunderstood, and so Tim pointed it out and said, "Hey."
Okay.
So no, that's why Cinderella has no damage on it. It would have died
Right.
had it taken
Banished,
yeah.
Okay.
Or banished. Thank you.
So do we not have an inkable in hand? Oh, it has to. Oh, we do.
We do.
Another fox.
Medusa comes down for sure.
On that one. Okay. And then we have to let him get 3 more. Then we can be prep.
Gets a song.
Is it going to be the whole new world? It is. But the B prep here means that he has to. Oh.
Because he sings it.
Oh, he sung it immediately.
Immediately.
Okay, you're right. Good point. Means no B prep unless he drew it off the top. It's hard to tell.
That's so rough. Oh no. Oh, bare necessity.
No B prep.
No B
though.
prep.
So he takes
But
the castle.
takes the cat.
He's got the Maui though.
Was it the castle or was it the library? I couldn't tell. 100%. It doesn't really matter at this point. It was one of the locations.
It's not a card that Alec needed at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, the match can go.
Yeah, that was brutal. These top decks for Tim are pretty good. He's also a very skilled pilot at this deck. I believe he actually took first place at a set championships yesterday with this same or similar list. So, yeah, I think that was the wrong person. Right? Alec's not at 7. Is he? How would he be at 7? We'll leave him at 7, but I don't think he is. And I thought we were...
Well, I don't think he was at 0.
I think he's at 0. What is he quested with?
I don't know.
Exactly. He's been just answering threats all game. We'll keep him at 7, but I think he's at 0. Maybe I'm not paying enough attention.
Probably need to reset those dice. Or die.
We need a 21-sided die, Vince. You bought the wrong one. We needed a 21-sided, so it has a 0.
They don't make a 21-sided die, okay?
Okay, well, we need you to invent the geometry then, okay?
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to show you why this is a rough matchup. As a Ruby Amethyst player and a Seal song.
He lost that B prep. So we are going to get the extra.
He's trying to dig for a B prep here, I think.
He just got it. Wow. So
probably a little.
Maui the Robin Hood for sure.
Yeah.
I think you just take both characters out there. Maui the Robin Hood, kill the Cinderella. You banish the Cinderella with the Medusa, and you what? Oh. Why is that banished? It's not banished. I don't think that's banished, right? Did the Medusa have a damage on it already?
Yeah, I don't know why the Medusa's banished. That was a
Should we call Judge?
judge. No. Yeah.
I think that's one thing they need to do with DLCs. If a caster sees something that goes wrong, they should just get up from their table,
Just
and
walk
there
over.
and be like, no.
Rewind. Plays another area. Let's see. Can he get another whole new world?
He didn't. Oh no.
No, missed.
A pure miss. Okay.
Whiffed. Oh, that's got to be the best
For-
news.
A Naveen for a strength. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Actually, this is huge for the Ruby Amethyst player
Yeah.
because he's developed his board an insane amount.
Yeah.
How many cards left in hand? 2? 1?
So we go to 17. Is that no 16?
Yeah, 16. Oh man, Quest.
Quests.
Throw it away.
Banishes. Draws. So you're right. He was only at 1 lore. So he's at 0.
Is it 1 now or is it 2?
He's at 1.
Okay. We need like a magic 8 ball D20 where only the number that is like perfectly. Like
Well,
goes to
you
the
had
top
that
value.
cool little setup that they were supposed to click, but
Yeah,
just didn't work out.
it did not.
Yeah, there we go. B prep
Prep, excellent.
clears the board.
Single card left in hand. Could this be a whole new world? That would not be the worst card for him to have. See the aerial. Oh, is that the 4th aerial we've seen? It's the 3rd at least.
Let's see though. What does he? He's thinking about what to take.
Another
Oh, whole new world.
Oh, man, no.
But he does not
Can't
have
play
the.
it. You
He
can't play it
doesn't
outside
have.
your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough ink.
Oh
Oh, but he
my
plays the
goodness.
Naveen to play it. Oh my
What are
god.
these top decks?
What a
Holy
top
smokes.
deck. Wow.
Somebody has the heart of the cards. That's for sure.
And that's just right where the Lantern came out because he would not have had enough ink
Yeah.
to be able to play.
Those early lanterns that
Wow.
felt really bad actually turned out
Wow.
to be came in handy. Which I mean, it makes sense.
And
right?
there you think, I mean, you know, this is.
This is
There are
anybody's
just.
game still. I think this is anybody's game now because Alec probably has another Be Prepared in hand, right? So if
I mean, you would hope you'd have another Be Prepared in
Tim
hand.
develops 2, he doesn't.
But I don't think he does.
Yeah, but he doesn't need it yet. He needs. Oh,
He
no,
does.
He needs something right now. You're right.
Yeah, he needs an answer right this second. And the problem is he's got a lot of bounce cards and nothing's exerted. And so
he does
plays
have the rabbit.
rabbit.
Brawl off the top.
Nope.
Oh no, that's GG.
Yeah.
That might be it.
I mean, could play. Yeah, there's no out here, honestly.
Wow, what?
That's
That's crazy.
go.
I mean, I guess if he had a Chernobog's, if he had 2 1-drops, he plays the broom and then another 1-drop, throws away the broom, draws a card.
Yeah, but at that
Three for
point, you just
brawl.
don't have a ton of ink left.
Well, he would have 3 exactly for brawl.
Because that was the maneuver I was thinking is play broom, play Chernobygs,
And then brawl.
and then hopefully,
Doesn't matter.
yeah. I mean that's.
Oh, he had the broom and the
Oh, actually,
Chernobog's.
it looks like Tim is only at 16.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
We're sitting here like, this
is over.
What are you doing?
Yeah. You need an answer right now. Although to be fair, Dusa should have still been on board. I mean, before the B prep. But
Yeah, I don't know that changes much, though.
yeah,
One lore,
no.
maybe.
Yeah.
There might be, it almost looks like there's another whole new world in hand for what's his name, for Tim there.
Oh, plays another aerial. Somebody deck check this guy. I'm pretty sure I've seen 6 aerials. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, it actually says right here on the deck list 6 aerials. So, yeah, he's fine.
Naveen comes down and he's able to play Zeus on the, I think that was the library.
So this is a pretty stock standard.
Yeah.
Steel song here. No Daisy. Yes. I think that's a valuable one to have. So we saw the location taken out and
the shake hand there, acknowledging the victory. Victory goes to Tim for game 1.
All right.
Yeah, this is just a tough matchup for Ruby Amethyst.
This is one that I thought was much more playable before. When before the other trials and tribulations of Ruby Amethyst came to light, Ruby Amethyst has always been weak to Steel Song. Even, like set 1 when the only decks were Steel Song and Ruby Amethyst, essentially.
What a long way the meta has come since
exactly. So
since the first 204 cards. Who would have thought?
So it is, it is weak to it, and I'm sure like Moyen would probably tell me I'm coping, just like I was with Bucky playing Ruby Amethyst before. But I personally didn't fear the Steel Song as much. You play around the whole new world. Again, who doesn't love 7 new cards as long as you don't blow all of your draw immediately? The bare necessities are definitely difficult cards to deal with, but I don't know, man. It is definitely a bad matchup, and Ruby Amethyst is had some trouble with it last game. So
I think the real problem here is that I think Ruby Amethyst is still a very strong deck. Still what I would probably put in maybe A tier, probably not S tier anymore.
So it's not one of the top 3. You don't think it's part of the
I think the problem is it's just
anymore?
It is weak, really weak against some very key decks in the meta.
Honestly, I feel like it's slightly too weak against most of the decks in the meta at this point. Like Ruby Amethyst thing has always been that it or at least last set it was a little different, but for the most part it's always been like, you can win any matchup, you can lose any matchup, but you are very sort of middle of the road. You have good matchup spread against all of the decks, and if you are, I think Brendan said this, if you are 20% better than your opponent, you should be able to be in with Ruby Amethyst. I feel like that has gotten, all of the matchups have just been slightly lowering in percentages.
Well, part of that though is to be fair is Ruby Amethyst didn't get a whole heck of a lot of support in set Shimmering Skies. So
do we see 3 be prepares in hand, or is it only 2? 1, 2, at least 2.
Yeah. Probably not what I would have. But yeah, this early on in the matchup.
Ruby Amethyst lost its auto win against Red Blue because Flynn Sisu Castle just doesn't work anymore, and Green Steel, it's not just surviving the Bucky discard anymore. So again, that matchup got even more difficult in my opinion, and some would say that it was already unplayably difficult. And then Steel Song again, always been bad.
Do you think though that the Ruby Amethyst matchup is actually worse now against Green Steel than it was when Bucky was in the meta? Because I felt that it was an impossible matchup with Bucky. I feel like it's playable now. You're still unfavored, but I don't think it's as bad.
I don't know. I personally had better success against Bucky. People better than me, like Moyen and others out there, basically said that it was unplayable against Bucky, and it was very difficult.
I really just found the not playing anything for the first 2 turns of the game, and then only play. We played less 1-drops. We teched in the Maleficent 3-drop for draw, but I really think that this time around they have cards in their hand.
Yeah, I don't feel it's as bad now. I still think you're unfavored, but I don't think it is like I'm going to sit down and they get the, Diablo, Bucky play line out and like I'm just going to lose. Yes, I'm unfavored, but at least I can search for answers. And I think the strength of Ruby Amethyst and why it's still pretty strong, in my opinion, even though it hasn't gotten as much, really didn't get anything in Shimmering Skies, is because but I don't particularly think the Elsa's that great of a card in the deck. It has some utility and certainly some debate there can be had, but it is still, I think, the most consistent deck.
I mean, what Lorcana. It does, I just think what it does isn't great anymore, unfortunately.
Well, you say great. I still think it's great. I just don't think it always works the way that you want it to.
Yeah, I mean, we can debate Ruby Amethyst for a while. It is.
Yeah, because it's the deck you and I play the most, probably know the most.
I think it's on a slippery slope and headed to not great places. So I think we did actually see one from Alec before.
Yes.
With the broom.
So better play line here. Alec getting out a little bit better, but
we did see him ink a Friends though in favor of the little Sisu, which is an interesting choice. The little Sisu should have some good value, especially with things like Whole New World and stuff. Okay, that would be brutal if that was a Whole New World with the 2 B preps in hand.
Yeah, that would have absolutely been brutal, especially for me playing my deck because I only run 3 of them. There have been 2 gone right there. Yeah, so Quest of 5 lore.
Yikes. So we need to see. I wonder how many cards are in hand for Tim there. Looks like maybe only 3 or 4.
Yeah, it looks like 3.
Not enough to take out that Robin Hood, unfortunately. A Maui in hand would be really, really nice for Alec right now, but it is not looking like that. Broom, he top decked a Broom. Broom, Flynn, double.
I think you got to take care of the Piglet.
The Piglet can be taken care of with the Rabbit, though, right?
Right.
That's done. You need a way to get rid of the Robin Hood too.
Yeah, and we're still a turn away from the Medusa. Yeah, you're definitely right. You want to.
I mean, you can threaten with the Flynn here if you want, but we have I think the other card is a bounce. Is a bounce Fox. So I think we're gonna see. No.
Yeah, here we go. Fox bounces, draws.
And then do we just sit there? I think he's just gonna have a seat and okay.
Are we at 6 or 7? I can't.
6.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Sometimes hard for me to see that dice with the angles.
I was wondering why. I was wondering if he was just gonna leave the Fox unexerted to pretty much guarantee that Flynn 3 lore, but
whiffs again. Whiffs on the aerial. We've seen that twice happen.
Yeah, we've also seen like 8
Yeah,
aerials,
yeah.
When you get that many aerials, you're gonna miss once or twice, you know.
Did we miss a card? Was there 99 aerials in a deck?
Yeah, apparently. All right, so not sure if we passed turn here. I think maybe he's thinking on an ink decision. I think he was really hoping for a song, so he inks the strength. 2 for the Ursula. 1 card left in hand. Looks like we're gonna, and it's a Zeus. We're gonna sing the Zeus on cards in hand, so it takes 1. Oh, they Zeus, the big guy.
Quests to go to 6 or 7.
7. I've got 2 from attacking with the Robin.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you.
The Medusa in hand. Is there no inkable though? I don't know what the card between the rabbit and the...
Looks like a Sisu.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Sisu for sure.
I think we should start chroma keying out the random colored sleeves people have, like they did in the... I think that was in the European stream. If you had green sleeves in the European stream, your cards would disappear. It happened like 3 times.
Oh, really? They chroma key?
And they would like fix it. They would realize it. And I kept thinking to myself, what are they chroma keying on another scene that they forget to turn off when they move to this one?
We can just put an ad on across the cards that says subscribe to Rules of Villainy and
thinking, like,
hit that like button.
Why do so many people have bright green chroma key sleeves? Like, whoa. Yeah, I like playing webcam games a lot, so I like to just green screen in my card backs each game.
Yeah, so there we go. Ink the Sisu.
This is a Medusa.
No. What else is in hand
Rabbit.
here?
It's a rabbit.
I think the answer here is Dusa for sure. Don't play the rabbit. Hold on to the rabbit. There we go.
Yeah, that's the move. Perfect.
Yes. Excellent. You can tell I'm an 80s kid, right? Or like a 90s kid.
I'm a Toys R Us kid.
You're a friend of Joffrey? Wasn't that the Joffrey the giraffe?
Yeah.
You know, I still think when they went bankrupt, I had some Joffrey dollars, the like gift card version.
You missed out, bro.
I know.
You missed out.
So we quest for 4, go to 11.
And just pass. It was an Ursula top deck. When he gets the 3, good sport in Tim pointing that out. I always like to see that. How people ready for these bigger events where people may not be as generous.
Yeah.
And really, we're here to play Lorcana, and we're here to play it exactly as it was meant to be done, with as much or as little, like variant. No, we don't want any issues, right? We want it to just be played exactly how it can be.
Yeah.
And when you do that,
I think the problem here is Alec didn't have another inkable to go to 7 to be able to be prep.
didn't know. Did he need to be prepped there?
I don't think
He's
so.
getting 3 lore per turn, and he could take out the Naveen.
Yeah.
He inked the Maui, though. I would have held that Maui. No, I guess inking the Maui is probably good. He quests for 2? That is interesting. I guess he knows that. Oh, no. Actually, no. That's not interesting. That's a great play. Because now any effort that Tim puts into taking out Alec's board,
He can't quest.
Naught.
Yeah,
It's
right.
for naught because of the Be Prepared.
That's right.
So, yep, there goes the Flynn. Perfect. 1 lord down. Quest for 4 to go to 15. But now we see 2 more lore to go to 13. A B prep come down. And just 2 more B preps in his hand. Is that a Tremaine? Did he draw a Tremaine? I'm going to say something to him. I'm going out
Yeah,
there.
you're like, hey, stop, get that card out of your deck. And I'll just be like, hey, that card was correct.
No, quest.
Oh.
Wait, quest for 2. Is he going to let him?
Is he going to let him do it? I would let him do it at that point, right? Or did he not let him do it? Because he didn't update his die. So I'm going to leave it.
I didn't let Hunter. Hunter missed 2 Diablo draws.
Well, that's because you boo Hunter,
Yeah,
right?
boo Hunter. He had like 15 cards in his hand, and I drew 2. I said drew 2, and then I inked. I like waited a pause, and then I inked a card, and then he was like, "Oh, do you mind if I draw those 2 I missed for Diablo?" And I was like, "You got enough, bro. You got enough. We're Gucci."
Well, I was in a match yesterday, and it was against a Ruby Sapphire, and I needed to take something off the board, and I just miscounted what he had for Tamatoa, and I thought I had one more turn to survive.
Oh, no.
And because when you're playing against those, it can be hard to like see the.
I was worried he was going to beat prep again. I was going to say, what?
It can be hard to keep track of all the items sometime.
Absolutely.
And the guy I was playing against was like, well, you have to take something out. Otherwise, I'm going to win. And I was like, you know what? You've got this. Like, there was no out for me. I was like, it's fine. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was really nice. So we did have the 2. So he was allowed to get those.
That was nice of him. That's good sportsmanship.
Absolutely.
I mean, you don't have. I'll say this: if you're playing this at a DLC, I wouldn't don't do that.
Yes.
Like, be a stickler. You don't know those folks.
Right. Even if you do know those folks, this
yeah.
is the prizing is
like, because I tell you what, Andy, if you and I,
you're not.
We're playing it out, man.
Of course, absolutely.
I mean, I wish you the best of luck, sir.
I'm calling a judge immediately.
sleeves broken.
I'm gonna inspect every single sleeve. I'm gonna ask for so much extra
you would
time.
shuffle my deck and ruin a sleeve and then call a judge.
Yeah, there are people who do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, yeah, don't do that. But there are people who do that, and it's very toxic.
Really nice of Tim here to keep updating the dice for Alec.
We are aware of the annoyance of having to be on the stream table when it comes to those dice and stuff. Like Vince said before, we're working on a solution. They had, I think, DLCs. They have like the iPads where the players can update them. All right, and we got the handshake. So it looks like Tim has decided he couldn't get round 2.
Yeah. So Alec wins this. They'll go to 23 points.
I think they're both still in the running for top.
Yeah, because it is top 8.
It is, and they may honestly be able to ID the last round.
So if they ID'd, they would go to 24 points.
Because they're about to go to 23, and they'll ID and go to 26.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
I know people
so 26 points might be able to get you in.
I believe the table above them ID'd to go to 24 points. So they would only be a single point. They're only a single point behind them at this point in time, the top table. So,
but keep in mind, playing it out also, though, at this point, allows you seating, and seating can matter.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I think we're going to take a quick break here, check on the rounds, and we will be back.
We will be.
we are back, everyone. We've got round 6 here. We've got a barn burner of a game here. We got Amethyst Emerald versus Ruby Sapphire, and both of these players are on the proverbial bubble here. So both of them will need a 2-0 to take this into the top cut. That's Jesse's 20. So they're both actually at 20 points. So
Yes, because getting to 27 will get you a guaranteed top
is it
8.
guaranteed?
It is guaranteed top 8.
At this point.
Yeah, at this
right?
point
Okay.
it is guaranteed.
All right. So we are already in this. Let's try and catch you up here. Looks like we see Clarabelle on turn 1, no effect, not enough ink. We see the Ursula on turn 2, and we see a turn 1 nothing, turn 2 Tipo, turn 3 Fishbone. Lots of ramping going on for Jesse here. This is not the start.
Yeah, so
you want to
they
see.
need you need a 2-0 here
Absolutely.
to make it into top cut. Otherwise, it would be 23 points, and that is just not enough.
Unfortunately, that is. I think that's what my wife is looking at. Kirsten is looking down the barrel of being able to get 23 points, which probably is not.
Yeah, that's just not enough.
All right, so we see the Maui come down here. We actually saw the Crab help take out the Tipo. The Maui comes down to take out the Ursula. That's a good choice rather than the Clarabelle. It's a little early to see the Clarabelle. Ooh, another Crab to take out the Maui with the Clarabelle. That's really good value. Really, really good
Yeah, that crab is such a great card to be able to bounce it and repeatedly play it down to be able to buff your other characters. Such a good play line.
Absolutely. So we see Ruby Sapphire here play How Far I'll Go. Hard cast it. I think that was a Tipo that went into ink and a Maui into hand.
Yep.
So we are running out of cards here for Ruby Sapphire, which could be very devastating. We do see the Tamatoa in hand now. So friends,
And Megan able to sing Friends with the crab.
we see that Clarabelle going to ink because presumably the shift line is no longer available. So we get the double quest.
Only quested with one
Oh, we sang
because
the
we
Friends,
sang.
but nothing to play on the backside of it. Ooh, interesting. So we see the Maui come down, take out a crab. We'll ink that, and we're down to just the Tamatoa in hand. This is very, very rough for Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah,
here.
that's a rough play line.
Green Emerald. Megan's main goal right here is to just keep them on as few cards in hand as possible, and that should help seal them up in the game here. Look at that, rolling up the sleeves, ready to bring the hurt. So we see it looks like a rabbit in hand.
Yeah. There we go, rabbit.
comes down. It looks like she is going to just let the bonsai trade with the Maui. Yep, that's a good move. The Maui can only take out one of them.
Yep. And I mean, we talk about this a lot, that when you're ahead in advantage, just quest.
Yep.
Don't try. Let your opponent answer your board.
Yep.
The moment you stop when you've got the advantage, you're basically giving your opponent an out.
Oh, and he had nothing to pull back with the Tamatoa because he had to ink the popsicle he drew to play the Tamatoa. There are answers in this deck for that Tamatoa. A Bruno, if they play it. Actually, I may or may not have the deck list in front of me, and I think it's open deck list in top 8, so we're allowed to reveal all here. We see the Yzma is played. The Lyle is
This
also
is,
a decent answer to it.
So we see Jesse brawl the rabbit, swings into the crab.
But we're seeing.
But that's just...
He has just the crab. That crab's going to run out of,
shiny goodness here in a minute. I'm questing both those bonsais.
Yeah,
for
right.
lore,
Yeah, for Lore, go
putting
to
a couple more things on the board and praying for no Be Prepared. Actually, probably just played a little slower for the Be Prepared. Actually, the more I think about this is somewhat of a tough situation for Megan because
and a Lyle. I mean, granted, this isn't going to give you the most amount of advantage because Jesse only has one lore on board. But still.
Yeah, it's it stops any lore gain from that Tamatoa. Not that we were at a point where that could really happen, but Megan really just needs to conserve the cards.
Now, this is a deck I am considering.
The Amber,
yeah,
Amethyst Emerald.
Yeah, which I know I talk a lot about how I don't like Emerald, but I do love me some Amethyst.
Yeah, again though, the lack of board wipe is brutal. But it is a nice deck. I played it.
He got
and
it
he
off the
did
top deck it.
Oh my gosh. Well,
but he does lose one lore.
He loses his lore. He's back down to 0.
But honestly, like yes, that does delay Megan, but she actually has a hand.
Delay is really the key word there because
Jesse has nothing.
As I was going to say, the reason I don't like Emerald Amethyst is because I feel like a lot of the times it is just delaying your opponent winning when you have something like bounce.
Oh, and I mean, just had a fishbone and inked it.
I would have inked it with the fishbone now. Don't let him know what you put away.
That's actually a smart play. I agree with that. Goes to 15.
Did it give Megan a quantifiable advantage? Probably not. But
yeah.
you always keep them guessing. Oh, the big Ursula comes down. And that threatens lethal. No B prep, no. Oh, the dime. And he knows it's over. That's game.
That is game.
Oh, man. There we go. All right.
That was a quick victory there.
It was
Megan.
Looking like it might not be because the Amber or the Amethyst Emerald really wants to sort of get going there at the beginning. They want to be the aggressor the whole time, and the insanely fast ramp that Jesse had was a bit concerning for sure. But they basically just played the game backwards. They did their mid-range stuff sort of in the beginning there, and then towards the middle of the game they played those 3 bonsais we saw come down, get lots of lore there, just positive trades across the board, and really big shout out to Jesse's hand bricking.
I'll tell you what, shout out to Jesse's hand bricking.
She owes some of that to the bricked hand there for sure.
But also, I mean, MVP of that game was the Merlin Crab.
Yeah, the crab did work there.
Crab put in lots of work.
Allowed both small characters there to trade up very advantageously.
Yeah. Not at all what you want to see when you're Jesse. But hey, we move on to game 2.
Game 2.
And Megan needs to clinch this.
To get in that top 8.
Get in that top 8.
Get a card to go home and rest easy.
Yeah. Guarantees that Mirabel. What do you think? There's been a lot of debate on whether or not the bottom 4 Mirabel should have been like a non-foil variant.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of the non-foil variant, but I do want to say that I'm extremely in favor of expanding it to the top 8. I mean, we run the second chance event almost solely because I want more people to have these cards that I know they want as much as I do. So, being able to, heck, if we could all just have the card, that'd be awesome. I understand there needs to be some exclusivity to sort of winning one of these events.
So Ravensburger, you heard it here first. Top 16.
Sure.
Bottom 8 get non-foil.
Honestly, I do think there needs to be exclusivity, but I definitely like the idea of just making the prizes go up, right? You might have the argument of, well, not everyone should be given a prize. You've got to do well for it. But the name of the game, especially when it comes to playing at your locals and things like that, is just to have fun, right? So
Yeah, I my answer to this has always been though that I think having a set championship exclusive promo that goes out to stores would be
That'd be a nice consolation, right?
you just a participation prize,
right.
and then still keep top 8.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of indifferent about the whole foil versus non-foil.
What about judges' prizes? Do we need judges' prizes, Vince?
Judges / caster.
Caster, yes, we definitely need caster.
Yeah, see, Andy, I got you on board.
Oh, all right.
You're like
no judge promos though, still. And we're keeping the bonus point.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you are definitely in favor of the bonus point.
I think in the system they have, it
I am
works.
less favored.
I am
for that. So we got a Pegasus come down here from Megan. So she is on the play, which means she went second in the first round.
Yeah.
I haven't been doing a great job of keeping track of that.
Well, as we're getting better here, we will start to have these matches showing to you, probably before the dice roll instead of after the dice roll. So I think that's part of the problem is we miss some of these dice rolls as we're getting players ready on the stream table.
I think we also decided that we knew that we need probably a better laptop, or some sort of streaming computer, which we'll have to invest in.
Cooking this, but unlike the second chance events where the prizes are ours and you listen to what we say, and if it takes too long, well then you don't need the prize. Where we're in control, we are guests here at the lovely Grapes Games in Wildwood, Missouri here. So we specifically told them don't wait up for us. Just keep your tournament running smoothly, which I think they have been. It's been.
Yeah, I mean, I think fantastic. Yeah, I mean, this isn't their first rodeo, and it shows.
Certainly.
And lovely store they've got here.
Yeah.
We see Jesse here playing the ramp game. But probably
ramp to what? You need to be prepared. I think I see a Visions though in his hand. So a Visions is.
Did Justin convince you on the utility of Visions? Are you still on the fence?
I mean, if I were Ravensburger, would I potentially adjust the card to maybe only 4 or something like that? Yeah, I think there's maybe a better middle ground, sure, but the idea of you just one, you set yourself up to only need one answer, and 2, you treat those.
Jesse did put that into the inkwell, and because he's got a Hiram in hand. I'll be honest though, I actually think the Visions is probably a better card. Oh, Anna comes down.
That's brutal.
Do they have enough ink though? Why wasn't that able to?
Oh, she made him discard.
She made him discard instead with the Hiram. Oh my gosh.
Brawls the Anna. Okay, that was an interesting decision to do that. But
I think that was actually the right decision.
She didn't know he had a Hiram.
She did not. Taking a chance, but man, what a chance.
And it's not even another bonsai. All right, where's the deck list? How many bonsais she have? That's 8 in 2 games now.
Listen, when you've got the heart of the cards.
Yeah, apparently. When people get on a stream, that's what it is. The stream gives them the magic. We saw Hunter get the nuts twice.
I mean, there's just this is it. This is game. There's no answer.
When he ran out, I think he top decked. I think he got the B prep with the Tala there. It looks like, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4,
and that's
to the game.
That's game.
Wow,
victory. That's a 2-0 for Megan against with Amethyst Emerald against Ruby Sapphire.
Definitely a good matchup.
Yeah, and she's gonna go into the top 8.
That's the belief, right?
I mean,
I never believe it until I see the math.
You never believe it until you see the math. But having run plenty of these tournaments, I can with confidence say that 27 points is going to get you to top 8. Now she'll be in the bottom of the bracket based on how the top seeds. You got to understand here with the top seeds. Let's go.
Top seeds have been
Yeah, let's go over to the caster cam. I was gonna say these top seeds have been IDing for a while, so
That's exactly what I was gonna say. You got to remember the top seeds here are going to be IDing their way to the top table, and so as a result of that, you've got probably the top seed going to 30 points, and so you've got then probably the top 4 or top 3 going to 30 points.
Yeah, so here's the unfortunate part of the best of 2, or fortunate, depending on whether you win those first 3 games. We have a number of 302s that will now become 303s who were able to just simply ID their
basically.
We don't know that they ID'd their last 3 rounds, but they could have tied and then won 3, right, and be in the same spot or something. But essentially, if you have won 3 games here, you can ID 3 and make it to the top.
Because just remember the math here, right? So this works a little differently from a best of 3. So in a 2-game format, if you go 2-0, you get 7 points because you get 3 points for each win, plus you get that bonus point that we were kind of alluding to just a second ago. And then if you intentionally draw, you'll get 3 points. It's the same as going though 1-1.
Absolutely.
And so if you go 1-1, each will get 3 points. And this differs from best of 3. When in best of 3, if you win, you get 3 points. If you go, 1-2, you lose, you get 0 points. If you intentionally draw in a best of 3, you get 1 point. And so the math is a lot more complicated to figure out in a 2-game format.
Absolutely.
And the incentive here really is for folks to play more games and stuff. Because here's the thing: it's like if you're in, I do think it does that. And I'll my answer for why that is the case is I think it keeps people in tournaments longer than in a best of 3, where it's likely that if you think you're gonna not make it, you drop. And so you're still gonna here's the thing, you're still gonna have folks drop in a best of 2, but folks are gonna play it out more to try to get those
specifically
last seeds.
said playing more games, not staying in the tournament longer. So the question is, are those people who are staying in the tournament longer and playing their games outweighing the people who are staying in the tournament and not playing games? I mean, in theory, we could have had 4 people ID 3 whole rounds.
Yeah,
and
but here's the
a lot of games not being played.
But here's the thing: is IDing still happens in a best of 3 rounds.
It doesn't happen as early though. You cannot ID nearly as early in a tournament in a best of 3 when you are,
Yeah, I mean, so you would maybe have had 1 more game played, because you could still in a tournament like this, given the point variation difference,
4-0-2.
You could probably do 4-0-2.
Yeah, I think the other thing though the other factor that has to come into play here is that you, in a best of 3 tournament, you are essentially always obviously there's pair downs and stuff, but in an even number for a tournament, you're essentially always guaranteed X number of X and O's or X and 1s and stuff, and so you can calculate that a lot better than you would in the best of 2, where the number of ties essentially to calculate for is immense.
Yeah, right, and that's the thing. Is like, and that's what makes it a challenge, and ultimately that's an incentive for more folks to play, because you could potentially bubble out if you decide, oh, I'm going to ID this round, and even if you're actually in the same point bracket, right, you could be out because of other breakers. And yeah, we see that at the DLCs, and that's certainly not a fun experience. Like, I mean, Hunter yesterday, him and I sat down, and he offered me that ID going into round 4, and it was pretty easy. Like, I mean, he didn't guarantee that like I was gonna get a Mirabel. He's like, I don't want to force you into making that decision, but it's actually much easier to make that calculation. That like, 100%. Yeah, I'm gonna be top 8. I lose my chance of going to top 4, which quite frankly, like at 9 p.m. at night, I was totally fine with going home and not trying to fight it out. But here, when you sit down, I would have had to think through that process a lot more in that same position I was in, because if you ID, you potentially end up on that bubble. And so it's actually more incentivized to play it out. And I will say, you'll have players out there like Zach Bivens who will say, you should play out every round because what you want to play for is that top seed.
Absolutely.
You want to play top seed going into those matches.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. I think that may be something that Ravensburger is doing to try and help accomplish. It clearly seems Ravensburger is trying to accomplish what you are saying, that they want more people to play more games of Lorcana. I mean, that's why we're all at any of these events.
Right.
And I think the seeding in the top cut is another reason it helps those top players play the game more. The best of two, I think, helps those middle to lower and, in the standings players, incentivize them to play even more. Like you said, you still have people drop and stuff like that, but I would be curious. We have several really big, none of them as big as the DLCs. We have several really big like third-party Lorcana tournaments. It would be interesting to see like the numbers run between those ones that were best of three versus the best of two, because I know there are people out there who are very strongly worded in their opinions of some of these tournaments.
Here's the thing. I used to have a pretty strong opinion in favor of best of two. I mean, as a tournament organizer, I do. Primarily just because, again, I do feel like it accomplishes that folks stay in the tournament longer. Whether or not we can debate whether or not people play more games.
Right.
I think
Certainly,
that's totally a fair point. But I think
they definitely
stay in longer, and that's certainly nicer. Also, typically the tournament tends to run faster. This isn't always the case, we saw yesterday, here's the thing. It's like you could still win 2 games back to back in a best of 3 and still, be waiting, go to time or wait
or be waiting,
and stuff. So there's plenty of, I think there's less debate there, especially when we're playing like 4 to 6 rounds and stuff. I mean, the more rounds you play, like there's a reason why the DLC does best of 2. Could you imagine doing a best of 3? Like you'd be there, you'd either have to start earlier or you'd be there till like midnight.
Yep.
Especially with all the downtime they add and breaks and stuff.
And also, I mean, I don't play other TCGs, so I don't exactly have the best comparison here. But Lorcana is not a quick game all the time. There are a lot of very reasonable and good competitive decks that unfortunately take a lot of time. Everyone always used to say it was the blue decks: Sapphire Steel, Sapphire Ruby. Ruby Amethyst takes a while. A Ruby Amethyst mirror will go toe to toe with a Ruby Sapphire mirror on length.
Yeah, I agree with that, and so I do think that influences deck choice too when you're playing best of 2 versus best of 3.
Certainly.
I think that's become less of a concern in recent matches. That might be for larger tournaments a consideration. But yeah, I mean, I do think Ravensburger's whole key point on the 2-game format is to try to get more games of Lorcana. And I also think they want to incentivize folks at the end of the day to have fun. It certainly feels better if you go 1-1.
Did you
lose?
both
win?
No, I won.
Yeah, we both won.
So your opponent lost?
Yeah. No, we
won too.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's incentive. And you could say, oh, well, that's participation trophies, or you could, put... You could say some disparaging things about it, but ultimately, this is a Disney game. It is meant to be a family game. It's meant to draw a community together, and the more people that have fun doing it, and we still have these competitive events, but it feels better to be in that win-win versus like going, oh, well, like how did you go in that match? It's like, well, I went 2-1. What did you get for it? Nothing, 0. It feels better to get those 3 points, and especially when you're talking about a prize incentive, say at a DLC where those points add up to more tickets to get more prizes on the prize wall. You see families at these DLCs that are pooling their prizing together to get those playmat, to get that playmat. There's a lot of good reasons why, the 2-game format is the way it is. And I think in some ways has some superiority going for it in the sense of incentivizing more people to play, incentivizing people to have more fun in the game, and just ultimately hopefully play more games of Lorcana. And like I said, I think there's some debate whether or not there are more games being played, but
Ron, we have a question from John, team member and number one viewer of live streams, asking about the status of Villain Ron here.
Yeah. One thing we will say, so we've been talking a lot about intentional draws, and that is in 100% a legal play in Disney Lorcana. What is not legal is to go to a table and be like, hey, colluding to try to get to top 8 to say that we'll just roll a die, or we'll say if I win game 1,
so
you.
Yeah, that's what Podcana was talking about, right? And I believe technically there is the rule states you are not allowed to decide the game of the match by any means other than playing Lorcana.
That's right.
So rolling the dice for it is not allowed. However, there is no rule, nor is it possibly enforceable for us to sit down and say, both of us need a 2-0. If I lose the first game, I plan to concede the second game. And then you say the exact same thing, and we shake hands, and we play the game, and then you concede your win to me. And that is something that happens. It isn't enforced.
Yeah.
Ian is pissed about it.
That's hard to enforce when you're talking about concessions, because you're right, there is nothing in the rules to say that you can't concede, but you cannot predetermine. You cannot predetermine the match. You cannot
make into an agreement.
Yeah, will disqualify you. It's an instant DQ.
I think if you were to say to your opponent, I plan to concede this match if I lose. I plan to concede the second match if I lose because I need a 2-0 to win, and I know that you do as well. I don't think your opponent can call a judge on you and get you disqualified.
I don't know. I tell you what, I would say this. I don't know that I would want to be the judge on the other hand of that, because some judges are, at least rumor-wise, we've heard, who even asked the question.
Yes. So
which if that's true, I don't agree with that. I think you should be able to. You should absolutely be able to trust a judge to ask a question
100%.
about the rules.
100%.
You shouldn't be disqualified for that. Just disincentivizes you to asking questions of 100%. Judges. And I'm not saying that happened or not. I wasn't there. I didn't hear those conversations.
Right.
But yes, I think here's the thing. If I'm a judge and somebody comes over and says, hey, my opponent said they would do this and asked me, I'll be honest, I don't know.
That's the difference.
I don't know.
If your opponent asks, if I say that statement, I plan to concede if I lose this game, I know that we both need to be a 2-0. If I then say, do you plan to do the same thing? That, I think, is where it crossed the line. If I say anything like, hey, do you want to do, if I'm making any sort of proposition to this, however, I'm allowed to say out loud what my intentions are for this match. And the goal of that player who does that is the other person to think, oh,
yes,
that makes sense. I'll do that as well.
That's true.
And then they voluntarily
That's true, because we have asked, did you find out the answer for Ron?
Yeah, he is still playing. Let me refresh. Still playing.
Because, yeah, right. You're right. Because you can ask for a draw, I think, in Lorcana.
So
but
in Lorcana, you are allowed to ask for a draw.
But you can't press. You can ask once.
Yep.
And that
you also cannot ask for a concession. So if you get paired down and if you win, you make it in. If they win, nothing happens. You're not allowed to walk up to them and say, hey, look, you are mathematically eliminated, but I am not, and I need this win. Would you mind conceding to me? That's get out of here. Get out of here with that crap.
Right.
Some people may come up to you and, again, verbally just explain the situation to make you aware of it, but they...
Here's the thing, and Moyen talks about this, and I have mixed feelings about it, because I can kind of see both sides of the argument, but it's like, here's the thing, when you do that, you not only you are disadvantaging somebody else.
Yes.
And I think the whole controversy around this comes down to, like us, we have the rules of villainy team.
Yep.
And when you have teams, if you're just, on your own, go into one of these tournaments and you don't have a team built around you,
you're at a disadvantage.
You're at a disadvantage to the team.
Join the rules of villainy.
Which, what we're going to tease now today is that we are building out our Rules of Villainy Discord, which will be forthcoming. It'll probably not launch until after the Seattle DLC, but hopefully maybe we'll be lucky and we'll get that done. But that is the mayor is working on steadfastly trying to get together our Rules of Villainy Discord.
Absolutely.
All set up. So
we've already got our team members in there now.
We do.
Beta testing some stuff. We get some good discussions going on. We had some people talking yesterday and today about which decks to play in these events, and
we do. You also host regular sessions.
Are you saying this literally while Ron is asking if he can roll a 2-0 win? I don't think Ron is doing that. I mean, if he is, then he's his own person. Everyone has their own opinions, and that's ultimately the thing here. We're trying to help you learn how to not break the rules.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I'll be honest.
And you're allowed to make any moral decision that you want as long as you are not breaking the rules. Because
that's right.
Like he was talking about having a teammate, I think that is something that is certainly an advantage, but I mean that's a subconscious thing. If I'm sitting down to play against my wife and she has a chance to get in and I don't, like, even if I wasn't allowed to concede, do you think I'm gonna give it my all and trying to ruin her day or something like that? These are my friends.
Yeah.
So it pays to be nice. It pays to be friendly.
Yeah. Here's the thing. It is hard to, even as a judge, even in the best circumstances, to see everything. We see this at DLCs. There are judges on those live streams that miss things. We know that all the time.
And they're sitting there
and they're sitting at it and they're viewing the match, right? And so, and these are difficult judge calls, and they're also really, these are kind of like moral qualms and questions. So what I would say, and here's the thing, it's like, I really do try to keep up on the rules, but I've 100% missed rules. I mean, even playing, I miss rules, like running a Maui into an evasive character.
That's a deep cut. You've seen our gameplay videos on our YouTube. You'll have chuckled at that before.
So here's the thing. But ultimately, I will say my own opinion on this. And as we always introduce all these episodes of our Rules of Villainy, there are opinions on Disney's Lorcana. I do agree, I think in some ways, that it is unsportsmanlike to you can totally use the rules to your advantage. I think that's actually, like, if you're not using the rules to your advantage and using the way the cards work in your advantage, you're playing the game wrong. But don't do things that are, in a lot of ways, unfair, that kind of skirt the rules and stuff, So, like, IDing, 100% totally fine. That just means you're a good player, and you've had a lot of good run-ins, and you've got good luck, and you have the opportunity to not play and take that break. If that's what you got to do, that's not what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But also don't feel like you have to ID either.
No.
Did Ron lose?
Ron lost, unfortunately.
No.
Well, I mean, it is fortunate for Alec. We saw him on the stream earlier. He's definitely a friend of the podcast, but it looks like he took that 2-0 against Ron. So we might not be seeing Ron in Top Cut here, unfortunately, but maybe we'll have him on as a guest caster.
We might have him on as a guest caster. That'd be great. He can one of us can take a break. Much needed break. I'll tell you what. Here's the thing I will say is be very sympathetic to all those casters out there. These are long days, and it's a lot of talking.
That said,
and a lot of analysis.
The mayor is going to 27 points, it looks like.
What? With Blurple?
So we might get to see...
he is going to give you a lot of trouble about Blurple.
He's going to have a card, and I won't. That'll be 2 Blurples with a card.
You will have to... you'll have to take the L on that...
I'll take the L for Brad's first card. All right, he deserves it. The mayor finally
joins the club of getting a...
If he bubbles, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Vincent here, I've done enough tournaments. He's mathematically allowed. We're all like, yeah, Brad. And then he busts the door in. It's like, you said 27 points. Yeah, I'm still going to say most likely. Allegedly. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, once we get the Discord up, we will definitely send an invite out for folks to be able to join that, to join the community and discussion.
We need who they are, though. Well, for one, we don't actually need to know who you are because we're gonna send it out for anyone.
Yeah,
who
yeah,
can
we're
join
gonna
us,
send a
but
link out.
I'm impressed that they don't have a name on.
I don't even know how that works.
On YouTube. Maybe their name is Wood Love, and then they just put an invite in the.
But there's not a space there in the thing, so. Yeah, so
27
John
is
is
the
right.
bubble.
Yeah. So yeah, I know what I'm talking about
Look,
sometimes.
I agree with you. I agree with Vince. Okay, I believe that you are right, but until I see it, I don't want to put that bad juju.
Listen,
out there, okay?
I'm with John on this. I've been confident that 27 is the. Listen. I've done this long enough to know this. Now, if we were at a DLC, I would not. I would definitely. I don't think I would say that. I'd be like, well, wait till melee.
Well,
So
nobody knows it at DLC
because that's 9 rounds, and
our buddy Hunter at one of the DLCs. I remember him frantically asking me and everyone, what numbers? How do we? What's the bubble? He called one of his friends who was a really, really good TCG player from back here in St. Louis, asked him to do the math for him. He was typing into Chat GPT, "Dear Chat GPT, I am in a tournament with this many," and getting the answers. And in the end, he was, an ID was the right decision. He ID'd in the last round, but his opponent bubbled out and didn't make top cut.
No.
So he and his opponent were essentially... they're right next to each other with tiebreakers and things like that, and just the way everything else, not even AI can tell you if it's going to happen.
Yeah, I will say, I'll be honest, people that we shouldn't. I'll be on the record to say whether or not it ages well or not, John, is that you shouldn't be able to roll for the win.
No, 100%. That's against the rules.
Yeah, that's against the rules.
You cannot roll for the win.
Yeah, that is. I've heard that happen a lot. That does happen a lot.
Just shouldn't.
That shouldn't happen.
Just play. See, rolling for the win is silly. If you want to play one game for the win, at least you are playing Lorcana to decide the fate of your Lorcana continue playing.
And
right?
that's where Andy talks about the concession, right? Because you're welcome to concede. There's really no rules against that. There's no way to enforce or police that. But absolutely, I will tell you this: if I am a judge in a tournament, and I run the game night tournament here in St. Louis, and I see that you're rolling for it, you will be disqualified 100%. Like, just don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it.
Well,
they did.
John over here not letting anybody slip.
Look, all right, we are not the judges here.
Yeah,
so
we're not the judges.
We're
just the caster. We're just the casters here.
We're mostly
but
talking about the official rules.
But I will tell you, 100%, you roll in that scenario, you'll be disqualified in the matchup. That's just not how that's supposed to go.
Wow. I mean, again, we do not run the tournament here. We are very thankful that Grapes are having us.
Listen,
the rules are whatever rules they want to
I will say, too, here's the thing, though.
It might not happen as we thought,
Well, here's the thing, too, I'll say. As a judge, it is, and a tournament organizer, doing both, it is hard to see everything. And so while it's easy to say, sit here and say I would disqualify them, if I don't see it, you can't make a call on that, right? So
I'm not sure who decided to admit that that's what happened.
Yeah, I wouldn't
John
admit
knows
that.
this, unless he's outside the door right now.
Yeah, John, how do you have this information? And we're literally like, you're not even here, man.
Because again, it happens, and some organizers can look the other way.
All right, but here, you know what? I'm going to change tunes here, though. But
okay.
We have 18 folks in our chat right now, and we have 8 likes on this video, which means 10 of you have not smashed that like button, and I need you all to smash that like button to smithereens. Okay?
It only costs 3 ink.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's free. It's free. Yeah, it's totally free.
Subscribing's even freer.
Subscribing is even freer.
I heard that if you subscribe, you'll get a bonus point.
Yeah, you could totally get a bonus point. And I don't know, maybe if you like and subscribe, and we hit a certain amount of subscribers, there might be some free prizes coming out.
Yeah. So we think that
John has some inside information. Well, great.
So we think Mayor might get bubbled out. Oh man.
Well, he went 2-0, right?
He He did. He went 2-0. So he's at 27 points, but there are going to be potentially 8 people at 27 points.
Potentially 8 people at 28. Ooh,
27 or more, yeah.
27, yeah.
All right, well, we're going to go check in on things. I think we're in the last couple rounds here. There will probably be a short break before Top Cut.
Yeah, because we're going to go into quarterfinals.
And we'll be back when that comes up.
All right, welcome back to Rules of Villainy, the Shimmering Sky Set Championship here at Grape's Game in St. Louis, Missouri. We have the quarterfinals, round 7, if you will. Megan against Nick. When we have a... well, I thought we had a Emerald Steel Mirror, but it does not look like that's the case. So I'll fix that. But we do have a new caster on here. We've got the mayor joining us. How's it going, sir?
Oh, it's been better. But I'm here because I'm one spot away from the top, cuz we didn't get there with our blurple.
You came close, though.
I came really close. I played as well as I could. I made some mistakes. You saw probably in the first game. I don't want to dwell too much on it right now because we got a really exciting game playing right now. But I'm happy with it. I think I can do better in the next one.
Yeah. So we see Nick play the Ursula Deceiver to see what's in Megan's hand. And we did see the comment, so hopefully we did adjust some audio settings. So if you are hearing Brad, hopefully you're hearing him out of both ear holes and not just the left one.
I'm also characteristically louder than Andy by default, so...
Yeah, sorry, we did correct. It is Ruby Amethyst against Emerald Steel. Play down the Rafiki. We have the singer. Ursula, Deceiver of all.
With your villain voice. How appropriate. Yeah, she was a bane in my existence today with the Emerald matchups that I had.
Yeah. And we did have a little bit of a shuffle up in the top 8 with a ruling that changed a 2-0 to a 1-1 draw. Again, we kind of, Andy and I touched on that with the rules of the game about rolling dice. But just wanted to, make that clear. So changed a bit of rolling. Make it a little bit fair for everybody, but we got Nick here with the Diablo coming down.
A big scary bird. Oh, and she had the answer for it again.
Gone with the brawl. Megan has come to win.
Yeah.
So all our players here have gotten the Mirabel. They're now fighting it out for those glorious playmats, which I have not yet won any of them in any of the set championships. And there's Prince John. I think we talked about this past week as the villain.
Villain of the week. He's going to be seen a lot this month in the set championships for sure. I don't even know. I guess I'll be prepared, and Big Sisu is what deals with him in Ruby Amethyst, right?
That and, be prepared, I think, really being the key component here.
Such a nuisance. Collecting all those taxes.
Hypnotize. Yep. So discards a card. Goat goes into the discard. And Nick will draw.
Ooh, he's just exerting, yep.
I mean, that's smart.
I wonder if he knows how much ink she has, because I think I see a Maui in her hand, and it's going to take care of that, Prince John. Yep.
But there goes the be prepared.
Yeah.
And we're on the board with... he
knows it's coming, too.
Inks that Elsa. Yep. There goes the Maui.
It's Maui time.
I can't actually 100% see what that other card is because the light is right on there. It's like, just move that over.
I think it's
bit.
Another Deceiver, right? Because he just sniped that Be Prepared.
It probably is another Deceiver,
Which would be crazy because he just inked another one.
Oh, and able to chooses to discard and not remove the Maui.
Interesting.
We've seen that play a few times actually earlier on in this.
I had it happen to me.
Matchup, yeah. Just remembering that Anna has 3 abilities that you can utilize.
Yep, 2 ink, 3 abilities. remember when she was revealed, people were like, I'm not too excited about that card, but she has made her presence known.
Yeah.
Is Megan down to anything in her hand?
She has
Oh,
no cards in
goodness.
hand. And we see it looks like Nick has 3 cards in hand. 4 cards in hand.
And brings out the big boy. Another inked Ursula. So that's got to be all the Ursulas. I think with the shadow of his arm just now, that is Ursula Deceiver there.
Not updating the dice. So I'm not 100% sure what the lore count here is.
So she inked the Sisu to just play them. Okay.
Yeah, Storm draws.
Goodness gracious.
Another Diablo on board now. Got the Beast on board.
Here's a top deck of Be Prepared.
So it looks like we're at
Another
9
Yeah.
lore. This is a very, very tough matchup for Ruby Amethyst.
How many times did you run into it yesterday?
Once against Hunter, and we decided to ID that round, and I played a friendly with him and promptly lost.
Yeah. It's, I did everything I could against it twice. 2 of my first 3 matches were against it, and it was very tough.
Yeah, it's just a hard deck. You know, it's such a great tempo deck.
You get those engines running, and then you have all the cards, and
You
they
know,
have none.
and with the discard package, just very.
Yeah.
I don't know, John. I don't think Emerald is so fun to play against.
2 to bounce the Maui. Does she have
Bounces
the
the
ink to
mountain.
play it again?
Yeah, she does have enough ink
Let's
to
do
play
it.
it again. More than enough ink, actually. You know, can't take out the Diablo because
The evasive.
the evasive. You know, just for those folks out there, Maui doesn't take out evasive characters. Rules of villainy
callback.
deep cut.
Yeah. Our first gameplay video.
Yeah, I think that must be a Tink that came out there. Put 1 damage on everything. Quest to 15.
So chill for Space Goo. Wonder what he's gonna become.
There's really only one answer here for Megan.
Yeah, she needs that board wipe.
Yep.
I don't know if she's running big Sisu. That would also help too. Oh, except for Tink. Yeah.
Not what you need
Yeah. She had the ink
because
to move anything there.
so Snake takes out Pete,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, that I think is game. And so Nick
Takes round 1.
will take round 1.
That's pretty much what you see Emerald Steel doing. Is they come out, they make you take your hand and throw it away and profit off of it, and it's rough. It's so rough.
Yeah, so the winner of this, because we're now into single elimination, these are best of 3 untimed rounds. The winner of this will go on to face the in the semifinals. So we have 2 more rounds here at Grape's game. And I appreciate you. Thank you. This has been a long stream. We've been here since 1 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Did get a little bit of a late start. I have to say, unfortunately, the that Lorcana 2024 playmat has not been as lucky for folks today as it was at the Second Chance Stitch event.
Well, it's doing its job right now.
Yeah. So tell us, Mr. Mayor, are you playing at any other?
I don't know. I was hoping to top cut today and not have to play next weekend. The other one that we host over a game night, I'll probably be playing in that one. Maybe something different, but I still believe in Blurple, so we'll see.
Are you doing Bodex or no?
Probably not. We had plans that day, but I think those fell through, so it might be open again, but I'm just not as excited to get out there competitive. I should be, considering we're both going to Seattle at the end of the month, right?
Yeah. I need to figure out what I'm going to play because it certainly isn't going to be Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
I was telling Andy that earlier that unfortunately this is the deck. I think it's good. I think it can get you to top 64.
Yeah.
But unfortunately I just think it's weak. And, if you end up going against, 6 Emerald Steel,
yeah.
you're having a rough day. Don't like that.
The one Ruby Amethyst matchup that I had today was with Ryan there, right before the top cut, and I was basically in complete control the whole time.
Yeah.
With Blurple, it felt good because Ruby Amethyst has been at the top for so long, or at least in contention as one of the top tier decks, and I was like, I didn't have a problem against it. I had an answer for everything. Granted, I was drawing what I should have been, all day, but. Yeah, I'm confident against that deck. Not so much Ruby or Emerald Steel yet, and I don't know how to adjust.
So Megan will be able to go first. Yeah. Just keep in mind here. So Nick was able to go first. We didn't have to do a die roll here because top seed gets the play.
Yep, looks like an ink and a pass. So Megan will take off running with that Rafiki, which is good.
Yeah, which is great
or
because.
Has he passed? I don't know. Yeah, he has.
So inking the friends, probably just thinking that they're not going to get a value out of that.
Yeah.
So questing for 1. So we got the morph coming.
It looks like he's probably, I can't see his hand, but I'm assuming that he's going to be shifting into Beast on next turn because she's not going to have an answer for that.
Yeah, because first answer here, but it does look like Brawl in hand to take care of that morph. Questing here. So you can kind of see, if Emerald Steel doesn't get its lineup,
yep.
Can be kind of rough. But I still think, the Emerald Steel player is favored in this matchup.
Yeah. Also helps that helps Megan. He's on the draw too, so she's always one step ahead of him. Being on the play really helps in situations to get set up and
questing
stop those
here.
engines from happening.
I'm sorry, I think I gave 1 extra lore. There were at 3. As Andy and I talk about this always is like, why would you quest there knowing that you could take out the deceiver, but
shows a double discard. Oof.
Yeah, that's rough. But the answer is you want to you always want to pressure advantage whenever you can. And so Megan thinking about what she wants to discard, I think that Be Prepared getting out of hand makes a lot of sense at this point.
Well, it's a rabbit. Ooh,
I don't know if I would have discarded the rabbit, but I don't know what else.
We don't know what else she
has in hand.
It could be a rabbit party in her hand. She could have another one.
Could be. If you had 2 rabbits, I think. The rabbit is such a valuable card in the game. I don't see a rabbit.
I think I saw a 5th Spirit Elsa.
So we see a friends draws off that rabbit,
So
which
she
is
got her cards back. That's good.
Great. So yeah, we trade out. There or not trade because I always forget that
3-3.
Yep. Yeah.
But no, yeah, I think she's looking good now with taking care of his board. That Prince John's only going to sit there until she wants to quest and get more value out of it.
Bounces. Yeah, able to put that.
Yeah, she's got
back
to go.
in. Yeah,
she's got to be feeling really good right now. Got enough cards to get past the discards. And we know another one's coming with her rabbit, right? And I think I saw a Tremaine. Is she running Tremaine? Is that still something in Ruby Amethyst? I think it's run. Ooh, another.
Oh, double Prince John, man.
Oh, and she got rid of the rabbit.
Got
so she's
rid of
gotta
the
have
rabbit
something
again.
really good in there. So he gets 2 draw from that. Looks like a Flynn was just picked up.
Yeah, and that's going to go
Straight
right
to
into the
ink.
inkwell. Makes a lot of sense to me. Oh,
she does have
Tremaine. Yeah,
Tremaine.
that's nice.
Very nice.
Takes away one of the Prince Johns.
Yeah, I see no
So
reason why.
questing for 2, going to go to 5
Kind
here.
of a silly question asking if Tremaine still has its spot there because with Prince John being so
Well,
prominent.
Andy is not a fan of Tremaine, and I
he's
am.
not a fan of a lot of things.
That's true. That's true.
So-
I mean, he's eat his words about Blurple because, man,
Yeah.
I mean, it beat him. So we see Beast coming down. Didn't quite catch what went there. Did you see that?
It was 5.
Oh, it must have been a
That's a 1 drop maybe. 'Cause it
must
looks
have
like
been
he
a-
did 6 ink.
either a Diablo or an Ursula
Did she show her hand?
because she showed her hand.
Got
yeah.
it. Ooh, that Medusa's looks really good for that Beast.
It does. It does. Almost certainly going to be what comes down for that Beast
Well done,
answer.
Megan.
Such a great.
Yeah,
I mean, Andy. He is. Andy's putting in chat here. Here comes Vince saying Tremaine is good. She is, clearly. Sorry. I mean, it's okay. You can be wrong.
she also has a rule of villainy on her card. We can't discount her entirely.
You know, not everything is jank, Andy. Yes. Thank you, Jesus. Tremaine is good. Oh, man.
Oh my goodness.
So discards both cards.
he gets 2
No,
draw from it.
just one card. One card.
Oh yeah, yeah. But he gets 2 draw from it. I think Megan's probably still feeling pretty good here.
I love the
What was that?
she was a strength, but I love the like battling here between Andy and Jesus in the chat.
Oh,
here.
that'll go on forever. We can't pay attention to that.
Muses goes into the inkwell.
Okay.
Looks
Looks
like
she got a
location.
castle or a library
Yeah.
there.
So takes out the one Prince John. Yep. So it was a castle.
So what does that mean?
Quest for 2. So we're seeing a lot of leverage here with that Lady Tremaine. You know, being a 2 quester, putting more pressure onto the board here.
Yep.
Yeah, and
no
unfortunately,
effects,
that Medusa has no target. But
Well, it's
also
more
now
board
she has
presence.
no cards in hand.
She's probably afraid of being discarded. I had to play like that today too, where there were times where I had to play a card like if I don't play this, I'm going to get discarded. So it's more board presence. More gets her quicker to her 20 lore. Unfortunately,
There's
it
a
doesn't take care of that
beast.
Prince John, but she'll
There's
do some
the
work out there.
Ursula Deceiver of all.
Yep.
You know, which is fine. I mean, here at this point, though, like Ruby Amethyst typically tends to have pretty good top decks overall.
Yeah, there's
So we
not
see
really,
a brawl.
Not really anything you don't want to see at this point, right? Maybe Flynn.
Yeah, but you just didn't get.
Yeah.
Or I mean, or you can also play it, although
I
not,
guess yeah, her
not great to
then,
play.
yeah, not to discount Medusa's 4 strength. You know, if that Flynn could activate in this deck or against this deck right now because
But
they're very low to the ground.
But I mean, Megan now has a board that Nick has to answer.
Yep.
Right.
Yep, she's looking pretty good here.
And Kenzie, no, you can't have the mat. I will be watching it like a hawk. Nobody can steal it.
Oh.
Yep. So
Very
uses
clever.
the Anna to,
He's answering that board.
and he is answering the board.
Yep.
Yeah. And has a potential answer for getting that card draw engine back online. So we'll see what Megan has here. Yep. Flynn.
Oh, I would have played a Flynn. I guess the beast would have 7th strength, right? So it would never activate.
Yeah, it would have never activated. Although, I mean, having another character on board, I think when you're playing at 16 isn't the worst thing in the world here.
Yeah.
You know, I think Nick is at 3. Brawls that Diablo.
That Brawl is so clutch when it comes out.
Quests for 1. Goes to 16, I think, there.
It's going to be a slow few turns to get to 20, but... What's he decide to do here? Is that another Diablo?
It is another Diablo. Runs the Ana in there. Quests with the Diablo to go to 4. You know, trying to keep that card draw engine online. Yeah.
There we go.
There's a location.
That could take her there. I don't know if he's going to have the answer to take out that castle in 2 turns.
Yeah, he doesn't have the ability to take it out.
What does
in one
Emerald
turn.
Seal deal to the, use to deal with castle or any locations right away? Is there any kind of instant removal?
I don't think so. Maybe Zeus.
Yeah.
Zeus would be the. But you know she's going to be able to get 2 lore off that castle.
Yep.
Unfortunately, won't survive another turn, so she's going to need a character on board.
Let's see what she got.
A Brawl. Brawl's a Diablo. Not the worst answer in the world here.
Might have maybe done Beast there, though. Well, you know what?
It won't work on Beast.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's 2. You're right. I was thinking of Medusa.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that'd be a great card if
Yeah.
it was. Man.
I've also been playing... Oops, she dropped a Brawl. Or they're going to discard. Okay. There's Cove. So everything moved there and gets +1 willpower and +1 strength. There goes the castle.
Quests to go to 8. And just like that, the match can change.
Yeah. It's starting to look a little grim. She needs a really good top deck. I don't
Super
know
Goof.
what it is. Super Goof would be a...
Super
I hope she's
Peepo.
running it. Super Peepo. Oh, that's going to take care of 3 of them, right? Or no,
Well, no,
because of Cove.
Cove.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, but
It might be enough if she
but it
can't answer it.
might be enough if he can't answer it.
I like to think Megan's praying there with her hands folded right there. What was that?
That's a Pete,
Okay.
but it does look like he has some songs in here.
Oh, boy.
Strength.
is 4. That takes it
That
out.
takes it out.
Goodness.
Yeah.
We got to do something about that light.
I know. And quests for 5 to go to 13.
Yep. Super Pippo. Do we have the deck list back here? Do we know if she's running it?
Their deck lists are right behind you, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Uh-oh. She's deciding right now if it's the snake. She can't even play it.
She can't play it.
Dang.
And unfortunately, just like that,
Nicholas is gonna take game 1 or game 2
yeah,
of
the victory
the match. Yeah.
is going to go to Nick, and
He'll
he'll move on to the semifinals. So just again showing switch over to our caster cam here.
Oh, you think I got my face on? What's up, everybody?
So it just goes to show you how difficult that matchup is for Ruby Amethyst. And I think it's one of the reasons why I'm just not sold as it being a deck that you should take to the DLC. Although, like I said, it feels like a warm blanket. It felt like going home. It did me well yesterday. I don't know if it would have done me as well today, though, especially with the decks we've seen. We've seen a lot of Emerald Steel, which I think, we said we planned for. You're right. It's a disadvantage against that Blurple deck. I mean, Andy lost against a Blurple deck yesterday.
Blurple is good, Andy.
It is good. I mean, we were first to say it, though. If people like to say we have clickbaity thumbnails. And that may be true.
We asked that question because I genuinely wanted to know because I was having a lot of fun with it. But I wanted to ask you, we just saw, that's the matchup that you dread right now. Everybody dreads the Emerald Steel matchup. If you're not running Ruby Amethyst, in the future sets or the Seattle DLC, what do you think about switching to? Are you going to go to the dark side and try Emerald? Because that would be
so. I
surprising.
You missed this early on stream. I did say that I'm going to build Emerald Steel.
Oh boy!
But I want to learn how to play it.
Yep.
I think likely if there's a deck that I'm considering taking, it will be Emerald Amethyst.
Sure. Yeah. Seems like a lot of
because
fun.
I like it. I like Amethyst in particular, and
Yeah.
it seems like a fun deck. Andy does point out it doesn't have the board wipes,
Right.
which can make it weak in certain matchups. But I think it has good starting point for that.
Yeah.
I just think it's very unlikely that I'm going to take Emerald Steel, because I would
Yeah.
hear nothing but the end of it from everyone.
especially,
Yeah. So
No, it's also good. We've also championed on the podcast too that even if you don't intend on playing it at the events, it's good to get behind it and figure out those thought processes of what you're doing, because then when you're up against it, as you're going to inevitably be, you're going to know what they're thinking, and figure out how to avoid those lines.
So Kirsten says in here, I played B King in a practice match against Andy the other day, and he said, "What a waste of a turn." And Andy's a waste of a turn. I love the fact that he can't defend himself right now.
He's gonna come swinging this door open here in just a second, and we're just in this little room
Well, it's actually locked, so that's why they've
true.
been knocking
That's true.
on
You're
the
right.
door, so he can't come
Gotta
swinging
keep you guys
in.
protected.
But yeah, it's we got 31 people in chat right now.
Wow!
So
Thank you
that's
guys.
great. But we still have, I've been saying this nonstop, we have 11 likes on this video. Please help us get this video out. That YouTube algorithm works by you smashing that like button. And so, I know this is why YouTubers
Ring
say
the
it.
bell.
Please smash the like button. It helps us get this content out to more folks, helps grow this community. And we kind of did tease here, Brad, earlier that you're working on getting our Discord set up for our fan base so that they can join our community and talk to us offline. Online, but you know what I mean, off the podcast.
Yeah.
I said we're probably targeting a little bit after Seattle, because I think right now we're in the depths of set championships and getting that. I know you've been working on it diligently behind the scenes as our Discord social media expert.
I'm the one doing it. I wouldn't say expert, but I'm definitely learning as I go and just engaging with everybody and trying, to just, push us along and spread the word and just maybe get more people who don't even play the game checking it out and falling in love with it like we have and just starting it, we already have a great community here in St. Louis. Now we're just, trying to expand it out and trying to pull more people. And we've had a new player here today who's never played before. I played him in round 3 or 4, named Phil, and I told him all about the locals, and he's on the local Discord, so now he's set. He knows to come here on these days, and he knows that the schedule exists to go elsewhere on those days. So I love seeing new people come in, and I'm happy that we have 31 people watching, or at least commenting. And thank you guys so much for making
just
it
to be
happen.
clear, this is not Andy. This is the mayor, Brad. As I say, I didn't get a chance to change the name on our thing, but I just want to say for new folks that are not that don't know, so we call him the mayor because he does go to all these stores in our community Glad Hands, folks, has been super active at getting folks engaged in the game. And so hopefully those of you that are going to the DLC in Seattle will get to see the mayor. Be sure to bring your Triton's Decree. He will sign them. It's his favorite card in Lorcana.
Just like calling me the mayor. Like, you say these things. You call me the mayor, and suddenly I'm the mayor. Now you say Triton's Decree is my favorite card, and everybody thinks it's my favorite card. And it's like... little Mikey pulled up Triton's Decree, and somebody's like, Brad would love that. So he brought it to me, and I had to have him sign it. Because
yes. I love the power that I have and just like messing with you over here. But yes, so be sure if you're at the DLC in Seattle to come up and say hi to the mayor of Lorcana himself.
I would love that. Yeah, we're gonna have stickers and everything, and maybe if I can get, I'm not gonna promise it, if I can get the Discord set up to promote it at Seattle and pull people in and start, a forum to just talk and everything Lorcana. I would love that.
We'll definitely target to say that I think it's reasonable to have that all set up in November. So by the release of Azurite.
You got it.
Man.
You keep saying Azure.
Every time I say it, I sweat a little bit.
You look at me. You look.
I'm like,
3 weeks in a row. Azurite. Oh goodness.
So yeah. Well, we'll be back here when the semifinals match. We'll see you then. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
See you guys.
Welcome back. We are in our second round of the top 8 cut. And we've got 2 new people here, if you can't tell, because we're not men,
Yeah, we have no manly voices here.
just women. So we've got me, Kirsten, and Kristen, owner of Grapes.
Yeah, it's
Not
a
me,
pretty cool
just
place.
her. But looks like we've got a mirror match. Emerald Steel. Who would have guessed?
I'm shocked.
I am shocked. I don't know if they told them that we're ready, but oh, they must have told them that we're ready. So, I wonder who has the Diablos and who will bust.
A lot of this match, I feel like, is just who gets the best top cut or top decks.
That's true. And who loses all their cards.
Yeah. Because eventually you're both going to discard each other out. It's just who draws better after that.
Seems to be the case.
This is Dylan's first match on stream today. Nicholas just was in the last round with another mirror match.
Who would have thought?
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, that one was Ruby Amethyst.
Oh, yeah, Ruby Amethyst. Dang.
We did get quite a diverse top cut, though. We had some hyper aggro, some purple green, some emerald steel, some blue red, some ruby amethyst. So actually, it was a pretty diverse meta here today.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Ursula Deceiver down. No 1-drop for Nicholas,
Gross.
which could be the end.
So already Dylan's at a big advantage, getting
Yeah.
to see the hand.
Now, I wonder if he's got the Shift Diablo. Looks like Nick doesn't
I see a
have
peek.
a
I
bag.
see it.
Yeah.
And he has a sudden chill, so he can definitely shift.
There it
There
is.
That blasted bird.
And he just went ahead and shifted it on the first turn, too. Didn't even bother waiting.
Got to get that draw engine going.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really the big key thing, is just getting your setup in this match. How have you liked Emerald Steel, Kirsten, since you started playing at this one?
Well, I will say, it is interesting to play, but it feels really bad to play it, honestly. I just cannot stand discard your deck. Discard your whole hand. I'm so sorry. I keep apologizing to them because I'm like, I feel bad doing this, but it just has to be done. I couldn't do the Ruby Amethyst. It was not treating me very well lately, so...
Another Ursula.
Double Ursula Deceiver. Let's see. I don't think he's got any songs. Nope, no songs to grab.
All right, we are at 1.
There we go. Got that Diablo draw. Oops.
Wrong way.
There we go. There. Ooh, we've got the
Feel a
big,
double sing coming
yeah,
on.
I know, the big Ursula, but I don't think he had any songs. I wonder if that's just the only play he had, because I don't remember seeing any songs in his hand, because he didn't have it when the Ursula Deceiver was played by Dylan. So I wonder what his plan is, to just hopefully get something. Well, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter what the
It's
plan
dead.
was.
It's gone. Double Diablo, man. This is looking pretty Jover already. I can only imagine he's just going to keep having Nick discard and have nothing left for him to do except for top deck. Well, Pete'll hold off that for another turn at least.
Yeah.
Can't discard if you don't have any actions to play.
Looks like Dylan has a Prince John in hand also. It's just interesting.
I also don't see any songs in his hand. I think it was 2 big Ursulas, 2 double sing Ursulas, and a Prince John. I don't remember what else was in there.
All right.
But man,
is
those
it
Diablos
2?
are going to do some work. Yep, okay, there's a double sing Ursula. But yeah, it's just another double sing Ursula.
Dylan
PJ,
definitely
and then he
has
drew a
draw.
Hypnotize. That's what it was. But you
There's
still
the
can't sing
song.
that. No, you can't sing that. That's just an action. The Hypnotize?
Yeah, no, you can't sing Hypnotize.
Yeah.
Got rid of one of the Diablos with that
All right.
storm.
There we go.
Got the beast. We got some extra card draw hopefully coming.
Was that another Diablo? He pulled the third Diablo. Sheesh. What does he do? He doesn't have anything to sing to make him discard, so the Prince John isn't really doing much. Because you'd have to play the Hypnotized, and he doesn't have enough ink to do both. So it's one or the other.
Oh, he still isn't inked for turn.
No. Still would only leave him 5. Play the other Diablo. No, Prince John, okay. No morph.
Yeah, that way he
And then
at
he'll
least gets two
yeah.
characters on board.
Mm-hmm. And it'll probably shift the morph into the Diablo, I would assume.
Or the beast, just to get that body on the board. I think he had a sad beast there.
And I just realized they didn't set us up to be able to view any comments or messages. So if you say anything to us, sorry, we can't see it. All right, so I think he's at 2.
Yeah, he quested with
Yeah, I think we might have missed that first one, but we got that second one. Man, so another Pete.
I mean, at least the Petes are kind of stalling the ability for him to fight
Discard,
his
yeah.
board. Because if Dylan has that much board control and then Nicholas loses all of his cards, then it's kind of hard to come back.
He's got a Cove, I think. Cove. Sudden Chill, can't do anything with those. That's
Dylan
probably disrupting his plan. He's probably planning to double sing the Sudden Chill, get a bunch of cards with the Prince John.
Interesting he paid the full ink cost for the beast instead of putting that on Morph, though.
Oh, he's going to shift it. He's going to do the, yeah, okay.
Oh, so he can do both.
He can, yep. 2 big bodies out there. All right, all right.
In Quest 2.
Yep, 2. Okay. Dumping the Sudden Chill.
I guess he decided he has enough cards that the Sudden Chill isn't super important.
Probably.
He'd rather keep the removal.
Mm-hmm. All right, muses. That'll be helpful to bounce some stuff back. But you gotta have some songs to do that, and I don't know if he does.
Yeah, he's getting
He's
characters,
top
but he's
decking,
not
isn't
getting
he?
his songs.
I can't tell.
Yeah, he's top
decking.
decking.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Did he quest? No, he's still at 4. Okay. Oh no, he did quest for 2. There we go. Ooh, a whole stack of cards to choose from.
What's Beast doing? Bruno on
right.
the Beast.
Nice.
And that went straight to the discard.
Did he draw for the Prince John? With that discard?
I don't believe so.
I don't think he did. If he did, I didn't see it. But I feel like he should have, I mean, because that is a discard, so he should have drawn for the Prince John. Maybe he did it intentionally. Maybe he's drawing too much.
Double singing Storm on one of the Petes.
Nice, very nice.
Okay. Drew for Storm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, traded into the... Oh, we didn't even trade into the... We just hit... Okay. Yeah, to finish it off. That makes sense. All right. He has plenty enough to get rid of the muses if he wanted to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's got a strength. He could kill the muses. He could totally wipe his board.
No hand to take a
2,
peek at. 2
right.
for Morph.
He's going to play a Pete, too.
Ugh. Yeah, Pete just is the best closer in this match. You can't do anything.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how. I mean, it would help with the muses especially, but he's top decking. You're living on a prayer that you're freaking singing a song.
And now he's
Or
up
playing
to
an
8.
action. Oh, he only has
got
one.
the
Okay, yeah,
Ana.
and banish the damage Diablo. Whew.
He's got a lot of work to do, though.
Yeah, he sure does.
The Ana was nice, though, because he wasn't able to play any actions.
Mm-hmm. That Ana does some work. Especially with the Tink in there. You just drop a Tink, damage everything. That's how I got rid of a big old Mim earlier that I was, like, sitting there looking at 5'9". I was like, how am I going to get rid of this? Dropped a Tink and threw an Ana
So
in
we
there.
took out that, and now we're sitting at 10.
His options are just so plentiful, and this other guy is just top decking.
He just has so many cards.
Yeah.
Like, even his ink, he's at like way higher amounts because he has all these extra cards.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's sitting at
Yeah, you can't really ink if you're
15.
top decking, unfortunately. I learned that lesson earlier, too. Had my own...
Yeah, I think at this point Nicholas just conceded and we're
Yeah,
gonna go to
he
game
scooped.
2.
Too far gone. All right. Let's reset this. Yeah, I think Nick definitely needs to hopefully draw himself into a one drop this turn, this round, this match.
What's
'cause that-
interesting about this is really the only one drop that you play is the baby Diablo.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, otherwise
So-
you're inking and passing.
Yeah.
'Cause it's just not worth it. I mean, you have Hidden Cove, but that's not something you really want
Yeah,
to
you
play on
don't-
turn 1.
Yeah, not really. I had to do that one round, and it did not go well. I ended up losing, but that's fine. It was also a mirror match, so sometimes you just get the nuts draw, and sometimes you just get a brick in your hand, and there's not much you can do about it. I spent most of the day mulliganing all of my cards if I didn't have a one drop, and there were several games that I went and mulliganed all of them and still didn't get a one drop, 14 cards deep. Sometimes your deck just does not like you.
It's like kicking back 4.
4 for Nick, yeah.
So far, just only 1 for Dylan. Here's a hot take. Do you play swords in this deck to
I
help with
don't.
Prince John's?
No. Is that a thing people do?
Yeah, I've
Really?
seen that a lot lately, actually, online. People playing
Hmm.
swords, and then you can sing it with Beast or Tink.
See, I would think that I wouldn't bother putting it in because if they're doing what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to move all my characters into the cove. And
Yeah.
at that point, it no longer dies to swords.
And how many
So-
coves do you run? Normally just 2, right?
2, so you are kind of living on a prayer to get the cove, but I don't know if it's worth it enough to put in an uninkable
Yeah.
5-cost song. Like, you only have a couple of characters that can sing a 5-cost song to begin with. Like, I think I only run 2, Beast and the Tinkerbell.
And the Tinkerbell, yeah.
Yeah,
It is sneaky, though, if you can catch them off guard.
that is true. That would be an interesting one to put in.
Ink
Oh,
Deceiver,
no.
one
No
drop
one
for
drop
Dylan.
for Dylan. Oh, no. I don't remember how many he mulliganed, so I wonder if he sent all of them back. Oh, I guess we missed
saw
that, and there wasn't a one drop on Nick's side either, so.
And we're both even again.
Mm-hmm.
Except now Nicholas discarded 1 card down for Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Ink the Cove.
Play for play, exactly the same.
What would you get rid of? Strength or Sudden Chill?
I would probably go with the strength, but I guess it really also depends. I can't really see his other cards, those other 2 with the glare. I only see the beast. So it really depends on what you've got, I think. You know, if you have enough characters where you think in a couple of turns you might use that strength and have enough characters play it. But
Got the Diablo out and then
Nice,
Quest for
turn.
1.
are they on? Is he on 2 already, or is it 1? I think it might be on 2.
We're really good at this.
Yeah.
Ink the Hypnotize.
I think he's got a Prince John in hand, but he also has a Diablo himself, so... Alright, chooses the Prince John.
Well, he's got some Hypnotizes, so
Yeah,
he's probably
so that'll
wanting
be
to draw with
worthwhile.
that, Yeah.
Because he's probably sitting there thinking, do you have Storm Rage on? Or, the Storm Rage on. Or something like that. Because that was my problem in my mirror matches, is I was hesitant to play my Diablo because I know what their songs
Diablo,
are.
Singing Sudden Chill. Discarding the Bruno.
Nice.
Too early for him. Ink the Hypnotize. Oh, second Diablo.
Oh boy, that's
Quest
gonna
for
be a little
one.
rough to deal with. He's got a Hypnotize. I can't see that. Ursula. Deceiver,
He's got a Diablo.
Yeah, I don't know what his line here will be. It's probably why I'm not in Top Cut, because I don't know how to play Emerald Steel very well.
Interesting. The double sing, but he doesn't have any songs.
Yeah, he only has the Hypnotize, which you can't sing.
Sorry, you go. I was going to show you how to update the game wins. Who won game 1?
Oh, yeah. Dylan won the first game.
Dylan won game 1. So if you go to game wins,
Yep.
player 1.
Okay.
1 win.
There we go.
And
So
then
now...
when someone wins, you can press the victory button.
Oh.
That's
We're learning on the
fancy.
fly, because they didn't
Yes,
give
we-
us a tutorial.
We did not. You guys also feel free to talk about Disney stuff. Because we realized before that we don't talk about the Disney aspect of any of these cards, so if it gets boring in gameplay wise. Tell the viewers about the actual Disney
Wait,
stuff.
It looks
What
like
just- what
game
the hell
was
just
conceded,
happened?
so...
I'll go find out for you.
We were being taught how to do the stream, and then we didn't see what happened, and we don't understand why they're shuffling.
Well, hopefully
Did they
you keep
scoop
watching.
already? Did
That
Dylan?
was
I
really
guess
fast.
he must have just scooped and just said that he didn't have any other lines to go. But
Well,
I don't know why.
He
It
didn't
was
really
so
have
early.
any discard for the Prince John. He had a Diablo.
Dylan scooped. Okay.
Cool. So 1-1. So
Interesting.
Game wins, and then whatever player he is, give him 1 win.
Player 2 wins, because that was
Got
Nick.
the win there.
All right. So now I guess we're 1-1.
There you go.
I guess they didn't want to bother playing it out, and Dylan just felt he had no options, no outs, and no answers, so he went ahead and scooped.
I think it was an early call for that. He
really
still
think
had
so,
a
too.
Diablo. I mean, you never know what you can top deck. And I think Nick only had at that point like
3 lore.
3 lore.
3, which we actually need to reset now that I think about it. There we go. Yeah, that was kind of surprising that it was so early. Like, I understand feeling like this game is not real winnable, you know?
Yeah.
I've been there, done that, but at the same time, I
There's
think
crazy
I
stuff that
always play my
happens.
games. I always play them out until, like, literally until I'm about to lose. They've got win on board kind of thing.
Because I've seen crazy comebacks before. You just
Oh,
never
100%.
know.
100%.
Looks like he kicked back only a couple.
He only sent back 2.
Got 2 sad beasts. A little early for him. I didn't see
Ooh, I
if he got
think-
a morph.
Did Nick only send back 1?
Yeah, that's not looking good for Dylan.
Yeah, I don't. Let's see. Okay. Oh, he does have the little. He has the Diablo package. He has a little Diablo and a big Diablo. Prince John, Sudden Chill, Beast.
So if you have morph on the board turn 2 and it's turn 3 and you have beast in your hand and Diablo, which do you shift first? What's the line?
I guess it depends on my matchup. In this, I would do the Beast because it can't die to Storm Rage on.
Okay.
Because that's something that he could pretty much instantly sing, and Diablo dies to it right away. Whereas, the Beast is a lot harder to get rid of. Emerald Steel doesn't really rely on their characters to have a lot of strength. you know, except for the Beast and the Tink. But even then, you get 4, and that's it.
No songs? Or is that a sudden chill
And
in
that's
the
a
corner?
sudden chill.
All right.
Sudden chill in the corner. Sudden chill, Big Diablo, Beast, Little Diablo, a Morph, and a Prince John.
They both have a pretty good line, but I think Nick has more removal, which is, I think, going to be favorable
Yeah.
for getting rid of the Diablo on Dylan's side.
Well, yeah, because right now, the only way that Dylan can shift the Diablo is to dump that sudden chill. And then he's just left with a handful of characters, which is nice, but you kind of need options. You need to have your songs in there, you know, to be able to either make Nick dump his hand or to kill his Diablo so he can't shift it,
Yeah.
you know, because that would be really,
We see the morph come out.
All right, so
he's
he
gonna kinda
chooses
shift the
not.
following.
So he's probably going to shift into the Beast then,
Yeah.
and do the Diablo at the same time.
'Cause
That
if-
would be my expectation.
If he shifted to the Diablo that turn, he would have just shifted and killed
Kill-
it right away.
Yeah, if he's willing to sacrifice his Diablo. So what? Okay, so he went
Shift
ahead
the
and shifted
Diablo.
his,
What are we gonna
dumping a
do with that?
Hypnotize.
Sing Storm on the morph. I think
Okay.
that's the correct call. So that way he can't shift to the Beast turn 3.
Yeah.
Then we got the Cove
Ooh,
on
the
the
Cove.
board.
Nice.
Diablo's sitting pretty in there.
Oh, and he just pulled another small Diablo. That's not helpful.
Cove parties are very scary.
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
even more scary than castle parties sometimes.
Sometimes, because, like, you're just sitting there like, how am I going to get rid of these people?
So prior to Lorcana actually being released, I had a Disney trivia night at our store.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the trivia questions I used was, what was Maleficent's pet bird name? Nobody knew what it was.
Nobody knew that? Oh, my gosh.
But now everybody knows.
Well, of course,
'cause of
everybody knows it now.
Lorcana.
But, man, I wish I would have known about you guys. I mean, we did know about you guys in the store before that, but we didn't know about, like, the events and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't think we made it, and I would have fucking killed it. I would have freaking killed it. Because I 100% knew that his name was Diablo before Lorcana. It's like my favorite Disney movies, Sleeping Beauty. Mostly just because of Maleficent. All right, so dropped a big Ursula singer. All right. Oh. Yep.
Dollar there with the Diablo.
Mhm. So now what is... I wonder what his plan is. I feel like he's looking at his cards like, I don't have a good plan. Because that's what I would be feeling like with what he's got right now. I mean, he can shift the Diablo, but it's... Oh my gosh! What the heck? I mean, I didn't mean to...
early,
I didn't mean to jinx it. I didn't mean to, like, tell him to scoop. I was just saying I would be sitting there thinking, I don't know how I'm going to get out of this. And I guess he felt the same way and decided, I'm not getting out of this alive, and decided to scoop.
I think it's just the Beast. You have he couldn't shift the Beast, and it was just clogging his hand.
That's just wild.
Well, victory for Nicholas, and he's been a front runner today. We'll see if he ends up taking home that champion mat.
I know. I guess we'll have to see. Boy, that was
required.
a surprise, honestly. I can't believe those scoops happened as early as he did. I mean, he had one lore. Like, you wouldn't at least want to play it out. I just don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but that's quite
That's
the
a wrap on
surprise.
that.
So I guess our casting time is done, and you will see the real rules of villainy, folks, back here in a few minutes.
With some deeper voices.
Yes, with the manly voices.
Okay, we got a be right back button here somewhere.
We're going to hit the be right back button.
Be right back.
All right, we're back.
Indeed, we are. Welcome back, Andy.
Welcome back. I don't have my headphones on.
Yeah, you need to get your headphones on. But here we are. It's been a long day. We had 36 Gallant contenders. And we are down to the final 2.
We might need to lower. Actually, we're probably good. We're
Are we?
louder than we were before. We should just lower our monitors. I think this is where our volume should have been. I turned it up for the ladies earlier. And I think this sounds a little bit better.
Yeah.
And we can see, I think those bars going right to the yellow mean that we're probably in that sweet
just
spot.
giving folks behind the scenes. Yeah. I think we might. Are
No,
we on
we're-
program?
Yeah, we're live here. We aren't seeing the live here. They are seeing the live here. You guys just, how about this? This is going to be a special edition final. You tell us what's going on. You commentate
you,
to us.
you commentate. You cast to us. But thank you all for joining us in this this stream that we've had today. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as much as we have.
Absolutely.
I don't say that sarcastically. I do enjoy doing this with you, Andy.
Well, we are down to 2 people, though. I wonder we need to probably keep our voices down here to make sure we don't.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we are down
don't
to
give
2
anything
people.
away.
Maybe we'll turn up the volume on our...
I think we're probably good here.
Just so you know, I can
Yeah.
have like some AMSR. And he is inking the depot.
I'm sorry y'all had to hear that. Anyway, so we're.
Listen, if that's like some of you, man, it just scratches the brain.
So this is our finals. We get to see Justin Ward. He was actually on the podcast previously. We actually had him on a featured match earlier.
We did.
This is not necessarily his revenge because Hunter's already gone, but his second chance here. He's made it further than Hunter, and he's in the finals here against Nick, who I think we've now watched 3 times. This will be 3 times in a row because he just keeps on steamrolling through the competition there.
Keeps on steamrolling. So we got a Ruby Sapphire against Emerald Steel. Arguably, I think people would say these are the 2 best decks in the game.
I definitely think some would agree, and I think this is really the matchup. At least I personally wanted to see. I think we alluded to it earlier how Justin basically told us that this matchup should be very winnable for Ruby Sapphire. We talked to him a little bit when we had him on the podcast about Zan's matchup into Ruby Sapphire and his take on it, and so I'm ready for sort of this hopefully a master class here on.
I am particularly interested to see how Justin handles this.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anybody I think that can take down this match playing Ruby Sapphire, it's Justin. He's been playing this deck for a while now. It's the deck he took to Las Vegas.
Top 16 with. At the same time, though, Nick here, like you said, we've seen him 3 rounds in a row here. He took out the Emerald Steel mirror match. So, he's proved himself as the better Emerald Steel player here.
Yeah.
And so this will be a really, really interesting one to see. I think we saw Nick ship 5.
Looks like Justin's going to ship back 4.
Okay. So I was told by some talented Emerald Steel players earlier today, actually, that you always need the 1-drop Diablo in your hand, and that you hard mulligan all 7 of them for it if you don't have it.
Yep.
So only shipping back 5 tells me that he's missing a few pieces of the combo, but probably not missing that 1-drop Diablo. So we'll find out. Nick is on the play, right? He's the higher seed, I believe.
I believe that's correct. Yep, and we see that. So we see the Diablo come back down. So
just as
we're
predicted.
Gonna see Justin's hand.
Ooh, the enchanted Maui, the enchanted Sisu.
So I'm pretty sure that this is a full rarity deck.
Yeah, max rarity for sure. I think everything is foiled or enchanted where possible, which I was actually kind of disappointed that really Ruby Sapphire, it's just the Maui and the Sisu, right? For the enchanted.
It is just the Maui and the Sisu.
Now,
for now.
Certainly, but if we had them, well, first off, Maleficent Dragon should have been an enchanted.
One day.
But the
Also, art by Luis Huerta.
okay, nice. A favorite artist, one of the favorite artists of the Rules of Villainy podcast, not by anything other than random chance at who how the card showed up on our stream. But
So we see the Ursula DOA come, and we're shifting to the Diablo.
we shift anyway, even with the brawl in hand. Now we are a turn ahead here, so we won't be able to brawl this turn on the play. So we'll get at least 2 draws out of the Diablo. So, but there's a lot of cards in Justin's hand. There's almost no way they'll be able to discard out to the brawl. You have to expect that to be a turn 3 for sure. Did we see a quest for one? I guess we did.
It did. Well, I mean, he did because he shifted, then quested.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
So the Enchanted Maui into the Inkwell. It's $250 to pay for a Tipo.
Yes.
Expensive Tipo.
That is well, children are expensive, I hear.
We see the Enchanted Sisu go into the Inkwell as well. That's a very expensive Inkwell.
Could you imagine if they retroactively made Maleficent Dragon and Enchanted from John? I think that's totally a realistic possibility.
I don't know about retroactively, but I think they could make something like a set champion. They've proven it before that they take cards from old sets and use them for set
but
champions.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if in future sets they decide to go back and make to release in Enchanteds
with like the same or similar art.
Yeah.
Oh, we see the sudden chill come down. Sung by the Diablo after the Hypnotize. So we lost 2 cards and drew 1 for the Hypnotize. Oh no, there's a Prince John there. Sorry, that's what came down in the glare as a PJ.
Yeah.
So that's why we got a double draw.
I will say lighting is not our strong suit.
Yeah.
So if you're experts at lighting, let us know. Give us feedback.
Or bring your lights next time and do it for us, because I've gotten a lot of feedback and I'm not doing it well. All right. So the Diablo goes away as was expected on turn 3. The Hiram comes down. Excellent
draws. So there we have our beautiful Maleficent Dragon.
Get the quest for 1. Update the dice. Very nice.
Double sudden chill. And we'll draw off the Prince John trigger.
Wow, that's 2 cards.
Oh, empties the entire hand, and that was a be prepared.
This is rough.
Quests with the Deceiver.
When you get that turbo discard there, it can be really rough. So he got a Popsicle. That's probably the top deck you want.
It is absolutely the top deck you want. Got a Fishbone. Also looks like he has a Brawl in hand as well.
Yeah, Ink's Fishbone plays Brawl.
Yep.
Nice, excellent.
Unclear.
Oh, he plays the
Vision of the Future.
I feel like this is so risky. Whatever card you pick here, it's a card that you want and need, but all he has to do is discard. It'll be the only card left in your hand. It'll get discarded. Oh, man. That's scary.
Goes to 3, 3, 3, 1 card in hand. Did not see what it was.
Yeah. But do we see a discard in Nick's hand? I bet you we do. There's a lot of them in that deck.
And he's got a hand, unlike
Yeah.
Justin here, which is exactly how Emerald Steel wants to play this game.
Yeah. And he does the discard from the Anna.
And it was a popsicle.
That was a good one to take.
because being in your discard is not the worst place for a popsicle.
Ink's a tink. Looks like he quests for 3. Goes to 6.
We quests with the Prince John. He figures now the hand is empty. There is no need for me to gain value off the Prince John like that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It
And
might be a little early in my opinion.
Justin takes the Prince John out. Brawls the Anna.
I mean, there's still too many cards in Nick's hand to be comfortable yet here, but it is certainly...
Tink comes down, takes the Tipo off the board, puts another damage on that Hiram. And he quests for 1 to go to 7.
I am very curious about this sort of play style here. Clearly, 3 cards in hand, it looks like, for Nick. Thanks for that dice on there. I hope it's accurate. Might have 23 cards. We don't know, but that's good.
4.
How
How
far
I'll
I'll
go. So I see a Maleficent Dragon,
Yeah.
but I don't see the other card.
When he's only at 6 ink, so that dragon's 3 turns away.
So it looks like the dragon goes into the inkwell. Oh,
Whatever else was there went into the inkwell, I guess, or maybe it was double dragon.
maybe it was double dragon.
It feels like it would have been a quicker decision if it was double dragon.
Yeah. It looks like he sung Bruno.
And we're at 1 card left.
Oh, wow. What a top deck. What a top deck, man. Holy.
Wow.
Wow.
I think he said he has 4 of them in his deck. Why did Justin draw a card there? Oh, he played Beast and passed immediately.
Yes.
Very quick play. Very quick play. Okay.
Anna comes
Makes him
down.
discard.
Makes him discard. It was the Hiram. Quest for 2.
It's an incredible top deck, but keeps the dice on the deck to mark the trigger to remember the
Tipo
Beast.
passes.
14.
I think this match is looking rough.
It is not going well. All right, and we see Justin scoop.
And that is a victory for Nick. Nick is just knocking these down.
Yeah, he is.
1, 2, 3
Rapid succession here.
as we go into round 2 of the final here at Grape's game.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, whatever.
Rounds are gone at this point.
Rounds are
We're
meaningless.
in the finals.
Oh, you got.
Yeah, we gotta reset these.
You gave Justin the win.
I gave Justin the win. Sorry. It just says player 1, player 2 for me, so I apologize. There we go. It's been a long day.
Indeed, it has. Six rounds of Swiss, 2 rounds of single elimination to get here to the top table at Grape's Games.
Going into game 2 here. Nick has the win from game 1.
Yeah.
Justin will be on the play. Can we see if he has a better performance this time, gets the cards he needs, and more so, hopefully, I think he's hoping that Nick just doesn't get the cards that he needs.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's
That
what
was-
you're really hoping for in these matchups.
That Be Prepared top deck was really nice, but there was quite a few key cards from Nick there. So it looks like we see 3 shipped back from Nick and maybe 4.
And I think you're right. You know, a lot of people talk about, hey, it's, you know, how important is it to understand the mulligan of your opponent? Like, does it matter if they put back 4? Does it matter if they put back 6? And I think you're absolutely right there that in these decks that have key play lines,
Yep.
you know, if they're only putting back 3,
Then they have it probably.
they have it.
I think at the very least from a skilled and experienced pilot, that's something to expect. I know even myself, when I played decks that I'm not used
Sees the Diablo, is that a be prepared in there?
to. Yeah, Hiram, Tipo, Maui.
So we know for sure turn 2 that be prepared is gone.
Could be.
Unless actually almost certainly
Actually just went into Inkwell, yeah.
just went into the inkwell.
Can we see the bait out then? Oh, the Shift Diablo drops the Let the Storm Rage on.
I mean, Nick has to know that probably went into the inkwell right here. But so yeah, he's gonna play
More.
the morph. We're gonna target that for the beast.
Yeah. That Diablo morph into the Shift Beast line did really, really good work for Verzan at the Vegas DLC.
Yeah.
Kind of showed everyone how nasty of a
And
line that can
and
be.
it doesn't look like Justin has an answer to that right this second. You know, so he can ink.
Yeah. John says he doesn't know what better cards Justin could ask for. I kind of just meant like cards in general. You know, he had a lack there of them in his hand last turn, so you know.
Wow, so Justin decides to ink the Hiram and quest with the Tipo.
Interesting.
There we go. It's almost like we could predict this.
It's almost like we know what we're doing. Or, you know, got lucky. Better lucky than good, right? Isn't that what they say?
That's right. That's right. So we see a visions. And you're still not sold on this card, right? You're still on the fence.
No, I think it's fine. I was a little, I thought it was a little wild for him to play it that one turn where he knew he was gonna get it. He's looking down the barrel of 7 cards in his Emerald Steel opponent's hand, and he's putting one singular card that he chooses from 5 into his hand. Like, I'm sorry, what did you expect to happen to that card? But it turned out to be not a bad decision. Sure, he had some thoughts on it, more than I could predict, but so we see the Prince John come down, Diablo,
So we're going to 5 here.
and the Beast. Okay.
And draws off that trigger. Medusa takes out the beast.
Interesting decision.
And
Beast
Nick-
over the Diablo.
Nick likely has some sort of discard option here.
Yep. Looking for the B prep. No B prep. Big Sisu. Oh, that's why he took out the Beast, because Big Sisu is an option.
Yeah.
Drops the dime. Expected. But can he rip the other card from his hand? Ink 3, Hypnotize.
Yep.
Oh,
And
there
there
it is.
goes the Sisu. And that's really the problem, I think, playing
Yeah.
against these discard decks. Is they just, yeah, you can get your answer, but can you hold on to your answer long enough to play your answer? And
Sings How Far I'll Go. Okay, looks like we see.
looks like a Vital Sphere,
And a Hideaway?
or is that a Chromacon?
It was a hideaway, and and a red item. So yeah, the Vitalosphere, the Chromacon. We actually have his deck list, I think.
I'm pretty sure he does run a Chromacon. It is a Prince John in the glare there. So we see on a come down, uses that ability to banish a damaged character. And he's going to quest for 3 and go to 8. Or maybe 7. Maybe it isn't Prince John in the glare. Unclear.
I thought it was Prince John in the glare.
I did too.
I thought we had a deck list here for Justin. I was over there. Vince is hiding it. He's hoarding it.
Hoarding the deck lists.
2 Vitalosphere, 1 Rogue Chromacon. So, could have been either.
And we're at 12. I mean, with Pete there, I don't see how Justin comes behind from here.
Yeah.
I think, I unfortunately just think, especially Hypnotize takes the card out. It was a How far I'll go. Quests out. I think we're looking at 19.
Play Pete. Inga play Pete. Does he have a Pete?
Passes. Popsicle. Can he find the answer? And I think that's it.
That is it.
Nick is our champion here at Grape's Games for the Shimmering Sky Set Championship with Emerald Steel.
Absolutely. We'll come back and say goodbye to you guys here. We appreciate everyone who's been watching today. We know it's been a long day, but hopefully you enjoyed some of this content. Apparently I'm Kirsten and that's Kristen. We're not going to change that back, so you guys will figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully if you're listening, if you've been a listener, you know who we are.
Absolutely.
But I mean, I tell you what we did say, I think a lot of credit to our predictions on set championships is that we did expect that Emerald Steel was kind of the deck to beat. And we're seeing that in set championship after set championship. Clearly,
Absolutely.
Ruby Sapphire being a good deck, and Justin being an excellent pilot of that deck, but just not able to find the answers. Well, not able to keep the answers, I think is the true all be all. But any last words for our listeners?
Thanks again for coming out, and be sure to tune in. We do a podcast weekly, Thursday, Friday, Saturday-ish. It'll come out depending on, sometimes we try and get it out there a little early for you.
I mean, I think our podcast got out a little early this week. It was on a Thursday.
We wanted to get it out before Set Champ started, so people have some time
generally
to
it gets
listen.
out on a Friday, hopefully is our target. But thank you all.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in. Oh, we got the mayor.
Oh, well, you want
to
to mayor? You want to say bye to everybody?
Bye, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank
Be sure
you.
to hit that like button.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
And hit that bell notification to be notified of our next episodes. And with that, always, fellow villains, remember the rules of villainy.